Hey fam, we're back with another banger. What if Edward became the god of vampires? This is part 1. So before we start, if you are craving adult mature content, Joe, in my Patreon now, link are in the description box. Alright, enough talk, let's fire it up. Eternity. That is what I am bound to. Nothing more, nothing less, never changing, everything the same. Of course the world around me changes, but I never do. Mortals dream of immortality, and how cool it would be never to age. To stay the same forever. Take it from someone who has been the same forever, it's not all it's cracked up to be. For nearly 15 millennia I have wandered the vast expanse of this earth, never changing, watching everything around me change and alter with regards to the planet's needs. Let me tell you something, the planet isn't as big as people like to believe it is. Everything that has come and gone in this world I have seen. I have been there for everything. The emergence and fall of each of the great civilizations. Egypt, the Romans, the Greeks, the Incas, each and every Chinese dynasty. You name it, I was there. Watching and in my own way manipulating everything that happened. Ever since that fateful day. My last day as a lowly human, I have been this. Frozen, moving marble, as I have been called over the years. And I have cursed the day that it happened. If I had listened to my elders when they told me to stay back, I would have died all those millennia ago. A real mortal death, encased in slumber forever. Not this half-life. If I had listened, I wouldn't have ended up slaughtering my whole village and then some. After that I wasn't alone anymore. I wasn't the only one of my kind. Everyone that I'd bitten and drained changed. It was then that I discovered I was venomous, infecting every human that I had bitten. Each and every one of them had become as volatile and temperamental as I was. Even so, they looked to me as their leader. I was in charge. None of them challenged me. In their eyes, I had given them this life and so they were indebted to me. None of them were around anymore. Over the centuries they had created more and destroyed each other in the process. Even though it wasn't me directly destroying the lives of lowly humans, it was all because of me that they were being changed on a daily basis. We didn't have a name back then. Not when language was so new. It had only just evolved from the primitive grunts and moans of the animals that we had descended from. They didn't have an appropriate name for us. All they knew was that we were something to be feared. Or more appropriately, I was something to be feared. It appeared that no matter where I went, the settlers had heard of me. The blood drinker that would not die. That could not be killed. Not that they hadn't tried. They sure as hell had. But nothing had worked. Spears, arrows, fire, nothing had worked. That was one thing that I didn't share with my descendants, I guess you could call them. They were susceptible to fire. It had no effect on me. Various times in my long existence I had wished that it was life, or rather the unlife as it seemed apropos. IATE had become so tedious and repetitive that I'd wished for an escape. I'd even gone looking for it on several occasions. And of course the settlers around were well aware of my existence. It seemed that no matter where one went, there was one name that resounded all around. A name that was said in fear and warning. Idar. That of course was my original name. My name has changed many times over my long existence and there are none alive now, save for myself, that know of my original name. Not even those that I had masked to take over the day-to-day ruling of my species. Of course, I was still in the ultimate control. No one dared to question my command. Those who did met a swift end. In the end I had grown tired of traveling around the world, purely to keep my species under control. It was becoming extremely tedious work. So I had created 3 to watch over the race in my stead. The still answered to me, as all of my kind did, but essentially they would do what they saw fit to keep my species under control. I had one rule that I wanted kept in place. And one rule only: total secrecy. Not many knew this, but it was because of me that they were forced to stay hidden in the shadows. I had seen with my own eyes what happens when we are out in the open, and have the humans know about us. It's not something that I wished to observe again. Most of those that had followed me into is eternal damnation believed that it was because of the brothers and their wishes that they had to keep the secret. All knew of me, of course. They feared me. They knew that if they did something that was even above the brothers' heads, then I would be there. I would be there in an instant, teaching the offender that they must obey the rule. in the only way that they seemed to understand. Luckily for them, the brothers didn't seem to need me to intercede very often. Some of the time, when they did something that I didn't approve of, then I would take a trip to their home in Italy to pay them a visit. Making sure that they realized who was in charge, who their leader was. It was needed sometimes. They tended to sit too highly on their thrones and believe that they were invincible. Sometimes I felt the need to take a visit and remind them who the truly invincible one of the race was. The only invincible one. After each and every visit they understood. But it helped to take a return visit once every decade or so. Just to keep track of what they were doing. Of course, I never announced my visits. That gave them time to prepare. Just turning up was a better way of seeing how well they were really dealing with the ruling of my species. Because after all it was my species. I was the patriarch, as it were. All of these creatures were descended from me, in a way, therefore I was the undisputed leader. No one fought back, even though sometimes I wished that they would. It would make life so much more interesting. Having some that fought back, rather than just sitting there cowering in my presence. Over the years we had been called many things. The Cold Ones, Nosferatu, names similar to those, but never sticking around for very long. I myself have even been granted the name Abutamkin for some reason. By the Native Americans. From what I've heard, I've been dubbed as a boogeyman type of character. Oh well, if it stops people from becoming intrigued enough to actually search me out then I don't really care. The most recent name, probably spanning back a couple of centuries, I don't know, to me time is insignificant, happens to be the favorite amongst humans. Vampire. Personally, I prefer it to the other names that we've been given. It has a certain ring to it. Thankfully, humans no longer believe in my species as largely as they used to. Of course there are still a few who like to pretend that they know vampires or that they know a lot about us. But most of the time they are so far from the mark it actually becomes amusing. All this leads to me, right here, right now. At the moment, I am speeding through Austria on the way to Italy to check up on those dear brothers that I created all those years ago. Just to make sure that they are doing their jobs properly. This is just a routine trip that I make every decade or so, unannounced as always. Where's the fun in telling them when I'm going to turn up? I'm 15,000 years old for heaven's sake. I've got to get some amusement from somewhere. I'm heading towards the city of Volterra, where the brothers have settled. The Volturi they call themselves. Of course now there are more than just 3 of them. They have a whole guard and wives that help them to do their, well technically, my bidding. I don't care how they do it, or how many they have helping them to do it. As long as they keep the vampire world hidden from the human world. That's all I care about. I don't want another war to break out. I've already had enough of those. Humans trying to hunt down vampires to try to rid the world of them. The human mind amazes me. It doesn't matter how many of them I hear, there are few that take me by surprise, but every so often, every couple of centuries or so, there is one that is more bold than others. One that intrigues me for a short period of time, until, like all the others, it gets boring and I grow tired of it. That's one thing I have yet to explain about myself. My gifts. Yes, gifts. There are a few of my kind that enter into vampirism bringing an extra gift with them. There have been mind readers, psychics, nature wielders, empaths, trackers, you name it, there has been a vampire with it. There haven't been any that have been able to fly yet though. That would be amusing to see. How do I know what gifts there have been? One reason. I have them all. Whenever a new vampire with a gift is created, the gift itself manifests itself in me. It doesn't matter when or where the vampire is created, how old the vampire is or whatever, the gift that they bring over into vampirism is one more that I possess. This means that I know exactly how many gifted vampires there are in the world. One of the prices I have to pay for creating an entire species, I guess. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. It helps to instill fear into the species. If they all knew about my gifts, then there was less of a chance that they would oppose me in any way. I also knew that a great many of these gifted vampires resided in Volterra. Not under their own free will, mind you. This was something I continuously needed to bring up with the brothers. They had one vampire. I didn't know her name, nor did I feel the need to. However, I knew that she had the ability to strengthen or sever a bond between individuals and groups. I needed to remind the brothers to remove this vampire from their guard or I would dispose of her. To me, free will was one of the only things that mattered. I could see the wretched city now. The one where the three brothers, the three leaders, of the Volturi resided, in the large castle. I snorted at the thought of how my species thought that they were the ones in charge. Not realizing that the Volturi themselves took orders from someone more powerful than them. The whole place reeked of death and despair. It looked more like a prison than somewhere that royalty should have lived, had we not given them reason to never return to Volterra. The three brothers that Sometime I wished I hadn't created lived within these walls. Arrow, Marcus and Keys. Arrow got on my nerves. He thought that because he could read minds that he was of more use than anyone else. Newsflash, Arrow not that important. Reading minds can be a very useful tool, but at times it can be more of a hindrance than a help. Of course it was a great help when it came to these visits. Unlike Arrow, I was not limited to touching someone to read their mind. I could hear whatever thought was passing through a mind, human or vampire, at a particular point in time. Arrow was only able to obtain thoughts by touch. One reason I never shook his hand. Even though I could shield my mind, I didn't like the thought of touching him or any of the brothers. Marcus didn't bother me so much. He was just a bit depressing and boring really. I wish that guy would get some personality. He really could use it. Yeah, I sympathize with the guy. He had lost his wife, but that happened Lord knows how long ago. Well, actually I knew how long ago. But that's beside the point. His gift was an interesting one, if I do say so myself. Being able to see the relationship between others was something that was highly invaluable. Especially in what he does. Politically, it has been found very useful. Not that I use it on a regular basis, but it has helped out in the past. Keys on the other hand. I found that guy to be as irritating as hell. He was always for confrontation. I often wondered why I kept him around. Oh yeah, because I couldn't be arsed to get rid of him. It was more effort than it was worth. Maybe it was Becca. He didn't have any special abilities. Maybe he felt inadequate. Whatever it was, it didn't really matter to me. All I cared about was that he stayed out of my way. If he didn't, then he would be finding himself without a head very soon. Driving through the city, I parked my car and tossed the keys to a valet, who was admiring it. Sticking to the shadows, I made my way into the castle, walking straw. I'd passed the guards that just stared after me in awe. Imbeciles, I thought, irritated. They obviously knew who I was, and that is why they made no attempt at stopping me. Silently, I wished that there would be some resistance. Maybe just a little bit. It would make coming here so much easier. I knew that they didn't know I was coming. There was no psychic here. As far as I was aware, there was only one psychic in the world, and she was in the States somewhere. No bother to me. I walked straight through the tunnels that led to the Great Hall in this place. Why they chose to live in these dank and dark tunnels was beyond me. It's not like anyone could see you when you were in the castle. So you can walk around, sparkles and all. That was one thing I hated about what I was. The fact that because our skin was said to be like liquid marble, when the sunlight struck it, it appeared to turn into millions of tiny diamonds. That wasn't something that I had gotten out of unfortunately. And it sucked. Unbelievable, I scolded myself. I really need to stop driving through large cities for a while. The language used there is seriously affecting my vocabulary. I walked up to the doors of the Great Hall and walked straight in. To the surprise of a few members of the guard. New members obviously. They obviously hadn't been well educated in who I was, because they turned and crouched into an offensive pose when I entered the room. Enough, Arrow cried, launching himself out of his throne in an action that looked too fast for his frail-looking frame. The others must have noted how full of fear his voice was, so they immediately relaxed, keeping their eyes on me the whole time. To what do we owe the pleasure, Edward? I heard a collective gasp from around the room as Arrow announced my name. I heard a few disbelieving thoughts that didn't bother me. Then one outright dismissed it in his mind, and I turned to face the offender. What was that? I asked quietly, walking up to him slowly, menacingly. I didn't say anything. He was trying to keep control of his voice, to remain calm and in control, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't working. You didn't have to. I stopped in front of him, my face a blank canvas. After 15 millennia, it kind of becomes second nature to keep your face blank. Before he had the chance to respond, my hand was around his throat. He was a relative newborn, so he was still fairly strong. It didn't matter how old a vampire was when it came to me though. I would always be the strongest. I forced the young vampire down to his knees and slowly began tilting his head away from me. His body stayed frozen in its place, thanks to another little power of mine, and I felt the skin underneath my grip begin to give way. There was a tearing sound and I saw a large gash appear in his throat. I wasn't going to rip his head off. Today at least. He just needed to know who was in charge. I released his head and it snapped back into place, the flesh starting to mold back together as soon as it connected. You should learn to show your superiors some respect. I hissed at him, as he stared at me, fear-ridden in his very posture. And they don't get much more superior than me. I gave him one more look over before turning my back on him. The rest of the vampires in the room cowered away from me, instinctively. They had either known me from a previous visit or they had been warned about me, and therefore stayed away out of respect. Before any of them could process what had happened, I was sitting in Arrow's throne, legs hanging over the side casually. I knew that none of them would oppose me. None of them ever did. Do you wish to tell me of your recent failures, Arrow, or do I have to pick your brain? I gazed over at him lazily and he stood there rigid. Was obviously something going on that he didn't want me to know about. I swung my legs over the throne, and placed my feet on the floor, still watching Arrow for any untoward movement. I could tell the other vampires around were not used to Arrow behaving in such a way. I didn't recognize any of the scents of these vampires, and from what I gathered from their minds they were all fairly new. Seemed that the Volturi were attempting to boost their brute force for some reason. I let down the shield that I usually held in place and let myself invade Arrow's thoughts. Normally, the thoughts of the three brothers were coherent and scheduled, running in perfect sequence when I came to visit, as they all knew the drill. They knew what I wanted when I came to visit. This time though, something was wrong. There must have been something really getting them all going, because Arrow's thoughts were in complete disarray. Never had they been like this before. There was one thing that kept flashing through his mind though. The only continuous thing. A name. A familiar name. Cullen. Carlisle Cullen. I remembered him from numerous visits to the castle. He had resided here for a number of decades. He was always easy to talk to. No matter what the subject. He had always intrigued me. He had never tasted human blood. Or at least when I had known him that was true. From the images flashing through Arrow's mind at the moment, that may not be the case anymore. Why does your mind keep coming back to Carlisle Cullen? I challenged Arrow, and I watched as his features became drawn and cautious. Arrow, you for one know how I do not like my patience to be tried. Answer the question. There were a couple of confused looks at my obvious disrespect towards Arrow, but then again, I'm the one who made him. Hell, all of them. Every vampire on the planet could be traced back to me, so I figure I can be a bit obnoxious when I feel like it. We feel that his coven is growing abnormally large. Arrow explained, his voice shuddering with fear slightly. This was obviously something that the vampires who served under him were not used to, judging from the thoughts running through their heads. We feel. How many? I cut him off, holding up a hand. I'm sorry. How many? I hissed through gritted teeth. I was growing impatient. For a vampire that was a few thousand years old, you would have thought that his thought processes would be a bit faster. I'll be the first to admit that I have a bit of an anger problem, but after 15,000 years of walking this planet, who wouldn't? 7. He answered quickly, obviously not wanting to aggravate me any further. I sat back in his throne and thought for a moment. No one spoke, or even moved. They all knew better. 7 was abnormally large for a coven. The Volturi's main worry was that Carlisle was trying to amass a group large enough to take them on. I knew Carlisle well enough to know that that was not the case. Carlisle wouldn't try anything like that. He was too passive for anything like that. He believed in preserving life, not taking it. That's what intrigued me about him so much when he was here. He refused to take a human life. Only animals. What were you planning to do about it? I asked casually, not breaking my train of thought. We were planning on wiping them out as soon as possible. He sounded confident that I would like this plan. Unfortunately for him, I did not. I may agree with disposing of vampires where needs be, such as the wars that were happening in the south of the continent now called America, but recklessly. Disposing of a coven for no reason was something I did not approve of. Have they done anything to warrant such an attack? I asked coolly, my gaze meeting his, knowing what the answer was before I even asked the question. Not as of yet, but we believe that it is just a matter of time. He answered me, still acting confidently of his assumptions. I hated that about Arrow. About all three of the brothers actually. They were too cocky and confident. As if I hadn't threatened them enough. Knew not to let their places of power get to their heads, because I could rip it away from them as quickly as I gave it to them. No, I stated simply, you will not attack the coven. Instead, I will be taking a trip there. My lord, Arrow sounded worried now. Why he sounded worried I had no idea. Technic. Ally speaking, I was the only indestructible one of us on the planet. You will be visiting Carlyle and his coven. Yes, Arrow, I will. I let my impatience and intolerance of his idiocy become clear in the growl that erupted from my throat, causing some of the younger vampires to recoil in fear. It was clear who I was by now, and none of them wanted to risk being torn limb from limb, as I had been prone to doing over my many years. I haven't seen Carlyle in many years, and it would be interesting to catch up with my old friend. I stood up, whilst picking through Arrow's brain, discovering where Carlyle and his family were situated. No one is to approach Carlyle and his coven unless I give the say-so. I growled, walking past Arrow and stopping just behind him. Is that clear? Yes, my lord, he answered, not moving an inch. I knew he hated me. And I didn't care. He could hate me all he wanted. It didn't change my seat of power. He knew that there was no vampire alive, or dead, as it w. Ere that could have even a hope of lasting more than a second against me. Trust me, vampires have tried and failed to best me. None have survived. I walked out of the great hall, knowing that I was being watched by all the disbelieving eyes of the vampires behind me. Many of them were still in shock over who it was that had just walked out of the room. Many of them were still in shock over how I had spoken to and treated Arrow. To them, the brothers were the highest authority. Well, at least they were. I walked out of the castle and over to where the valet had parked my car. I didn't need to keep to the shadows, seeing as the sun had set by now, something I was glad for. Even after 15 millennia, I still hated having to hide in the shadows. Exiting the city as fast as possible, I was glad to be out of that place as I made my way to the nearest airport, which appeared to be Venice. Being in Volterra made me feel older than I really was, and that was a hard feat to achieve. I had the cash to catch a direct plane to the States. I would use one of the jets that I owned, but I didn't have one present in Italy at the moment, and it would take too long for it to get here. Yes, I'm impatient. It's a fault of mine. It seemed as though I was taking a trip to Forks, Washington, USA. And from what I had gathered from Arrow's mind, it wasn't the most interesting place on the planet. But then again, not a lot interested me anymore. But I would find out what worried the Volturi about Carlyle's coven. Whether the fears were well grounded or whether they were completely irrational, which wouldn't surprise me when it came to the brothers. Paranoid gits, I thought. The only one they had to worry about destroying them is me, and if they kept their fears to the rational level, that wouldn't happen any time soon. Oh well, back to the States I go. Let's hope this time will be more productive than the last. That's the first installment. This is all I'm going to post for tonight, and I'm going to wait to see what the response is to it tomorrow. If you guys like it enough, then I'll post more. If not, then I won't bother. It's all up to you guys. We'll be updating Alive again and protecting him tomorrow as well. Please let me know what you think. Bella. All I can say is wow, I'd never thought that I would get that good a response to this story, and all the reviews made me smile. So here's the second chapter. I hope you like it. Laughing face. Bella. Emmett. Don't even think about it. Alice's cry resounded through the house. She had obviously seen Emmett doing something that was either dangerous, was going to damage the house in some way, or a mixture of both. Which, knowing Emmett, wasn't at all surprising. Oh, come on, Allie, it's perfectly harmless. He moaned, walking back into the house, a defeated look on his face. No, it's not, and you know it. Alice commented calmly, appearing in the living room, her hands on her hips. You would have gotten caught and you know it. He huffed and stalked up the STAIRS to where Rosalie was currently residing, probably fixing already immaculate her hair or her makeup. I couldn't help but giggle at his attitude. He should know by now that Alice is going to put a halt to any plan he has that results in any untoward outcome. That was one plus side of living with a psychic. You could always count on her putting a stop to Emmett's ridiculous plans. At least the ones that she doesn't agree with, anyway. If she does agree with them, then that's a whole other story. Most of the time we end up getting involved and either ending up in jail or doing some form of community service. Would it really have ended that badly? I asked Alice as she settled on the couch next to me. Yes, and he knows it would have done. She rolled her eyes and I giggled. He's just trying to push the boundaries because he's bored. I'm not. Emmett called down the stairs and we both grinned, nodding at each other. He definitely was. That's a bad side to living in a house full of vampires. No privacy. Living with 6 other vampires, all of whom had impeccable hearing, didn't leave much to the imagination, especially when all of said vampires were all mated and couple. They were constantly going on at me about not having a mate. Honestly, I didn't care. I've been by myself for a century now, and I think that if I was going to get lonely I would have done by now. I constantly told them that I didn't need a mate to be content, but none of them ever believed me. Emmett even had the idea of me creating myself a mate, but everyone in the house had dismissed that idea before it had even left his mouth. Courtesy of Alice, we all knew what he was thinking before he had a chance to voice it. I guess I should explain about my family. We're not really the average family. For starters, we're all dead. Well, for the most part anyway. We're a family of vampires. Yup, you heard me right. Vampires. We're not the average vampire family though. Actually, our family is rather large when compared to most vampire groupings. Normally, vampires are nomads, traveling on their own or in groups of no more than 2 or 3. We, on the other hand, live in a group of 7 and tend to move from place to place. Settling for a few years, staying as long as we can get away with before people start to ask questions. We can generally get away with about 4 years, 5 at the most, but it all depends on the place we move to. Every time we move, 5 of us have to start over in high school again. Generally, we can get away with Alice and I being sophomores and our 3 siblings, Emmett, Jasper and Rosalie, being juniors. You're probably thinking, how can a family of vampires live surrounded by humans without losing control? Well, the answer to that is simple. We don't drink human blood. We drink animal blood. Throughout the vampire world, those who drink animal blood are known as vegetarians, and others tend to look down on us for denying ourselves our natural food source. We can out that human blood is what the rest of the species drinks, but we don't want to be monsters. So we've learned to control our thirst, feeding off of animals and learning to fit in with human society. Many others that we've come across think that the idea of integrating with humans is ludicrous, but we don't believe so. We believe that humans deserve the right to live as much as we do, so we don't feed from them. Out of the 7 of us, there are only 2 of us that have fed off of humans for an extended period of time. Jasper and myself, but I won't get into that now. What was it this time? I asked, curious, marking my page in my book and setting it down on the table. You don't want to know. Alice replied, raising her eyebrows and shaking her head. I felt my lips forming into a small O-H shape as I realized what it was that Emmett must have been planning. And let me tell you, it's not something I'm going to voice out loud. Whatever it was, he's pretty pissed that you stopped him. Jasper commented, strolling down the stairs at a human pace. He was really looking forward to it. I felt a wave of calm wash over me and I looked at Jasper, who was smirking at the 2 of us. We all heard Emmett growl from up the stairs. Apparently, he was quite happy with being pissed off and didn't want to calm down. Having an empath who can control emotions living in the house often quelled a lot of disputes before they could even begin. I suppose you're wondering about the gifts that I keep mentioning. Well, I'll explain. Alice is a psychic, which I'm sure you've gathered by now. She can see into the future. But contrary to what most people think, the future is not set in stone. The future as Alice sees it is subjective, at the mercy of people's decision. She sees the course people are on while they're on it. If they change their minds, then the vision changes. It comes in very handy when looking for changes in the stock market or when the weather is about to change. Then again, living where we do. That doesn't happen very often. Jasper is an empath. He has the power to feel and control the emotions of others around him. Something that comes in very handy when living with 6 other volatile and testy vampires. Arguments are epic when they happen, and physical fights can be legendary. I'm sure that people in one of our previous towns are still talking about the thunderstorm that happened on a clear day. In reality, it was Jasper and Emmett having a bit of a disagreement. Let's just say, we packed up and left that town pretty quickly. If Jasper hadn't been able to calm Emmett down in time, we would have had a town audience. I, myself, am a mental shield. I can block any mental attacks on my own, or any mind I choose. Something that has proven to be very useful when we've had visits from our leaders the Volturi. Having a mind-reading vampire with them, they thought that they would gain all of our secrets, but they thought wrong. When Arrow and the guard had turned up, I had covered the whole of my family with my shield. What was it that our dear brother was planning? Jasper asked, strolling up behind Alice and placing a kiss on the top of her head. She just shook her head again, obviously not willing to relive the vision again. That bad, huh? She nodded her head and he sat down on the sofa beside her. She quickly snuggled into his side and sighed. She was happy and content. Right, I said, standing up. While you two are getting all lovey-dovey, I'm going to go hunt. I smiled and waved at the two of them as I walked out of the door at a human pace. Why I went at human pace I don't know. But as soon as I was out of the door, I let loose. I was the fastest of my family, something that Emmett hated me for, which meant that I could get to our regular hunting grounds, feed and get back before the rest of them could. I enjoyed hunting on my own. It allowed me to have free rein over what I hunted. I didn't have to compete for a meal. Either that or I enjoyed hunting with Emmett, especially in the early spring, when the bears were just waking up from hibernation. For some reason, Emmett enjoyed aggravating them. You would have thought that he would have learned his lesson, seeing as messing with a bear is how he came to be a vampire. But no, he loved to piss them off something rotten. I stopped running as I caught the scent of something appetizing. Well, not appetizing, but it would do. I listened closely and found that it was an elk. I swallowed the venom that had begun pooling at the back of my throat and made my way silently and quickly to where it was waiting, completely unaware that it was being stalked. It was a large one, but it still wouldn't stand a chance against a killer like myself. Because that's what I was. I was a killer, and not just a killer of animals. I had taken human lives as well. The thought racked me with guilt every single day, and it wasn't like I had the luxury of sleep to break up that steady stream of guilt. All I had to divert my thoughts from becoming too depressed was Jasper's gift, which he automatically used when I started to feel this way. It affected him too, and that I didn't like. Quickly draining the elk, I buried it underneath a tree, something we had all been taught to do, save an unwary hiker stumbling across one of our kills. I found 2 more elk and quickly drained them before starting the return journey home. Feeling sufficiently satisfied with my hunt, I looked at my watch and found that it was 7:45 a.m. I hadn't even realized what the time was, so I picked up my speed, hoping to get back home to change before we had to get to school. Alice had told us that it was going to be a gloomy day in Forks, just like any other, so we had to go in. I reached the house with plenty of time to spare, pushing even my limits, and I saw Alice smirking at me. She knew that I would be back in time to shower and change after my hunt. I threw her a look and ran up the stairs to change. Reaching my bedroom, I saw that Alice had already taken the liberty to pick out my outfit for me. Something she did every single morning. Don't get me wrong, I loved my sister, but sometimes her tendency to decide what I wear gets a little tiring, especially after a couple of decades. At least today's outfit was somewhat suitable. I didn't really have a problem with it. I just wished that I would be allowed to pick out my own clothes every once in a while. I jumped in the shower and let the hot water cascade down my body, the temperature not really making much of an impact. Hell, I could have the temperature turned up the full way and it wouldn't bother me. That I guess was one of the perks of being living marble. Didn't have to worry about wrapping up warm. Of course, we did purely to keep up appearances. I jumped out of the shower and quickly dried myself down. I dressed at vampire speed and looked at my reflection in the mirror. The outfit that Alice had picked out was daring and yet concealing at the same time. She had placed me in a blue versus neck jumper and dark washed-out skinny jeans, which left pretty much nothing to the imagination. Pairing that with the black knee-length boots that she had picked out, I was ready to go. I ran down the stairs, and thanked the heavens for my vampire grace, as I knew that without it I would have met the ground in many face plants already this morning. Ready to go? I asked Alice and Jasper, who were of course ready to go. They were always ready before everyone else, which I guessed was due to Alice's little gift. They nodded and we ran to the car, not worrying about Emmett and Rosalie because they would be driving to school on their own today. Whether or not they made it to school on time was another question altogether. Making it to school within 10 minutes or so, I saw that the parking lot was beginning to fill up. I had a feeling that something was going to happen today. Ask me what it was, I couldn't tell you, but there was just a nagging in my head, telling me that something big was happening today. It was uncanny, because it was normally Alice that had these feelings, not me. I looked over at Alice as she got out of the car. But nothing seemed to be bothering her, and I was sure that if my feelings were correct then she would have said something to me. I decided against bringing it up, for fear of causing unneeded worry and concern within the family. And on to another day of boredom and torture, I thought miserably as I locked my Volvo and walked towards the dismal building. This building was the instigator of many musings and daydreams that had included myself in taking an unprecedented visit to the Volturi. I would never follow through with them, of course, but still, that's how being here every day made me feel. After all, there's not really much you can teach a 108-year-old vampire, who has obtained 2 medical degrees and repeated high school more times than she would like to remember. Bella, I audibly groaned and turned around to find myself face to face with Mike Newton. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who had been hounding me ever since I started at the school. Yes, Mike, I replied, making sure that my distaste of this particular human came through in my voice. He didn't seem to notice, but then again he was so wrapped up in himself that I shouldn't have expected anything less. I was just wondering if you were free tonight, he asked shyly, rubbing the back of his neck with his hand. No, Mike, I'm not. I turned on my heel, wanting to get away from him as quickly as possible. Most humans avoided us by instinct, wary of us but without really knowing why. All they knew was that something inside of them told them that we were dangerous. For some reason, it seemed that Mike had missed out on this particular internal mechanism. Maybe some other time then. He called behind me, sounding hopeful. It didn't matter how many times I turned him down, he didn't seem to get the message. I didn't answer him and walked into my first class. English. Great. We were covering Wuthering Heights, a book I have read countless times, and could remember by heart, Vampire Memory Permitting. The teacher's analysis of the book was so incorrect that I wanted to snap at her to shut up and let me run the class instead. I guess it was better than my other imaginings of actually snapping her in half. Her incredibly nasal voice didn't help matter much. I didn't get any kind of message from Alice about this, so she must have seen that I wouldn't go through with it. That pleased me, knowing that I had enough self-control to resist doing that. Classes dragged on in the same way as they normally did, and I couldn't wait for lunch when I could actually get some intelligent conversation from my siblings. Although that probably wouldn't happen, as they were nearly always wrapped up in each other. Not that I cared, just being with them seemed to ease my discomfort and distaste of the day. Whether that was Jasper's doing I don't know, but still I was grateful to them. Walking out of my class and towards the cafeteria, I was called to a stop by someone shouting my name. It was Tyler Crowley. Great, another one, I thought, feeling my anger rising. Hi, Bella, he said nervously, repeating the action that Mike had been doing this morning. Why guys did that I don't know. Maybe he was flattening the hairs that had stuck up on the back of his neck, telling him to run for his life when I was near. I was wondering, did you have a date to prom yet? He looked at me hopefully. I'm sorry, Tyler, I'm not going, I told him shortly. He may have bugged me, but not as badly as Newton did. At least he didn't follow me around like a puppy dog. You should ask Lauren. I know she wants to go with you. I did in fact know she wanted to go with him. Another perk of being a vampire. The super hearing lets you know things that people would rather keep a secret. He smiled at me, sadly, and I walked towards the cafeteria, ignoring Mike's calls from behind me. Once I was sat down with my family, I knew that there was no way he would dare approach me. Approaching one of us on our own was nerve-wracking enough for a human. Their heartbeats gave that away, but approaching the whole family was a big no-no. It just wasn't done. Even Newton had more sense than that. I grabbed a tray of prop food and went to join my siblings. Whoa, chill on the agitation there, Bells. Jasper commented as I sat down, sending a wave of calm in my direction. Sorry, Jazz. I smiled to him apologetically and gratefully at the same time. I knew that he knew what I was aiming for. He was the empath after all. Newton, Emmett asked, eyeing the annoying human who was sitting across the cafeteria staring at me. In an obvious way, I nodded and he sighed. When's he going to get the hint? Yup, he's almost as thick as you or Emmett. I quipped, grinning at him. You've just had more practice than he has. The whole table laughed at Emmett's reaction and I knew that he didn't have a response to my statement. He never did. Oh, God, Alice murmured as she stiffened and her eyes glazed over. We all looked at her, knowing that she was having a vision. She blinked out of it, but was still stiff and tense as she dug through her purse, looking for her phone. Normally, she settled back down into lunch after a vision and told us about it, keeping up the pretense that there was nothing wrong. Alice. Jasper sounded concerned, obviously feeling whatever emotion she had running through her at the moment. Alice, what's wrong? She looked up at the rest of us and shook her head. We have to get home. She stood up, not bothering to pick up her tray of uneaten food and walked out of the cafeteria, holding her phone to her ear. We all looked at each other for a split second before following her, all wondering what she could have seen to make her this agitated. Alice, I called as we walked across the parking lot. Alice, what's wrong? What did you see? She just shook her head again and got into my Volvo. I could see the confused expressions of my siblings as we all climbed into our respective cars. Carlisle. Alice sounded worried and scared. Whatever it was that she saw, it was not a good vision. The only thing I could think of was not something that I wanted to think of. We need to talk. Everyone. At home. Now. She listened for a moment before hanging up the phone as I sped out of the parking lot. Jasper and I continuously asked Alice what was happening, what she had seen on the way home. But she just shook her head and said that it was something the whole family needed to hear at the same time. I was starting to get worried now. There was only one thing that could get Alice worked up, and even then I hadn't seen her this bad. The Volturi. She wouldn't answer any of the questions that Jasper and I asked her with regards to them. That only confirmed my ideas in my own mind. When we reached home we saw that Carlisle's Mercedes was already in front of the house. How he had gotten here before us was a mystery as it normally took double the time to get to and from the hospital from our house than it did the school. Carlisle must have really been pushing it. He was probably as worried about Alice's vision as we were. Alice still refused to say anything about the vision until we were all gathered in the house. She said that it was something that concerned the entire family and that we should all hear about it at the same time. Alice. Carlisle approached her cautiously as she paced in front of us. Calm down. What's wrong? What did you see? She stopped pacing and looked straight at him. He's coming. Those were the only words that she spoke, and they confused me. I looked at the rest of my family and I saw that they had the same expressions of confusion on their faces. Who's coming, Alice? Carlisle asked, still using the calm voice he had a moment ago. I don't understand. Who's coming? Edward. And it, hopefully, answered the question that I have been asked over and over again. Is Bella a vampire? Answer. Yes, she is. He's coming. I had never thought that this story would be as popular as it is. It makes me smile every time I refresh my inbox and there's reviews for this story. Keep 'em coming. I do love them so. Laughing face. Bella. Shish. He stopped pacing and looked straight at him. He's coming. Those were the only words that she spoke, and they confused me. I looked at the rest of my family and I saw that they had the same expressions of confusion on their faces. Who's coming, Alice? Carlyle asked, still using the calm voice he had a moment ago. I don't understand. Who's coming? Edward. I stood there dumbly, feeling like an idiot for not knowing what was going on. I looked around at my family and saw that the only one, other than Alice, who had any recognition of what was going on and who this, Edward, was Carlyle. He seemed frozen in the posture he had taken when he had approached. His eyes had grown wide and his face was that of shock and fear. This Edward must be someone you don't mess with if it's got Carlyle all worked up. He didn't even act like this when the Volturi showed up. When? He asked Alice in a choked voice I had never heard him use before. Not even when we were being threatened by the Volturi. It scared me to hear him like that. When will he be here? I don't know. She shook her head, a look of despair and frustration on her face. He keeps changing his mind. He keeps flicking rough whether or not he should stop and take a detour. He keeps changing his mind about where he's going to stop, if he's going to stop, and he's doing it so fast, I can't keep up. Hang on. Jasper spoke up and I looked at him. He too had the look of confusion on his face, but that quickly changed to an expression of frustration, anger and fear. If I didn't know any better then I would say that It wasn't possible to be feeling all of those things at once, but this being Jasper, it really was. That means that he must know something about Alice's gift. He knows everything about Alice's gift. Carlyle's voice was still strained. And I wanted to know what was going on. From the looks of it, so did everyone else. Why was it that only Alice knew of this Edward? He knows everything about every gift. But how is that possible? Emmett asked. He was actually being serious for once, but given the circumstances, I couldn't expect anything else. I mean, not even the Volturi know about Alice's gift. If they did then they'd be here in an instant, trying to take her from us. Wouldn't they? Maybe that's why he's coming. Rosalie suggested, looking between Carlyle and Alice. Maybe he's an agent for the Volturi and he's coming to take Alice to Volterra. Carlyle shook his head. No. He turned to look at us. Edward isn't from the Volturi. How do you know that, Carlyle? I asked, him walking over to him. Do you know him? Yes. He nodded. Most vampires do, or at least know of him. What are you talking about? Emmett was starting to get irritated. Now, this was something that we all wanted to hear about. And there was no way Carlyle was getting out of explaining this to us. If most vampires at least know of this guy, then how come we don't? How come we've never heard of him before? Not even when we've had our run-ins with the Volturi. Because no vampire talks about Edward. Out of respect. Unless it's necessary, and I didn't think that it was prudent that you know about him. Carlyle sat down on the sofa. Even though he didn't need to, I could see that it was an inbuilt reaction. Something we had all learned from spending so much time around humans. It seems that I was wrong. He mumbled to himself. He put his head in his hands. God, why is he coming here? Now, he mumbled, again to himself. He sounded frustrated, fearful. Carlyle, who is this guy? Met asked as we all sat on the sofas around Carlyle, waiting for answers. This guy, as you put it, Emmett. Carlyle looked at him, sounding a little pissed off at Emmett's nonchalant attitude towards the situation. Something that we rarely heard in Carlyle's tone. He was normally so patient. So the arrival of this Edward must really be putting him on edge. As the father of us all. What do you mean, dear? Esme sat down on the arm of the sofa next to Carlyle and put her hand on his shoulder, attempting to comfort him. It didn't seem to be doing any good. He's the original vampire. Everyone in the room gasped slightly at this revelation. We had never thought that there was only one original vampire. Actually, being honest, I don't think any of us has ever questioned where our species came from. I know I hadn't. It was just our lot in life and we'd accepted it. So this Edward is the one we all came from? Rosalie asked nervously. She was clearly as taken aback as I was. Yes, Carlyle nodded slightly, appearing shaken up. Nobody knows how or why he became what he is, or what his real name is even. But they do know this. He is invincible, he is unstoppable, and he is the true master of the vampire race. I thought the Volturi were in charge of our race. Esme sounded as confused as the rest of us looked. I've heard of this guy, Jasper mumbled. Apparently, the Volturi is nothing more than his puppet organization. Exactly. Carlyle agreed. He rules over the Volturi. He created the Volturi. He looked at us all. Yes, he is the vampire that created Arrow, Marcus and Keyes. From the way I hear it, before he turned the three of them, it was up to him to keep all of the world's vampires under control. Being the original vampire after all, it was his job. But, after a few millennia, that can tend to get a bit tedious as you'd imagine, so from what I hear, he turned Arrow, Marcus and Keyes, so they could do the job for him. Anyway, he is the most powerful vampire in the world. Most expect that because he's so old, his strength would wane, but in reality, it appears to increase with every passing decade. He is completely unstoppable. I shook my head. That's not possible though, I argued. I mean, there has to be a way to stop this guy. No one is completely unstoppable. He is. Carlyle looked at me, his eyes hard. Many generations of people have tried, and yet they have failed. Almost every weapon ever known to man has been used against him, to no avail. He shares all of our strengths, just magnified indefinitely. And yet he does not share our only weakness. Wait, you said, after a few millennia. Emmett pointed out, just how old is this guy? Nobody really knows. Carlyle shook his head. Some say he is around 10,000, others say closer to 20. Nobody really knows how old he is. But what we do know is that he predates the written word, and even language itself. Wow, Emmett breathed, sitting back on the chair he was in. He's old. Yes, he is. Carlyle nodded. He's the oldest of our kind. He's been there all the way through history, moving behind the scenes, influencing events and occurrences all throughout history. He sighed, putting his head back into his hands. Carlyle, I said, softly. You said something about nobody knowing his real name. Are you saying that Edward isn't his real name? Not his original name, no. He sighed. Nobody knows what his original name is. Only he does. Not even Arrow, who you know is a mind reader, has been able to figure it out. It's hidden too deep within his mind for anyone to discover. He lost himself in thought for a moment before sighing in exasperation. I just can't fathom why he's coming here. I doubt he's coming all the way here just to catch up. What do you mean? I asked, suddenly wondering if Carlyle had met him before now. Have you met him before? Yes, I have. He looked around at us again. When I was living in Volterra he made several appearances. He tends to drop in on them every decade or so, making sure that they're still governing according to his rules and laws. It's he who put in place the absolute secrecy rule. No one knows why, but it's the one rule that he ensures is maintained throughout the globe. It still doesn't explain why he's coming here though. Maybe he has found out about Alice's power. Jasper offered, placing an arm around Alice's shoulder protectively. Maybe he wants her to go to Volterra to maintain the Volturi's strength. Carlyle shook his head. He knew about Alice's power as soon as it manifested when she became a vampire. How is that possible? Esme breathed, sounding worried. You see, when a new vampire with any kind of power is created, that power manifests itself within Edward. He looked around at us. I could tell that the others were as confused as I was. Each new power that arises, Edward immediately has. For example, when Alice was created, he gained the power of visions, When Jasper and Bella were created he would have gained the power of empathy, manipulating emotions and shielding. So you're saying that this, Edward, has every power that a vampire has or had ever had? I asked. What Carlyle was explaining to us finally dawning on me. Carlyle nodded solemnly. But how? I don't know. No one really knows that much about Edward. He explained. He is a vampire as an enigma. And nobody really has the courage to ask. He's not known for being the most patient or tolerant of vampires. He sighed. You've all heard of the legend of Abutamkin. We all nodded. We had all heard that legend. Abutamkin was the legend of a blood drinker, deriving from Native America. We all knew that the legend was of a vampire, and that all the stories surrounding it were probably true. The human race didn't know that though, and in their minds he had become more of a bogeyman figure. The legend still struck fear into the hearts of the people that believed the legends though. Such as the Quileute tribe a few miles down the road. Well, Carlyle took in a deep breath. He's where the legend started. I blinked at him a few times. He is a Budomkan. That meant he was at least a few thousand years old. No one really knew how old the legends of a Budomkan were, when they'd originated, but everyone knew that they outdated Egypt, the Romans and such. So he's coming here. Jasper hugged Alice closer to him. And we have no idea why or when. All we know is that he's coming here and that he's the original vampire. He's invincible, and he's easy to piss off. He sighed. This doesn't sound like it'll end well. No, it doesn't. Carlyle sighed again. I could tell that he was becoming more and more stressed out as time went by, with this Edward moving closer and closer to us with each passing second. Have you any solid time frame, Alice? She shook her head. No, he's still changing his mind. And he's doing it so frequently, I can't get a read on where he is. I don't even know if he's in the country. It's that bad. I mean, he could be halfway around the world and I wouldn't know. I could hear how frustrated Alice sounded. She hated it when she couldn't see properly. The only time that she'd had this problem before was when it involved the Quileute tribe down at La Push. She'd never had a vampire that was able to confuse her this much. It'll be okay, Alice. I walked up to her and gave her a hug. He's probably seen that Alice will see him. Carlyle said, standing up. That's how he knows to confuse her. He knows how her visions work, because his will work in the same way. So we have no way of outsmarting him? Jasper asked. I could tell that he was running through all the battle sequences that he knew in his head. No, there isn't, and we're not even going to try. Carlyle warned, looking at all of us, warning us. We are not going to challenge him. We are not going to fight back at all. Hopefully, that way, he won't see any need to harm any of us in any way. Emmett, you know I'm talking about you when I say no fighting. He is unstoppable, and if you challenge him in any way he will not hesitate in killing you. I've seen him do it. He holds no qualms about killing. Even if it is a one of his species. His species. Rosalie spat. Yes, Rosalie. Carlyle confirmed, turning to face her. His species. If it weren't for him, then none of us would exist. He is the patriarch of our kind. He pointed a finger at all of us now. Do not under any circumstances aggravate him, or you will not see out the end of his visit. That bad, huh? I was getting worried now. I didn't want to lose any of my family. I just hoped that everyone would listen to Carlyle's warning. Knowing Emmett and Rosalie, they probably wouldn't, so we would have tea. Oh, make sure that they didn't do anything to aggravate him too much. At all, really. Suddenly, Alice gasped and went rigid. I saw her eyes glaze over and her expression became horrified. 10 minutes, she moaned, snapping out of her vision. He's going to be here in 10 minutes. She sounded so defeated. I knew the fact that he had been able to confuse her so greatly had gotten her down. But from what Carlyle had told us, he had plenty of practice at confusing those he wanted. Lapse in concentration, do you think? Jasper sounded hopeful, possibly wondering if this Edward was as powerful as Carlyle made out he was. Carlyle shook his head solemnly. No, he said, his tone flat. He let her see that. That's another thing that Edward is a master at. He's a master at instilling fear into those he wishes to confront. It's an inbuilt trait of his. You'll see what I mean when he arrives. He sounded defeated as he sat back down on the sofa. Why is everyone acting like this guy coming here is the end for all of us? I asked, becoming annoyed at my family's defeatist attitude. Because it very well could be. Carlyle fired back at me. You know how strong we are compared to humans. I nodded, not breaking eye contact with him. Well, that's like comparing us with Edward. Only in this scenario, we're the humans. I took in a breath. There was no way that someone was that powerful. Own say that he's even stronger than that. I don't real know. All I know is that this family will not be testing that theory. Understood. We all nodded and fell into silence. I had never seen Carlyle like this before. It was as though he had completely given up. And all because of the visit of one vampire. Who cares if he's the reason we're all here? No one is that powerful. He may be 20,000 years old or so, but hell. If I'm going to respect him, then he better give me a damn good reason for it. He's here, Alice said, sounding afraid. We all listened and we could all hear the roar of an engine coming up the driveway. There was no going back now. He would be able to hear and smell us all in the house. We were trapped. We all looked out of the giant glass window to see that a car had stopped in front of the house. An Aston Martin Vanquish. Black. Classy car. But then again, when you've been around for several millennia, why go for anything second-rate? But I couldn't see him anywhere in the car. He wasn't in it. Where the hell was he? Carlyle had said that he was a master at freaking people out. I wasn't doubting him now. I should have known not to doubt Carlyle on any information he had on this guy. I mean, the rest of us, other than Jasper, hadn't even heard of him until today. Then suddenly he was there, standing in front of us, leaning against the wall as though this was a common occurrence for him. But who knows, it could have been. He looked young, no older than 17, but my recently acquired knowledge of him told me that he was wizened beyond what he appeared. Even if I hadn't known that he was as old as he was, I would have guessed that he was older than Carlyle. There was nothing about him that gave away that he was only 17, despite his appearance. He had strong features, perfectly sculpted cheekbones and a strong jaw. His nose was in perfect proportion to his face and was perfectly straight. His hair was an odd shade of reddish-brown, a color that I supposed could only be described as bronze. But it was his eyes that held my attention. They were old and wise, the deep red of his eyes indicating that he fed off of human blood. They showed the window into his ancient soul. They were full of knowledge and history. And they also held danger. He was dangerous. Now that I had seen him in the flesh, I could see what Carlyle meant about being wary of him. Everything about him screamed power. He was powerful. It seemed to be radiating off him in waves. We all stood up, on guard now that he was actually here. I don't think that any of us had really believed what Carlyle was saying. Up till now, that is. He was actually quite terrifying to look at. I could see why people feared him as much as they did. Why legends had been created about him. He was casting his gaze over each of us slowly, taking each of us in. His gaze lingered on me a fraction longer than the others, and for some reason he smirked. Everything in my head was longing to confront him about that. But I also knew that if I did, there was no way that I would see the night. I didn't doubt that he could kill me. I didn't doubt that he would kill me. I didn't doubt anything that Carlyle had told us about him now. I wanted to look at the rest of my family, see how they were dealing with his sudden arrival, but I didn't want to tear my gaze away from him. He was too dangerous to let out of my vision. He was too powerful to look away from. He looked away from me and focused his gaze on Carlyle, the corner of his mouth rising slightly in a smile. Carlyle, old friend. His voice was musical, even to a vampire's ears. It was as though I was hearing someone speak for the very first time. I had never imagined, even after being turned, that there could be a sound as melodic. It was like liquid velvet. Pure and beautiful. Edward. Carlyle sounded guarded, which seemed to amuse him even more. What can we do for you? I see that the basis of Arrow's fears was well grounded. He sounded bored, as if this visit was taking time out of his precious schedule. What fears were those, pray tell? Carlyle was being more formal with this guy than I had ever heard him before. And being with him for 100 years, I had heard him in plenty of formal situations. I glanced over at him and saw that he was completely rigid, his arm protectively around Esme's shoulders. His eyes never leaving the terrifying vampire in front of us. All right, I admit it. I was scared. About the size of your coven, Carlyle. His gaze flicked over us once more, again settling on me for longer than the others. It was as though he was trying to work me out. Probably trying to work his way through my shield. I managed to suppress a smirk as I knew that that would help him on his way to becoming pissed off. Something that none of us wanted. It has gotten rather large, don't you think? Well, Carlyle didn't seem to be able to form coherent sentences around this guy. Was it because he was afraid? I had never known Carlyle to be afraid of anyone. But then again, after hearing Carlyle's stories about this guy, I wasn't surprised. Come now, Carlyle. He sounded even more bored than before. If that was at all possible. If I'd wanted to kill you all, I would have done so by now. You know that, and I know it. He smirked at us all. Arrow believes that you are building an army to try to overthrow the Volturi. But then again, both you and I know that Arrow is an insufferable idiot. I had to agree with him there, and he looked in my direction, the corner of his mouth raising in a small smile again. Could he know what I was thinking? That's impossible. My shield should block him, no matter how powerful he is. It's not impossible. He looked to face me again. Not when you also have the power to negate a shield. I stiffened. He could hear my thoughts. I had never had that before. This means that my shield is completely useless against him. He nodded, not breaking eye contact with me. Something held my gaze. I don't know what it was, but there was something about him, telling me not to look away from him. As if it was disrespectful. No way, I thought angrily. If this guy wants my respect, then he's going to have to earn it. He let out a laugh. Shit, I forgot, no shield, fuck. Carlyle, I would have thought that you would discourage the use of such colorful language. Even in the mind. He stood up straight and walked over to me slowly. I could feel the fear rising in my chest. The closer this guy got, the scarier he became. I could feel the power radiating off him with every step he took. He was arrogant, but hell, he had reason to be. This guy created an entire race. If that doesn't give someone's ego a boost, then what the hell does? He stopped in front of me, and I caught his scent properly for the first time. It was so entrancing, like the sun setting over the backs of the trees after a long, hot summer's day. There were so many errant aspects to his scent that there was no way to really describe it. I knew that it was designed to pull you in, as all of our scents were, but something about it seemed to have exponentially more power than the rest of ours. Being the original must mean that everything about him is enhanced. More powerful. Don't worry. He pushed my hair over my shoulder. The motion wasn't supposed to be gentle or sweet. It was meant as a warning. In making this movement, he had exposed my throat. With any normal vampire, this movement wouldn't be threatening at all. But when he did it, it instilled a terror in me like one I had never known. You'll learn. His voice came out as a dangerous whisper, and it made me shudder, which in turn made him smile. Even his smile was entrancing. If any of us had thought that our powers of enticement were good, none of us had anything on this guy. But then again, we had all got it from somewhere. He placed a hand on my throat, sliding his thumb under my chin and twisting my head slightly. His skin was cold, even to me. I still didn't break eye contact with him. Something inside of me told me that there would be hell to pay if I did, and I didn't want to risk any hurt coming to my family. The moment his skin came into contact with mine, I felt a sharp shock, as though something was jolting me with electricity running through my veins, originating at his fingertips. If he felt it, then he made no movement to give himself away. He had me helpless, and he knew it. I had never been overpowered like this before. Never had someone get the best of me without using any effort. And yet here I was, being held completely helpless by this one vampire, who wasn't even trying. He could kill me in an instant and none of us could do anything about it. I was fucked. Bella doesn't seem to have made that good an impression on Edward, does she? What is he going to do to her? You'll have to wait till the next chapter to find out. Please review and let me know what you think. XX. It's her, Edward. If I was being honest, I was slightly amused by the reactions that I was seeing from Carlyle's coven. They were actually quite entertaining. To a certain degree, at least. It was amusing playing with their little psychic. All of them other than Carlyle obviously had thought that they would be able to keep track of me through her visions. That much was clear in the expressions I saw in the visions I received about the coven. They didn't look too dangerous. There was one large one that I would have to put in his place, but other than that they all seemed to understand that I was the one in charge. From what I could see through the visions I was receiving, they operated in a family dynamic. Carlyle appeared to act as father figure. This didn't surprise me. He had told me when in Volterra that his dreams as a human had been to marry and father children. Most of my species didn't remember their human memories, but Carlyle, it seemed, had clung to these memories. I didn't know why it interested me, but it had. Maybe it was because Carlyle was the only vampire around that wasn't hellbent on power. The rest of them appeared to be the doting family. His maid obviously playing the mother and the others were children. It all seemed very quaint and unnecessary to me. Why would you need to play families? What was the point? But then Carlyle had always had a different mind to other vampires. It wasn't filled with the thought of killing as most vampires were. His was filled with thoughts of preserving life, for some odd reason. Not that it really mattered to me. Let him do as he pleases. Not my problem. Or at least this is what I was on the way to find out. I knew that it wouldn't be a problem for the Volturi or myself, Carlisle's coven being so large. But it didn't hurt to take a look. Hell, I had nothing else to do. Nothing that couldn't wait anyway. I didn't want them to know when I was going to be arriving, so I knew from the expiry NCE I had with the gift of visions that I had to keep my mind in a constant state of disarray. It wasn't that hard to do. I had spent many years making snap decisions. Of course I had seen that the psychic vampire would see me coming. That's how I knew to keep changing my mind. I was continuously watching the family as I made my way from Italy to Washington. They didn't know when I would be arriving. I had managed to keep the little vampire from knowing that I was on my way until I was about an hour away from their little hometown of Forks. Another little gift of mine. When I was about an hour away, driving from Seattle to the town, aptly named after a piece of cutlery, I allowed her to see that I had made the decision to come to Forks. I had also seen her freaking out about it. She didn't know explicitly who I was. All she knew was my name and that I was powerful. She hadn't been given any other information than that through the vision. Naughty Carlisle, I had thought to myself, as I made my way down the freeway that led from Seattle to Forks. He should have explained to his little coven a little more about me. I thought I knew him better than that. Obviously, he hadn't been as smart as I'd given him credit for. I knew that he would spend the time waiting for me to arrive by explaining to his young and naive coven who I was. As I was flicking from one decision to the next, I kept scanning for the immediate future, concentrating on the members of Carlisle's coven and their reactions to the information they were being given. It was relatively easy to do. I had seen they would be wary of me when I arrived. The blonde male would be protective over the little psychic one and the big vampire would be protective over the blonde female. Carlisle would be protective over his mate, of course. But then there was one who stood out. I couldn't get a grasp on her face and that annoyed me. I had never had anyone evade me before. In a vision, through the mind, ever. This was not something that happened. Well, it had happened once, but that offender was long gone. I wouldn't have to worry about her now. Even so, this blurred vision was aggravating me. And I would have to figure out why I was being evaded when I arrived. I sped up, wanting to find out the reasons behind this girl's evasiveness in my visions was. It was really beginning to piss me off. When I was about 10 minutes away from their house, I stopped flicking my mind from one decision to another, letting the little psychic vampire see me properly for the first time, letting her see how close I was to them. I knew that this would cause them to panic. I could hear their mental voices now. I was getting close. In their minds they were all coming up with ways to get around me, to evade my presence. This was one of the reasons that I had kept how close I was from them in my own mind, not letting them know how close I was until it was too late. Carlisle knew how powerful I was, he knew how treacherous it would be for them to disappear suddenly, when I knew exactly what they were planning and would probably beat them to the punch anyway. He knew that there would be no going back if they did that. He knew of my temper. And he also knew what I had done when people had gotten on the wrong side of it before. Let me tell you, it is not something that you want to see firsthand. I could hear the scattered thoughts of 6 minds as I pulled up the driveway and disappeared out of the car so fast that they would have no idea what had hit them. I could hear the confusion running through them as enhanced eyes peered through the windscreen to discover that I was not there. Of course I was faster than they could see. Everything about me was enhanced, even so much so that they could not compete on any level. I smirked to myself listening to their thoughts. I knew that Carlisle had told them about my ability to unnerve even the most ancient of vampires. My tricks with the Volturi were proof of that. So playing with these children vampires was nothing. It was hardly even entertaining. Appearing in front of them, their faces were just as I had seen in a vision that I had received not moments before. The looks of shock and fear on their faces were nothing new. They immediately stood, their instincts telling them to fear me. I could tell that this reaction confused them, as they were used to being the ones that were feared. Not the other way around. They listened to their instincts, regardless of their confusion. Good little vampires, I thought upon seeing their eyes widen in fear, not really believing that I was really in front of them. I could see them all looking me over, probably judging whether or not I was as big of a threat to their existence as I was. Oh, I was. The biggest threat to the way they lived. Let's put it this way. My word was law. If I told them that they had to disband forever, then it would be done. I wasn't going to give that order. Not yet anyway. I looked them over, one by one. Of course they were all as I had seen them whilst scanning their futures on my journey across the world. They were all watching me, their gazes fueled by fear and agitation. They were all wary of me, and I commended them with that decision. They were right to be wary of me. They'd be fools not to be. All of their thoughts were chaotic. And again I could only hear 6 sets of thoughts. There was one missing. One of them was a shield. And I had an idea of which one it was. The one that I couldn't see in my visions. The one that had the blurred face, that I was unable to focus on. The one that had aggravated me through my whole journey here. I scanned the group and saw only the vampires that I had seen in my visions, before I reached the last of the group. As I gazed at her, a spark of remembrance blazed in my mind. Of course, I thought to myself. How did I not recognize that scent? The scent that had drawn me in from many miles away. She was even more beautiful than I remembered her. All of her human traits brought into her vampiric life. Enhanced by the beauty that my species possessed. I had believed her to be long dead. Had I known she had turned, I would have tracked her down long before now. But as it turned out, I was out of the country before that day way out. How interesting. Well, that may be pushing it. This twist of fate was turning out to be. Her deep mahogany hair, pale skin, now paler than it had been in her human life. The skin that would no longer flush when she was embarrassed or aggravated. That had been almost unbearable to withstand. That steady pooling of blood in her cheeks. It had been her eventual undoing. The only thing that was incredibly different about her was her eyes. They were no longer that deep menacing brown that they had been in her human life, but instead they were a deep gold. Evidence of her lifestyle as a vegetarian vampire. Personally, that was something I had never had time for. I had fed on animals when the need was there and humans were scarce, but I would never choose it as a lifestyle. Humans were just too enticing and delectable to pass up. Besides, that was one of the reasons I was created. Humans had needed to be controlled. The reason behind my creation. It made sense to me that she was a shield now in her vampiric life. Hers had been the only thoughts throughout my own existence that had been a mystery. This aspect to her had aggravated me and yet entranced me at the same time. That last point was the only reason I had not destroyed her when I first encountered her. It was the only thing that had kept her alive, for that short amount of time that I was able to reign in my control at least. Isabella. Of course she had been human then, so her thoughts were guarded from me. But no longer. I drew my gaze away from her, coming to the conclusion that I would deal with her when the time arose. I guided my gaze to Carlyle, whose thoughts were frantic but more controlled than the rest of his coven. He alone knew what I was capable of, so he above the others had a right to fear me. He vividly remembered what had happened to vampires that had pushed my limit. And he was now fearful for the lives of his coven. His family as he called them in his mind. I nearly laughed out loud at that sentiment. But the sense of remembrance of our meetings in Volterra was still evident in his mind. He knew that if his family remained controlled in my presence then I would have no reason to obliterate them. As he knew I would have no qualms about doing, should the opportunity or need arise. Carlyle. Old friend. I called looking at him, and I could see him relax slightly, though he was still guarded and wary, shielding his mate slightly from me. As if that would stop me. He knew it wouldn't, but it was an inbuilt reaction that my kind held. Protect your mate above all else. Edward. I could hear the nervousness in his voice. He was testing the waters, making sure that I wouldn't attack without provocation. What can we do for you? I see that the basis of Arrow's fears was well grounded. I was being vague. I could hear the frantic thoughts of his family. The images of their past run-ins with the Volturi running through their minds. Apart from that one that was shielded from me, I would have to access the negation power I possessed to read her thoughts. Not at the moment though. That would be saved for later. When I felt the need. What fears were those, pray tell? Carlyle was a formal vampire. I knew this much from previous encounters, but he had never been this guarded before. I knew that it was because he feared for his coven. That was obvious. He was trying to ensure their safety by being as polite and formal as he could. As if that would help them. Should I find the need to destroy them? About the size of your coven, Carlyle. I looked over them all once again. Their eyes were still glued to me. As they should be. Their instincts were telling them to run. To get as far away from me as they possibly could. To either run or to attack. It was the classic, fight or flight, predicament. I was a threat and they knew it. But their minds were wrestling with their instincts, forcing them to stay still. Not move an inch. And none of them did. None of them moved at all. I allowed my gaze to linger once again on Isabella. She held no recognition in her expression. She didn't remember me. But then again, why should she? She was only human when we first met. And human memories wane with time when one becomes a vampire, as imperfect as they are. The vampire mind didn't hold a place for the dulled imperfect memories acquired in human life. I was the only one in existence that remembered their human life explicitly. Not even I knew why that was. It was even a mystery to me. Not that I had put much thought into it. Life was so inexplicably boring when I was human. Though when I had been living it, it had seemed full and exciting. But looking back it was incredibly inadequate. Bland to say the least. I didn't put much thought into it. I could see in her eyes that she thought she had figured out what I was doing. Probably inking that I was trying to work my way through her shield. Little did she know that I could negate the shield in a split second should I desire to. I would do soon. The temptation was great. I had been unable to access those guarded thoughts when she was human, and now, as she was a vampire, I could access them whenever I pleased. It has gotten rather large, don't you think? I turned to face Carlyle. I saw that even though his face was blank there was fear written in his eyes and running through his mind. Well, This was a side to Carlyle that I hadn't seen before. He was normally so calm. Able to give an answer to any question posed. Not this stuttering mess that I saw before me. Oh, God, he's come to reduce our numbers. The Volturi has told him of the size of my family. Made him aware of the threat we believe we pose. Not my children. I rolled my eyes at the monologue running through his mind, becoming bored. Come now, Carlyle. If I'd wanted to kill you all, I would have done so by now. Well, maybe not, but still you get the idea. You know that and I know it. I smirked. He did know. He had witnessed me destroying vampires without using any effort whatsoever. He knew I could and would do it. Arrow believes that you are building an army to try to overthrow the Volturi. But then again, both you and I know that Arrow is an insufferable idiot. That he was and I saw. A flicker of humor run through Carlyle's eyes, his mind confirming that he agreed with me. I decided at that moment to access the negation power I possessed. I could hear the rest of the coven agreeing with me in their minds. They had all had their fair share of run-ins with Arrow and the brothers. They all agreed with me in that respect. I found that Isabella agreed with me as well. That thought made me smile slightly and I could hear the confusion in her mind. She was confused about my reaction. She knew that it was somehow related to her inner thoughts. To my amusement, she reasoned that I couldn't hear her thoughts as her shield should protect her. No matter how powerful he is. I turned to face her, staring her straight in the eye, locking her gaze. It's not impossible. I saw the ichor of shock that ran through her eyes. Not when you also have the power to negate a shield. I saw her visibly stiffen at the mention of that particular power. Her thoughts were in a frenzy now. He had never been in this position before. Where his mind was laid out for anyone to see. I saw flickers of Jane and Alec run through her mind. The demon twins from the Volturi. More than once I had been tempted to rip the two of them limb from limb, but I had reasoned they were useful for keeping the rest of the race in line. The threat of either one of them was enough to ensure that, it appeared, that their gifts didn't work on Isabella. Seeing as they both originated and concentrated in the mind, I could see that she was wrestling with herself, fighting the urge to break my gaze. Half of her was telling her that it was disrespectful and dangerous to look away from me. And she would be right in that respect. No vampire ever dared to break my gaze. But the other half of her mind, the defiant half, was fighting that decision. No way I heard her mind aggroing with her instincts, as the others were doing at this point in time. If this guy wants my respect then he's going to have to earn it. I couldn't hold back the laugh at this girl's audacity. She was tenacious, I'll give her that much. She seemed to realize her mistake as she scolded herself in her mind. Shit, I forgot no shield, fuck. I stood up and turned my body to face her. Carlyle, I would have thought that you would discourage the use of such colorful language. Even in the mind, I made my way over to her slowly and I could hear the frantic thoughts of the others around her. They wanted to jump in the way, shield her from me, but they also knew that I would tear them apart if they did. They were all at war with themselves, torn between protecting their sister and protecting themselves. They feared me, as they should do, which also meant they stayed put, not wanting to risk disappointing or hurting Carlyle in any way. They all looked to him as a father figure, and I could see why. He had their respect without commanding it, something I had experience with. With the exception of a few, he had created the whole coven. As I approached her, the strength of her scent increased, but it was not as enticing as it had been when I had first encountered her. Our previous meeting had seen to that, but it was alluring all the same. Strawberries and freesia, she was drawn in, just as she had been in human life, and I could hear her inner thoughts trying to figure out why that was. She settled on the theory that because I was the original vampire, my scent was more alluring than theirs was. That was part of the reason. Everything about me was enhanced. I outshone my descendants, as you may call them, in every way. I was stronger, faster and more alluring than any other vampire in the world. The other reason I was so enticing to her, well, let's say she'll figure it out in due time. Don't worry, I breathed as I approached her, brushing her thick mahogany hair over her shoulder. Still soft, just as I'd imagined it would be. She was even more fearful now, because she realized the predicament she was in. She was exposed to me. She feared that even though she didn't realize why. Of course, Carlyle hadn't mentioned that the venom I possessed was toxic even to a vampire. But instead of it changing them as it would a human, or enhancing their powers as you may think it would, it incapacitated and destroyed them. If I felt the need to bite you, there was no escape. You'll learn. She shuddered at those words, and that in turn made me smile. Very few things in this world made me smile anymore. Call me dismal and broody, but when you've seen everything more than once, you find very few things that are entertaining as life draws on. But seeing her squirm, I don't know why, but it was amusing. I reached up and placed a hand on her throat, ensuring she knew of the danger she was potentially in. Please, Edward, Carlyle pleaded in his thoughts. She doesn't know. I smirked. So she didn't know the truth. Tut tut, Carlyle. I wouldn't have thought he would keep something like that from her. It was clear he treated his children with respect and gave them all the information they required, but keeping something like this from one of them, that was something that I hadn't expected from Carlyle. I ed my thumb underneath her chin and tilted her head to the side, remembering the last encounter I had had with Isabella. Seeing her throat on the edge of my gaze, I could remember perfectly the sight of her blood rushing through her veins, her pulse point throbbing with each thud of her heart. It was that which had undone me. She didn't break eye contact with me, and I had to commend her for that. It took a lot of nerve for anyone, human or vampire, to maintain eye contact with me, especially for such a long period of time. None before had been able to go longer than a minute or two before crumbling completely. Others just avoided looking into my eyes for as long as possible, afraid of what they would find there. She knew the danger that she was in. She knew that this could be it for her. It wouldn't be, but I didn't want to enlighten her or her family to that fact at this moment in time. For the first time in a long time, I was actually amused. Not much had gathered that from me in the last few millennia. Not even aggravating the three brothers had been able to amuse me. Not in a long time. Of course their theories and methods were ridiculous, but other than that, they were all incredibly boring. All those years of being stuck in that infernal castle had stripped them of whatever personality they had to begin with. Maybe I should just burn it down and start again. That idea held promise, but it was Isabella's next thought that amused me the most, because it was true. I'm fucked. Yes, my dear, you are. Bella and Edward don't seem to be getting along very well, do they? Or are they? You've found out that the two of them have a history, but only he remembers it. Will Bella remember? You'll have to read on to find out if she will, and the circumstances under which they met. Talking. Edward, The amount of fear I could feel emanating off of the family around me was overpowering. There was so much of it. It made the atmosphere thick. And I reveled in it. Fear was what the world showed me. Whether it was conscious or not, it made no difference to me whatsoever. Fear is what made the hunt, the chase, everything worthwhile. When it was so thick in the air that you could almost taste it, then you know that you've won. And I had most definitely won this round. Standing there, holding Isabella's life in my hands, literally, I could feel their fear growing. I could feel hers as well. If she was still human, then her heart would have been pounding so hard as if it were about to beat right out of her chest. Just as it had done all those years ago. I remembered that meeting as though it had happened yesterday. I had repressed it into my memories and they had all come resurfacing as I held Isabella in my grasp, as weak as she had been back then. FL Shabak tilde. Chicago 1918. I had been making my way through the city, not heading in any direction in particular, ignoring the pasty faces and inane babble of the inner and spoken monologues of the pitiful humans surrounding me. The way their incessant droning carried on, it was a wonder that they hadn't wiped themselves out due to irritation by this point in history. At least vampires had numerous interesting thoughts that ran through their minds. Not the inane drivel of the simplistic human brain. That's when I caught it. The most tantalizing scent I had ever smelt. And in my long existence, I had smelt many a delectable human. This one was different though. It was something I couldn't ignore, though I might try. I had spent millennia honing my control, reining in my instincts, and now, I was abandoning them all to investigate this one all-encompassing scent. From what I gathered, it was a few hours old, but with my heightened senses, more powerful than that of even the greatest tracker, I could pick it up as though the human had just walked by. It wasn't hard to follow, with the scent just becoming stronger and stronger as I approached my destination. I knew that I was nearing my destination when the Vano started pooling in the back of my throat at an alarming rate. I had never had this reaction to a human before, and it was not something I was used to. Obviously I had the steady stream of venom that pooled in my mouth whilst anticipating a kill, but this went beyond anything I'd experienced before. It was intriguing. At almost 15,000 years old you would have thought that I'd experienced everything, but it appears not. The offending scent was coming from a nearby park, and I followed it to a small area by the lake. I gazed around, assessing everything with each and every sense, making sure that there was no one else in the immediate area, should I lose control. Something which over the years, had been an occurrence for me. I had patience and temper issues. Deal with it. It was then that I laid my eyes upon her, sitting in the sun, and I knew that she was the source of this delicious aroma. Strawberries and freesia. That's what it was. I made my way towards her, listening for the telltale signs that would indicate if she knew I was there. Her heartbeat and breathing was regular, so there were no signs there. But the strangest and most aggravating thing of all, I couldn't read her thoughts. That had never happened to me before. Even as I moved closer to her, not a whisper. This, I grew aggravated at. There was no one in the world that was shielded from me. There never had been before. Not that I had come across. I knew that there were vampiric shields out there, because of the increase in power I gained. I was standing not too far away from her, safely in the shadows. Lest I should sparkle in front of her and cause a scene, pulling the park full of unwary humans into an early death. That was when she looked up at me. She was attractive, for a human. Long mahogany hair, pale alabaster skin and huge brown eyes. I could see her being on the list of many a suitor. Not for long, I'd thought to myself, knowing that there would be a time, in the near future, that I would feed upon this girl. Possibly not right now, as I was intrigued about the silence in her mind. "Hello," she called, smiling, completely unaware of the danger that she was in. Not knowing that, she was standing in the presence of the creature civilizations feared and created legends about. Not realizing that she was in the presence of the oldest and most powerful creature in the world. I almost smiled at her ignorance. Almost. "I'm Isabella, but everyone calls me Bella." She smiled at me again. "What's your name?" End flashback tilde. I could tell through her innermost thoughts that she hadn't been afraid like this since our last meeting all those years ago. The only difference between these two meetings is that this time, she knew why she was afraid. All she had left of our previous meeting was the extreme, overwhelming sense of fear. Her human memories were in there somewhere, but at the moment they were useless to her, as she had to focus on the fact that I could potentially rip her head off at any given moment. And she didn't like it. Not one bit. I wouldn't make her suffer for too long. There's only so much suffering one can find amusing. Even for someone as sadistic as I was, I'll admit that. It's true, and at a time like this, I smirked at her again, not breaking eye contact as I did so, and I saw the fear flicker through her eyes and her mind again. She was not as guarded in her thoughts as others I had encountered had been. But that was purely because she was used to being a shield, to having her mind guarded from others. But that wasn't enough to keep her mind from me. She was still wrestling with the idea of someone knowing what was going on inside of her mind. I smirked again and slowly removed my hand. She knew that I wasn't finished with her. There was no way I was finished with her yet. It had been too long since I'd seen her. And there were many things we needed to settle. I turned to Carlyle, my gaze running over each of them. They were watching me, their faces masks of fear. I smirked again, knowing that the blonde male could also feel the intoxicating fear that surrounded us. It was he that I had received the power of empathy from over 200 years ago after all. Carlyle. I turned to face him slowly. A word. I looked over the others in the room. In private, Carlyle looked at the family and nodded. They all looked to him and back to me again. I let a low growl ripple through me. Now, Carlyle looked panicked, and he knew that my temper was being tried. He looked at the others, panicked, and they all looked at each other and left quickly. I heard them thinking about going hunting, and it seemed to be a mass decision. Animals. I scoffed. Only Carlyle would have the persuasion techniques to convince a whole coven to live off of animal blood. How can anyone stand it? I had had to feed off of animals before. In an existence as long as mine, encounters like that were inevitable. But I would never choose. It is a lifestyle choice. Only Carlyle would be the only one that would choose this. What can I do for you, Edward? He asked me slowly. He was still wary, knowing that my temper was on a very short leash at the moment. You didn't tell her. It was a statement, not a question. I knew for a fact that he hadn't told Bella her origins. No, he didn't deny it, knowing that I would be able to see straight through him, and that the retribution would be all the worse if he did. Why not? I kept my voice calm and cool. I kept my eye contact with Carlyle. Come now, Carlyle. I sighed, exasperated. Don't turn into a blithering idiot. Tell me why you haven't told Isabella the truth. I didn't think that it was prudent for her to know. His voice was steadier now. I guess that it was because his family was no longer here. He didn't have to worry about anyone else getting hurt. Immediately anyway. You didn't think that it was prudent for her to know where she came from. I raised my eyebrows at him. You didn't think it was prudent for her to know who changed her. I didn't think she would understand. He stated. He was getting nervous again, and I smirked at the way he was sifting through his thoughts to try and come up with an answer to all of my questions. How would she not understand knowing about where she came from? Don't you think that it's wrong of you to deceive her for well over a century? I rolled my eyes at him. She's going to find out. I've seen it before. A vampire comes across one who's changing and decides to take them under their wing. The vampire always finds out. He knew that I was telling the truth. I had seen it before. And let's just say, it didn't really end well for either vampire. Well, I don't know. He stood up tall now, as if challenging me without really challenging me. I could see the defensive side of him coming through. He had loyalty. Not many creatures, vampire, human or any other, had any respect for loyalty anymore. I don't think I have to worry about Bella too much. I let out a laugh. Oh, Carlyle. I shook my head at him. You really think that when she finds out, and you know she will, that she's the type of vampire to just let it go? I sighed, smirking at him. He knew that I was right. I never was. He knew that Bella wouldn't let being lied to for a century. Tell her. What? He was stunned. He wasn't expecting me to do that. I could tell that he didn't from the way his thoughts just stopped. His mind drew a blank. There was nothing running through his mind at all. I said, tell her. I growled and his face contorted into a mask of fear. He was not about to test my patience. He nodded, bowing his head solemnly. I know that it was wrong of me to deceive her. I just didn't really know how to tell her. She woke up from the change and believed that I was the one who had saved her. I didn't have the heart to tell her that it wasn't me. I didn't know how to tell her that she was turned by the father of our race. The most powerful of us all. I knew he wasn't trying to flatter me. He knew that there was no point. I didn't respond well to flattery. It was the weak's way of trying to spare themselves. It was something that got vampires killed. It makes no difference who changed her. I told him sharply. All that matters is that you didn't. And she needs to know. You're right, he sighed. I will tell her, now. I told him sternly. Call her, now, while the others are hunting. He nodded and walked over to the phone. He didn't like what I had told him to do. But in his mind he knew I was right. I may be a 15,000-year-old monster, but I knew the difference between right and wrong. I knew that denying someone the knowledge of where they came from was wrong. I knew what it felt like. I didn't know where I came from. I didn't know why I became what I became. After 15,000 years I had given up all hope of finding out. But if I could stop anyone else from being denied the knowledge that I had, then I would. I heard him on the phone to Isabella. He sounded grave and I knew he was dreading the task at hand. His mind had the same morbid tone to it that Hi's voice did, and he was sending out waves of remorse and regret. I knew that he didn't want to tell Isabella where she came from, who she was truly created by. But he had to realize he had no choice. She would find out eventually. He put down the phone and turned to face me again. She's coming back now. He ran his hand through his hair. The others will be staying out to hunt for a while longer. Good, I told him flatly. We studied each other for a moment while we waited for Isabella to return, the positions of power clearly stated between us. I didn't like overpowering over Carlyle. But in this case I felt it was necessary. Carlyle. Isabella's voice rang out through the house. In here, Bella, Carlyle said softly. In the living room. She appeared in an instant, looking worried, stopping dead in her tracks when she saw me standing there in front of Carlyle. She looked between Carlyle and I, her gaze lingering on me a fraction of a second longer than it did on Carlyle. What's going on? She whispered, her freshly golden eyes staring at me, her eyes full of confusion and hatred. I guess I had to expect that. It was what I was used to after all. Bella, Carlyle choked out. He looked at her. His voice was strained and his eyes were full of pain and sorrow, and regret was pouring out of him as though someone had left a faucet on full blast. Carlyle has something to tell you, Isabella. There was no emotion in my voice. I could hear the flatness of my tone. It seemed to unnerve the both of them. They knew that I didn't put any emotion into anything I did. Emotions were useless in life. Or the unlife as we lived it. It slowed you down, made things messy. I didn't put much stock into them. What is it, Carlyle? She didn't remove her gaze from me as she asked this question. She narrowed her eyes at me as I stared blankly back. What's wrong? There's something you need to know, Bella. Carlyle ran his hands through his hair and sighed, sadly. I tensed my jaw and sighed, exasperated. I was getting aggravated now. Carlyle was just drawing out the inevitable and he knew it. He looked at me, worry in his eyes, and I raised my eyebrows at him, silently telling him to get on with it. He nodded and turned to face Isabella. Bella, I'm afraid I haven't been completely honest with you. He shook his head and Isabella was starting to become concerned now. I could feel it rolling off her in waves. What do you mean, Carlyle? She tore her gaze from me and looked at Carlyle. There's something that I have been refraining to tell you. He took a deep breath. I haven't been completely honest with you about your origins. Carlyle, you're scaring me now. She was staring at him now. She couldn't tear her eyes away. I could see in her mind that she was trying to work it out. But she was coming up short. Tell me what's going on. Bella, he breathed in no more than a whisper. You were not turned by me. The last part of that sentence came out as a whisper, but the three of us heard it as clear as day. Her face turned into a mask of shock and anger. What are you talking about, Carlyle? I'm sorry, Bella. He shook his head. If he could cry at this moment in time, then I was sure that he would be. If not you. Her voice sounded as pained as Carlyle's did. Then who? Carlyle's gaze flickered towards me and she looked at me, Her eyes widened in surprise. You. Her voice was strained and coarse. You made me. I looked her in the eyes and nodded once, my face void of any kind of emotion. You may think it harsh, but it was necessary. Why didn't you tell me? She was staring at me now and her emotions were getting the better of her. I don't want to seem rude, but even though she was emotional, she still had her manners. Good thing for her to remember. I may have made her, but that didn't shield her from what I was capable of. But if you made me, why did you leave me? Is that just what you do? Honestly, Isabella, Bella. She cut me off and I raised my eyebrows at her. Sorry, she mumbled softly, looking at the ground, seeming ashamed of her outburst. It's just, I prefer Bella. I didn't mean to cut you off like that. It's just, make sure it doesn't happen again. I remarked coldly and I saw her flinch at the iciness to my tone. In answer to your question, I didn't tell you because I wasn't in the country by the time you had turned. I thought I'd killed you. Oh, her voice was nothing more than a whisper. Bella, Carlyle started to move towards her. Don't. She held up a hand and stepped away from him, indicating that he should stop where he was. I need to be alone right now. And with that she was gone, leaving Carlyle standing there like a broken man. Maybe I should. Carlyle had begun pacing back and forth, never looking at me, although I could hear the anger directed towards me in his mind. Carlyle, I growled, my patience was wearing thin. You forget, I can hear your mind. He looked at me, apologetically, before burying his face in his hands again. And don't go after her. He looked at me and I knew that if he could shed tears, he would be right now. But, she needs to be alone, I said bitterly. I looked in the direction that Isabella had run off in. Before Carlyle could even comprehend what had happened, I was out of the house and hot on Isabella's scent. I could find her wherever she went. Her scent still captivated me in the way it had 100 years ago. I had repressed this in the back of my mind, not really wanting to pay attention to the memory. I had lived through so much in my life, repressing the memories that didn't matter to me, or that I had no pleasure in reliving. This was one of those that I didn't want to revisit again. I had no idea why this girl had affected me so much, but she had. In all my long years, no one had affected me the way this girl had. I was going to find out though. I followed her scent to a grouping of large boulders and stones. She was sitting on top of the largest boulder and I could hear her thoughts running a mile a minute, trying to sort out what she had just discovered in her mind. Running away isn't the answer. I spoke calmly and she turned around too fast for any mortal eyes to see. You're still afraid of me. I smirked at her, seeing the familiar flash of fear run through her eyes. So you should be. Would you still hurt me? She whispered, looking down at the ground. Don't think that because I made you, you get any special treatment. I growled, narrowing my eyes at her. I walked over to one of the boulders nearest to me and leaned against it, resting my hands behind me and leaning back onto them, tilting my head up to the sky. Her eyes darted back up to look at me frantically. She shook her head, her expression fearful. I didn't. I wasn't. Good. The word came out as barely more than another growl. I didn't want her getting any ideas. She was worth no more to me than any others. Can I ask you a question? She asked timidly. It seems that she'd been advised on my temper. Carlyle warned them all, no doubt. It did. Nt matter to me whether they knew about my impatience and temper. It wouldn't help them any. If it's okay, that is. What? Why did you turn me? She whispered, looking up at me, knowing full well that I could hear her. Why not just leave me to die? Like I said, I thought I did. I replied flatly. It had been so long since I had drained a human completely and utterly. I heard her scoff in her mind. That's enough of that. I warned her and she mumbled an apology. I guess I'd forgotten how potent my venom is. I let out a laugh. Ironic, right? The most powerful vampire in the world and I forget. How old are you? She still didn't trust herself to speak in a higher volume than a whisper. Well, I smirked at her again. Let's just say, I predate history. So you've got to be getting on a bit then. I didn't laugh at her humor. She didn't either when she saw my expression. You have no idea, I whispered and she caught the seriousness in my tone. I'm sorry if I offended you. She looked back at the ground dismissively. So you should be. I looked her up and down. You can look at me, you know. You're not going to spontaneously combust. Although, that would be kind of cool. Who for? You or the combusting vampire? Me. I grinned at her, knowing that there was an evil tint to it. Not that I cared. Of course. Gotta get some fun from somewhere, don't I? I don't want to risk sounding rude or anything. But has anyone told you you might be a bit sadistic? She looked up at me, a tiny smile playing on her lips. I looked at her and smirked. Frequently. I guess. It's something that you're used to then. She didn't seem to be able to look at me for too long. I could hear in her mind that it was because she thought that there would be some kind of retribution if she did. Either for her or her coven. That wasn't something I was decided on yet. I didn't want to destroy Carlisle's coven. He was one of the only halfway decent vampires I had met in my long eternity. But I would have to if I needed to. And I knew that was something she understood as well as the rest of her coven. Just because she now knew the truth about her origins didn't mean that she or anyone else in her family would be safe. If and when I made the decision, no one would be spared. Let me know what you think. Laughing face. Recognition. Bella. There was something about him. Something familiar. Even as he stood there, his hand clasped around my throat, I felt as though I had known him from a previous encounter. One just as dangerous and deadly as this one. But where from? And when? There was no way that I would forget him. How he looked, the essence of power that emanated off of him. I couldn't forget him. There was no way, and there was no way that anyone would be able to mistake him for anyone else. That feat would be impossible. I didn't know what it was about him. I was terrified, yes, but there was something compelling about him. Something that I couldn't tear my eyes away from, other than the fear of being destroyed with a flick of his fingers. He was gorgeous. There was no denying that. I could see that he could and probably had had every woman that he ever wanted. I mean, after a couple of millennia, you're bound to pile up a few exes. I didn't look away from him. You didn't have to have Jasper's power to know that everyone was absolutely terrified. I could feel it in the air. And I could tell he could too. There was something in his eyes that told me he knew we were all scared. And I could also tell he was enjoying it. He was enjoying the fear we were all feeling. There was something seriously wrong with this guy. I could see something flicking in his eyes. Something that looked like recognition. Did he know me? There was no way. He couldn't know me. I hadn't ever met him before. Maybe I had in my human life. But there was no way. He would have killed me if I'd met him in my human life. Call me crazy, but he doesn't seem like the kind of vampire that would hang around and chat with a human. More of the, let's rip your throat out and then we'll say hi, type to me. I was being irrational. I hadn't met him before. The fear I was feeling was probably influencing me into thinking that I had met him before. There was something about him. It struck a chord within me. But I didn't really see how. No, though, hoping that he had given up on reading my thoughts. You haven't met him. You would remember him. He smirked at me, an evil glint in his eye, and he removed his hand from my throat. I had to struggle to repress a sigh, but I managed to nonetheless. Cool. Only imagine what would happen if I hadn't been able to. The retribution would have been swift if I hadn't. I had learned from Carlisle's information that he wasn't the most patient or controlled of vampires. But then again, seeing the things that he must have seen had to do that to a guy. After letting go of me, he swept his gaze over the rest of my family. He stopped when he reached Carlisle. I saw the anger flicker through those blood-red eyes of his. I knew that he had fed recently, and the fact that he fed off of human blood unnerved me. We had never had a vampire that fed off of humans in the house before. Yes, we had had visits from the Volturi, but we had always met them away from the house. The only other vampires that had been in the house were our vegetarian cousins from Alaska. We didn't know what he would do. Carlisle, he growled, turning his whole body to face Carlisle, who wore a masked expression, but I could see the fear and panic growing in his eyes. A word. I looked over the rest of us. In private, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Carlisle was not one that I wanted directed at me anytime soon. He nodded at all of us, but none of us moved. I, for one, didn't want to leave Carlisle alone with this guy. I was a little scared when he let a growl rumble through the house. It was unlike any growl I had ever heard before. It was more feral than anything I had ever heard. Now, I looked at Carlyle and saw that his previously blank expression had turned to one of panic and fear. Obviously, his warnings about Edward's temper were not just stories and were well-grounded fears. I had never seen Carlyle this afraid before. We all came to the same conclusion about what we needed to do and we made ourselves scarce. Whatever it was that Edward wanted with Carlyle, it was not something that we wanted to be present for. We all ran out of the front door as fast as we could, hating to leave Carlyle behind, but knowing that we had no choice. I only hoped that he wouldn't do anything to jeopardize our life here. I liked it here, and I didn't want to move. But with his power and position, we would have to do anything that Edward told us to do. Edward. I ran over his name in my mind while I ran as fast as I could to our regular hunting ground. I needed to feed, and now, the run-in with Edward had left me feeling drained and I needed sustenance. Edward. There was something about him. I couldn't brush it off. Edward was such an old name, but it suited him. It's not his real name, I thought to myself as I smelt a deer not too far away. I too, ran in the direction that I had caught the scent and stopped as it came into my view. It was a large stag, but I knew that it wouldn't sat my thirst for long. I would do for now. I didn't want to leave Carlyle with Edward on his own for too long. Despite the nagging feeling I had that I knew him from somewhere before in my mind. As I buried the deer, so that no unfortunate hikers would come across it, I couldn't help wondering what Edward's real name was. It couldn't be too far from the name he was using now, could it? Carlyle had told us that no one knew his real name, that he had never told anyone. And there was no way that anyone would be brave enough to ask him directly. Maybe I could try. But then again, I would most probably get my throat ripped out. And that was not something I was looking to do. I found myself wondering why he was here. He didn't seem like the kind of vampire that would drop in for a social call. A vibration in my pocket pulled me out of my musings about Edward and alerted me to the fact that my phone was ringing. I took it out and looked at the caller ID. Seeing it was Carlyle calling, I answered it. Carlyle. Bella, I need you to come back to the house. He sounded strained and worried. I knew that Edward had done or said something to upset Carlyle in some way. And I didn't like it. Now, okay, I replied, not sounding too sure myself. I'll get the others in. No, he said sharply into the phone. The others need to stay out hunting. It's just you that needs to come home. Carlyle, what's going on? I turned back in the direction of the house and began to run as fast as I could back, not wanting to wait for Edward to hurt Carlyle in any way. I'll explain everything when you get back. His voice sounded even more strained than before, sounding as though, if he could, he would be crying right now. What the hell had Edward done or said to him? Okay, I was getting closer to the house. I'm coming back now. We hung up and I sped up even faster. I wanted to get back to the house as fast as I could. I didn't want Carlyle to have to put up with that monster for any longer than he had to. Because that's what Edward was. A monster. He might be the father of us all, but that didn't change that fact. He was the reason we were all like this. Whatever it was that he had done when he was human, to curse him into this fate. It did not give him any reason to damn us all into this cursed existence. This tormented eternity, and he had control of all of us. Our entire species. We were all his and there was nothing any of us could do about it. We were all at his mercy. If any of us tried to confront him about anything, he would destroy us faster than a human's heart could beat. I didn't know how I felt about his link to my existence. Yes, it was removed by several thousand years, but if it wasn't for him, I would be rotting in the ground after what had happened to me. Of course, it would help if I could actually remember what had happened to me. That would be a good start. I entered the house and immediately called out for Carlyle. In here, Bella. I heard Carlyle call. He sounded full of regret and sorrow. In the living room. I ran into the living room and looked at the scene before me. It was unusual to say the least. Carlyle was standing there, running his hands through his hair, his face a mixture of sorrow, regret and something else I couldn't get a handle on. Was it guilt? I looked over to Edward and saw that there was no emotion there at all. His face was completely blank. A complete void. How could someone stand there, Watching someone like Carlyle agonize over whatever it was that was going through his mind. "What's going on?" I asked. I didn't trust my voice to speak in more than a whisper, looking at Edward. I didn't know what to make of the situation. I hated him for making Carlyle feel the way he was at the moment. It wasn't fair. Carlyle hadn't ever done anything wrong. He was the kindest, most caring man I had ever come across. "Bella." His voice sounded even more strained than it had now that I was here with him. Looking at me, I saw pain and conflict residing there. Again, I didn't need to have Jasper's power to know how he was feeling. There was something eating him up inside. "Carlyle has something to tell you, Isabella," Edward stated from where he was standing across the room. His voice, as well as his expression, was void of emotion. "How does he know my name?" I thought, panicked. I could understand how he would know my name as Bella, because there was a chance Carlyle had mentioned me. Especially seeing as it was just me that he had called to come home. But how could he know the name, Isabella? I never introduced myself as that anymore. I hadn't since I was human. And come to think of it, I hadn't even introduced myself to him. "What is it, Carlyle?" I didn't dare look away from Edward. I didn't know what he would do and I didn't want to chance being taken by surprise. "What's wrong?" "There's something you need to know, Bella." I didn't take my eyes off of Edward as I heard Carlyle sigh. Edward was getting irritated now and I didn't want anything to happen. I knew that I wouldn't be able to stop him if he saw it fit to kill the both of us right now. He sighed, showing us both that his anger was bubbling to the surface, and I saw Carlyle looking at him out of the corner of my eye. "Bella, I'm afraid I haven't been completely honest with you." I could see him shaking his head out of the corner of my eye. I couldn't help it. I had to turn away from Edward. Even though all of my instincts told me not to. I had to face Carlyle. I had to know what he meant. "What do you mean, Carlyle?" A pretty obvious question there, but hey, it had to be asked. "There's something I've been refraining to tell you. I haven't been completely honest with you about your origins." What the hell is he talking about? What does he mean he hasn't been honest about my origins? "Carlyle, you're scaring me now." I couldn't tear my eyes away from him now. What the hell is going on? What can he be talking about? Tell me what's going on. "Bella." His voice was no higher than a whisper, but I heard it as clear as day. "You were not turned by me." What is he talking about? Of course I was turned by him. He was there when I awoke from the change. He had to be the one that changed me. He had to be. I was beginning to get angry now. How could he be lying to me about something like this? He was lying, right? What are you talking about? "Carlyle, I'm sorry, Bella." I could hear in his tone and see in his expression that if he could cry, there would be tears streaming down his face right now. If not you, I wasn't sure if I wanted to answer this question. But I knew that I had to. Then who? What happened next surprised and scared me more than I would have liked, and I didn't really want to believe it had happened. But it had. Carlyle had looked at Edward immediately after I had asked my question, and I knew I had my answer. "You." I couldn't make my voice work properly. For the first time in 100 years, I couldn't form anything more than a word at a time. Sentences were beyond me. "You made me." He looked at me and nodded once. I could tell that this was all the answer that I was going to get, and I don't know how that made me feel. It made me feel strange. Kind of abandoned. Why didn't you tell me? I couldn't tear my gaze away from him now, even though it hurt to look at him. I don't want to seem rude, but I may be emotional. But I'm not stupid. I knew that my emotional state meant squat to him. "But if you made me, why did you leave me? Is that just what you do?" I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the answers to these questions. But I knew that I had to know. I couldn't really carry on my existence not knowing why I had been made, why I had been left. And why Carlyle had lied to me. Also, I was having a little bit of a hard time coming to terms with the fact that the most powerful vampire in the world made me. Me, little old Bella Cullen. I had been made by the original vampire. This was too much to handle. Honestly, Isabella. Bella. Shit, did I just cut him off? Shit, I'm in trouble now. He raised his eyebrows at me and I knew that he wasn't going to tolerate anything much longer. "Sorry. It's just, I prefer Bella. I didn't mean to cut you off like that. It's just, Just stop talking, Bella, stop talking now. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Hi. S tone was icy and I couldn't help the flinch that ran through my body. I noted that it didn't escape his notice either. In answer to your question, I didn't tell you because I wasn't in the country by the time you had turned. I thought I'd killed you. He didn't even know that he'd turned me. I didn't really know how to comprehend that notion. He thought that he'd killed me. Oh, that was all I could say. Trying to get your head around the fact that the person you thought had changed you, hadn't, and to find out you were changed by the oldest and most powerful vampire in the world. Now that was something that didn't happen every day. Bella, he started to make his way towards me, but I don't think I could stand to be near him at this particular moment in time. Don't. I held up my hand and he stopped instantly. I need to be alone right now. I couldn't stay in the house with either of them. They both knew more about me than I did. They both knew where I came from. They had both known that I was not created by Carlisle. The only difference was that Carlisle had known for 90 years or so that he hadn't created me, when Edward had only realized when he'd seen me today. I ran out of the house and as far as I could before I came to the conclusion that I had traveled about halfway to Canada. It still didn't seem to be far enough to me. I couldn't hate him though, even though he had lied to me. But can you really hate Edward, too? I thought to myself. I couldn't really hate him. He was the one who changed me, but he didn't have a clue that I still even existed anymore. I couldn't really hate him for what he didn't know. Even though he seemed cruel and heartless, I couldn't blame him for this. Edward made me. That thought kept running through my head as I sat on a boulder. Everything that I had thought over the last 100 years or so, was that all a lie? I didn't want to believe that, but Carlisle had kept this big secret from me for 100 years. Who else knew what he had kept from me? Running away isn't the answer. A calm, velvet voice said behind me. I turned to face where the voice had come from. It was Edward. He was standing there, calm as anything. Could nothing faze this guy? You're still afraid of me? He smirked at me. Hell, yes, of course I am. You're the most powerful creature on the face of the planet. And to make that even better, you've got a wicked temper. I'm more than scared. I'm freaked. So you should be. I decided to test the waters a little. Would you still hurt me? I didn't raise my voice to more than a whisper. I knew he could hear me. So I didn't need to use any more volume than that. Don't think that because I made you, you get any special treatment. He growled at me, his eyes narrowing me. I shouldn't have expected anything else. I didn't really expect anything else. He was cold and heartless. And apparently, even those created directly from his venom, no one else in between, made any difference. I didn't. I wasn't. I didn't want to give him any reason to rip my head off. Well, any more than he would under normal circumstances anyway. I looked up at him and I saw him leaning back on one of the boulders. He was watching me, assessing me, or at least that's what it felt like. Good. He was pissed. I could tell that. The way he growled his answers at me was evidence enough of that. I decided to see how far I could take it. Without getting myself killed, that is. Can I ask you a question? I didn't raise the volume in my voice much higher. I didn't want him to think that I was being disrespectful towards him. He might be cold and cruel, but he was still the original vampire. The first of us all. He did deserve some degree of respect, I guess. If it's okay, that is. What? His voice was sharp and cold. He was not pleased, but I wanted to see if I could get some answers. Hoping I could get some answers anyway. Why did you turn me? I lowered my voice back down to a whisper again. I didn't want to give him reason to lash out. Why not just leave me to die? Like I said, I thought I did. There was no emotion in his voice. Like he didn't feel anything at all. It had been so long I had drained a human completely and utterly. Really? I thought sarcastically. That's enough of that. I'd forgotten that he could read my mind. Sorry, I mumbled. I guess I'd forgotten how potent my venom is. He barked out a laugh. I wasn't ashamed to say, I didn't get the joke. Ironic, right? The most powerful vampire in the world and I forget. There was something I wanted to know and I didn't think that I would get another chance to ask it. Who knows when he was going to be in the mood to talk again. This guy was unpredictable that I didn't want to risk anything happening to me or my family. How old are you? Well, he turned his head and smirked at me, his deep blood-red eyes glinting at me. He would need to feed soon. And that thought worried me. I didn't want to think of him feeding in forks. Let's just say, I predate history. Now that didn't doubt. So you've got to be getting on a bit then. He didn't laugh, and neither did I. You have no idea. His tone was completely serious. And I knew that he was as old as Carlyle said he was. At least he wasn't lying about that. I'm sorry if I offended you. I took my eyes off of him and fixed them on a very interesting stone that was embedded there. Well, technically it wasn't very interesting, but it was still better than looking at His Majesty. So you should be. I could feel his gaze on me, but I still didn't look up at him. I didn't want to know what I would find there. I didn't want to know what I would find there. You can look at me, you know. You're not going to spontaneously combust. Although, that would be kind of cool. Who for? I asked him, trying to sound as polite as I could, whilst trying to comprehend what it was he had just said. Did he just say it'd be cool for people to spontaneously combust? You or the combusting vampire? Me. He grinned at me. It wasn't a comedy grin. Something about it told me that he really would enjoy watching a vampire, or even a human for that matter, spontaneously combust. That just seemed like that kind guy. Of course I thought sarcastically. Gotta get some fun from somewhere, don't I? Of course you do. I don't want to risk sounding rude or anything. Believe me, I don't, but has anyone told you you might be a bit sadistic? I tried not to smile, but wasn't getting very far with that. Frequently. I guess it's something you're used to then. I looked away from him again. I figured he might think I was being rude if I looked at him for too long. I didn't want anything to happen if he thought that I was staring. I didn't know what his plans for my family were yet. I didn't want to test him on that one. I didn't want him to feel the need to take anything out on my family. They didn't deserve anything that Edward could bring upon them. I didn't doubt in my mind that there were several natural disasters that weren't so natural. I heard him chuckling darkly. Looking up at him again, I saw him watching me and realized that he was reading my thoughts. You're right, you know. He smirked evilly again. Who do you think manipulated the germs that started the Black Death? The Spanish influenza. Ring any bells? You started those. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He shrugged nonchalantly, as if it was nothing to him. Nothing that he caused millions of deaths. That he caused so much pain throughout the world. I knew that those wouldn't be the only two disasters he was responsible for. Just with those two alone he had been responsible for between 75 and 250 million deaths. And Ethan told me that he wasn't even sorry about it. This guy may have been the father of my species, technically my vampiric father, but there was one thing that I was sure of. He was, incessantly, evil. And I didn't see that changing anytime soon. I know that there's been a lot of overlap the last couple of chapters, but it's necessary for these last couple of chapters. Won't be much more of it, maybe in a few chapters' time. But only covering events that I feel it's necessary to see the situations from both paths. Anyways, please review and let me know what you think. XX. Hunting. Edward. He's evil. That was the last thought I heard running through Bella's mind before she disappeared. Was I really? I shrugged to myself. Maybe I was. Did it matter to me? I thought about it for a moment and came to one conclusion. No, it didn't matter. It had been thought that I was evil for millennia. By both vampires and humans alike. It was something that had followed me around for my entire existence. In the beginning it might have bothered me, but that had quickly dissipated once I could use their fear to my advantage. It had become part of the routine. I watched where she had been standing for a moment, before I thought about what I was going to do for the rest of the day. She needed time alone. I may be a monster and evil, as she put it, but I realized the need for alone time. Hell, I'd had enough of it. I wonder what the food around here is like. I mused, looking in the direction that she had disappeared in. I knew she had gone in the wrong direction to go back to her house, but I also knew how her mind worked. She was going to double around and run back that way. What she didn't realize was that she had more power than anyone else in her coven. She just didn't know how to tap into it. What no one but myself knew was that if a vampire was created by my venom, then their powers were at a greater strength than the others of my kind. It had been millennia since a vampire had been created using my own venom. It was not something that I took lightly. They were too unpredictable. The last time that had happened, their year in the newborn stage had taken out half of London before I destroyed them. Watching devastation and destruction might be amusing, but there was only so much you could get away with before people started getting suspicious. I'd been stupid enough to leave him to his own devices. My first real lapse in judgment since I had been created. It wasn't something that I had done again. I had always made sure that I completely drained anyone that I drank of, knowing that if there was even a tiny amount of blood left in their bodies, the potency of my venom would turn them. I couldn't have that. The ones I created were more powerful than the rest of my species. That was what made the rest of them fear the Volturi. Because they were made from my venom, they had more power than the rest of my descendants. After that they were all on the same playing field. That was the reason I had to travel back to London and destroy said vampire. It was getting out of control and I had to put a stop to it. No matter who created it, even myself, my only rule must be adhered to. There were no exceptions. The best way to get rid of the evidence was the fire. The Great Fire of London. I smirked to myself. One of my finer achievements. The chaos that ensued, the fear that rang out of the city during the fire was intense. It was something that I would remember forever. Making the fire look like an accident was something else I needed to ensure. The fact that the VA empire in question happened to be feeding on a baker at the time, I guess worked in my favor. The fire was already going. Why humans needed to wake up at such a ridiculous time for them, just to make such disgusting smelling food parcels was beyond me. Personally, I figured that the human making them tasted so much better. But then again, that was my own personal preference, and apparently to the preference of my children as well. It took them 5 days to put out that fire, as I stood and watched it burn. They were amazed at how low the death count was. What they didn't realize was that the fire had been orchestrated so that those that burned were already dead. But humans, being the dull and brainless creatures that they were, didn't realize the inner mechanisms of it. They were too busy trying to put it out. It got rid of the evidence though. So I wasn't complaining. I decided to go and hunt before I decided what to do with the Cullens. This place, Forks as it was called. Pathetic name. I thought pushing myself off of the boulder. Too small. Death would be noticed here. Before the hour was out. And I was sure that there were little old ladies, peeping out through their curtains. Just looking for a reason to call the police. Not that it would do any good where I was concerned, but still, best to avoid the situation. I didn't want to have to destroy this town as well. More than anything, I couldn't be bothered doing the whole cleanup afterwards thing. Too much hassle. There was a nice little town not too far away from here. Slightly bigger than this place, but then again, where wasn't? There may be someone tasty there. They wouldn't be happy that I was hunting so close to their home. But hey, who am I to care? It's up to them if they want to live off of animals, but there was no way that I was going to. I've had to do it before, but that was under duress. It was only because there had been no humans around to eat. Animals weren't the most delectable of treats. Ooed up on the boulder Bella had been standing on and looked around, inhaling deeply. Bella's scent was still lingering in the air, despite the breeze that was blowing. Her scent would be here for hours, possibly longer. I headed in the direction I knew the town was in, letting the ground flow underneath my feet. Running was the only thing that seemed to give me any form of pleasure anymore. When running, I could forget about the other things that plagued my mind otherwise. All thoughts of the Volturi and the vampire existence disappeared from my mind. I stopped at the sign that welcomed people into the town. Port Angeles. Looks promising. It's big enough so that a few deaths wouldn't really go noticed. I smirked to myself as I made my way to the most crowded areas, flicking through the minds of those around me. Seeing who was alone, vulnerable. Vampires that went after people who were in groups were foolish. If you went after someone who was alone, then you avoided all of the instantaneous questions of where they were. I can't believe he would do this to me, how could he? Someone's painful thoughts came through the melee that was massing inside of my head. Maybe I should just find some other guy to hook up with. You know, follow his lead. Hell, who would have me but him? Even he didn't want me. Where the hell was I going to find someone who would? Hello. I stepped out of the Haddo's in front of the girl and smiled at her. I leaned on the wall next to me and looked at her intensely. She fell instantly, of course, as they all did. She stood there and smiled at me and batted her eyelashes. How the hell human girls thought that action was sexy was beyond me. All it did was make me want to snap their necks instead of draining them dry. Still, I was thirsty, so I wouldn't pass up this easy meal. "Are you okay?" I asked smoothly, smiling at her again. 3, 2, 1, I counted in my head. Yeah, I mean, you blithering idiot. It gets them every time. I'm fine. Thanks, for asking. I offered and she stopped, stunned. Her thoughts told me what she wasn't brave enough to say. Oh my god, he's gorgeous definite. Lee, what I need to make Jeremy feel like a definite loser no one I've ever met could compare to this god. What I wouldn't love to do to him. Her thoughts were the same as every other rambling adolescent that I happened to come across. The beauty of glamour. Work's a treat. Yeah, she whispered. You don't seem okay. I pushed myself off of the wall and walked over to her slowly, not breaking eye contact. You seem kind of lost. Actually, I'm fine, I swear. She couldn't stop looking at me, and I knew that she was drawn in. I was just on my way home, I offered and she nodded. Well, there are some pretty nasty people around. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. How about I walk you home? She stared at me, open-mouthed, and nodded. This is unbelievable. Did this amazing hunk of godliness just ask to walk me home? Yes, he did. I'm the luckiest girl alive. I smiled at her, not wanting to point out the flaws in her thinking. 1. She was not the luckiest girl alive. 2. She wouldn't be making it home. Come on. I nodded my head behind me. Where's home? This way. She pointed behind me and started walking. It's on Rovello. I looked at her and smiled again. She giggled and blushed again. I walked with her till we came to a bend. I noticed an alleyway to my right. I took her arm gently and stopped her. Come on, I know a shortcut. I smiled at her and she was putty in my hands. Just like they all were. Sometimes I wished they would put up a fight. It would make this thing a whole lot more interesting. Dinner and a show, that would be something to work for. A little effort may bother some people, but feeding had been so easy for so long, that I would welcome it. I led her down the alleyway. A bit cliché, but hey, what are you gonna do? She looked a little worried. But a smile from me and she had that goofy grin on her face again. Teenagers were so stupid. It didn't matter what millennium or century we were in, they were all the same. It was pathetic. I stopped and turned to look at her. She smiled at me and moved forwards. I wrapped my arms around her and she sighed, completely taken in. Of course, her breathing in just made it worse for her. Everything about me was designed to draw her in. My scent was one of the more effective ways I could use. I brushed a strand of hair away from her face and she shivered at my cold hands. The touch of most vampires were cool, but not uncomfortably so for humans, but mine was different. Mine was a good 5 degrees or so colder than the average vampire. All part of being the original, I guess. Is something wrong? I asked her, my voice low and seductive. And no, she shook her head slightly, not looking away from me. Your hands are just a bit cold, that's all. Oh, I pretended to be concerned and she bought it hook, line and sinker. Well, you know what they say. Cold hands, warm heart. Or dead, unbeating heart in my case. I added on silently. I moved my face into hers, as if I was going to kiss her. She tilted her head up so that her lips would meet mine, but I moved my face slightly and ran my nose down the length of her jaw, taking in the scent of her blood. She moaned slightly, breathing in deeply, falling into my trap even more. I ran my nose down her throat, before I stopped over her pulse point. I pressed a small kiss to the point and she whimpered slightly, making me smile before I sank my teeth into her throat. She let out a gasp and I smiled even more. She knew that there was no escape now, and she was running through all the things that she wanted to do in life. As her delicious life essence flowed down my throat, she didn't struggle. She knew that there was nothing she could do to save herself. She wished that she hadn't shouted at her mother this morning for not letting her stay out. She wished that she had told her friend Jennifer that some kid called Robert did want to take her to the dance. All these things flowed through her mind as she felt our life ebbing away as I ripped it out of her. Yes, I was stealing her life essence, but it was what I did. I felt my thirst being satiated as her body emptied of her blood. I had to be sure that I had drained all of it. The last time I was careless enough not to, Bella had been created. I didn't want to risk that happening again. Having just one that was created by me around, seeing as all the RS had destroyed each other millennia ago, was risk enough. I didn't want there being any more around. As the flow of blood from the wound stopped, I dropped her to the ground. She had a look of fear on her face, just as they all did. I picked the girl's body up and threw her in the dumpster, setting it on fire on my way past. I didn't want to leave any evidence around for anyone to dig up. A dumpster on fire was not something that was uncommon. Humans were stupid enough to throw things away before making sure that they weren't still lit. I walked human pace to the edge of town before I sped up to my full speed. If I thought that running on an empty stomach was something I annoyed, then it didn't compare to running after a feed. I knew that they would know instantly that I had fed. They to know that I wasn't one for messing around. If they thought that I would be changing my diet just because I was here and they fed on animals. As I approached their little town, an incredible stench filled my nostrils, causing me to stop. What the hell is that stench? I wrinkled my nose and turned into the wind. It was coming from my east. It was disgusting, and I knew that if I followed it, there may be something that I could find amusing. I followed the stench, breathing as little as I could, not wanting to breathe in more of the stench than I had to. I was led to a beach. Not really what I was expecting. I was mildly disappointed at this, I must say. I was expecting something a little more, I don't know, just more, really. There was something in the trees behind me. Whatever they were, they were the reason for the stench that had drawn me here. Geez, these guys need to take a bath. I wrinkled my nose again, not giving any other indication that I knew they were there. Do you think he knows we're here? I heard a mind ask. He's not made any move. Another one replied. They were talking to each other through their minds. These were the spirit warriors that had dwelled many years ago. I thought that they had all died out. Just hearing their minds told me otherwise. He smells different to the others. Yeah, his scent is stronger. How is that possible? Well, maybe it comes from the fact that all vampires come from me. I smirked, turning around to face them. I know you're there. You can come out now. I kept my voice light and floaty, sing-song, if you will. They knew I was a threat, but my tone confused them. They obviously weren't used to vampires being so rash with them. How does he know we're here? One of them asked in their minds. There were 3 of them. I could tell that by their internal voices. Well, let's just say, your shielding technique sucks, and you smell really bad. I smirked at them. So why don't you come out and we can play nice? I thought about it for a second. Maybe. You shouldn't be here. A deep voice said, its owner walking out of the woods and facing me. Your kind isn't allowed on our lands. The boy walking out of the woods was just that. A boy. He couldn't have been more than 20. Barely out of diapers. He was tall, I'll give him that. He was dark-skinned with dark hair. Typical Quileute. Native Americans, all the same. SA were the ones that had given me the name Abutamkin. They were the ones that the legend had come from. But they were stupid. Their legends were built on nothing but suspicious stories. They were stupid. Even though they had the power to transform, they were still essentially human. And that clouded their minds. They didn't have a clue what they were talking about. I laughed a dark chuckle and he looked at me worried. Do you really think that I abide by the rules that others put on my kind? Let me tell you something. I'm the one that enforces the rules of my kind. Because that's what they are. They're my children, per se. Who are you? He sounded afraid now, even as there were 2 enormous wolves walking out of the forest behind him. I looked at the 2 of them, grinning. Something LLS me that they were looking for a fight. And I welcomed it. I'm the original. That was the only answer I gave him, and the fear in his eyes was overwhelming. I didn't need to tap into my power of empathy to feel and see it. It was there, plain and simple. The other 2 didn't understand, but they felt his fear and started to move forwards, snarling at me. Stop! He shouted, and they did, still snarling. Quit it, go into the woods and phase. Now. They walked backwards slowly and disappeared into the woods. They emerged a moment later, in their human form, sporting nothing but a pair of sweatpants each. They were the same as the boy in front of me, but noticeably younger. Even though it was only a few years, to me it was noticeable. "Who is he, Sam?" the one on his left asked sharply, ing to stand directly behind the one he had called Sam. "Edward," he whispered, fearful. "Well, it's good to see that your elders are keeping you up to date." I smirked and the other two behind the one called Sam glared at me. "Ooh, I wouldn't keep that up if I were you," I scolded the two of them, shaking my head in mock disappointment. On the other hand, I sighed, pretending to think something over and act disappointed. It's been a while since I've had a good fight. You know, lately, people just have no backbone. It's sad really. In this day and age, people just run away. Yeah, well, we don't run from your kind. The third one was challenging me. He had guts, at least, for now. We stay and fight. No, Paul. Sam snapped at him, turning to face the other two he had with him. Nobody will be fighting him. He looked back at me. He's too strong. Like hell he is, the one whose name hadn't been revealed growled, staring me down, as if I was supposed to be cowering in fear through his very presence. That's what the others thought. He is too strong, Jacob. Sam replied, sounding anxious now. The others that we've met, or heard about in our legends. They're nothing compared to him. His voice was no more than a whisper, and I could tell he feared me. I saw the images from the books he had studied about me flash through his mind. They were detailed and every single one of them was true. But we're 3 against 1. Paul was starting to sound cocky now, so I tilted my head in his direction, silently telling him to try it. And those are odds that I like. Not a chance. Paul. Sam seemed to have regained his voice, though it still shook in fear. It doesn't matter how many there are. We could have the whole pack. Hell, we could have an army and still, none of us would be enough to stop him. He's too powerful. You know, sometimes I wished that people would stand up to me. It would make my day so much more fucking interesting, you know. I shook my head in disappointment at the 3 of them. You really think you can take us? The third one, Jacob, challenged me. That's what the others of your kind thought. They thought that they were strong enough to beat us. Well, we'd let you ask them. But I don't ashes speak, do they? I returned his challenge with a deadly smile. You're cocky. I chuckled. I like you. And those vampires that you killed. Weak. Nothing. Hell, if you hadn't taken them out, if they'd crossed my path, I probably would have done. You'd kill your own kind. Paul sounded defensive now. He had good reason to be. Wouldn't be the first time. I told them coldly. Doesn't that go against some sacred bloodsucker ordinance? Jacob grinned as though his joke should be made into history. Well, I would know. I looked him in the eye as I said this. After all, I'm the one who created the rules. Hell, I'm the one that created vampires. The shock on the faces of the 2 Quilites standing behind Sam was priceless. They USLY hadn't taken him seriously when he called me, the original. I could see in their minds that they were trying to work out what they wanted to do. Both of them wanted a fight, and hell, I wanted one too. I was bored and people, humans, vampires and shapeshifters alike, pussyfooting around me because they were scared of what I would do to them was all very well, but hell, it got really boring after a few thousand years. Paul was more into fighting than the other 2 were. Sam didn't entertain the idea at all, knowing that there was no way he or his friends would stand a chance. Well, at least the boy was smart even if he was young. Jacob on the other hand was switching between the 2. He wanted a fight but he knew that if they did, there was very little chance that they would get out of it alive, and he seriously doubted that they would take me with them. A well-founded doubt, I might add. So boys, I said calmly, smiling darkly at the 3 of them. What's it gonna be? They all looked at each other, worried at my being so upfront. Apparently, the other vampires they had faced had been more wary, knowing what they could do. Whatever they decided, it was gonna be fun. And here we have the wolves. You guys wanna know what happens? Do ya? Then gimme a review and I'll see what I can do. XX. Explanations. Bella, he's evil. That's the last thought I had before I ran away from Edward, who Despite his revelations about what he'd done in his past, showed no remorse at all. He showed no emotions at all. How could someone, even a vampire, not care about what he had done? He had caused so much hurt and he wasn't even bothered. I couldn't stay in his presence for a moment longer after I'd learned what he'd done. I mean, it was him that had unleashed the Black Death on the world in the 14th century. And the one that had unleashed the Spanish influenza that had wiped out most of my home city, that had killed my parents, just after I had been turned in 1918. Correction. After he had turned me. He claimed that he didn't realize I had still had any blood left in my system when he left me. He can't have been very hungry then, or he must have been distracted by something. Somehow, I didn't think that either of those were the right answers. He didn't seem the type of vampire that would get distracted easily. Unlike the rest of us, it was kind of weird to think that we had such a huge brain capacity. Able to withhold any knowledge we learned, able to remember everything about our immortal lives when something so simple could distract us. I knew from Experry, NCE with Emmett that all it took, in his case anyway, was something shiny. And he definitely wasn't the type of vampire that let a meal go unfinished. That much I knew from just being with him for these few minutes. He was bloodthirsty, just like every single one of our kind. He seemed to have control over his bloodthirst, but then again he'd had thousands of years to work on it. I didn't doubt that he had perfect control where it was needed. So how come he hadn't drained me? It didn't make any sense. Edward was cruel, heartless and cold. He was evil. Who knows what else he was responsible for? I knew that Benjamin of the Egyptian coven had power over the elements, therefore, if Carlyle was correct, so did Edward. He could be responsible for any of the natural disasters that had happened over the years. But the real question was he? Was he the reason behind some of the natural disasters that had happened over the years? The earthquakes, hurricanes, there was just no way to really know, was there? He was capable of anything. I couldn't stay there with him, so I did the first thing that came to mind. And the safest thing that came to mind. I couldn't confront him. That would be suicide, and I wasn't really in the mood to die today. So I ran. I didn't run in the direction of the house, because that would mean that I had to run past him, and if he didn't want me to leave, then he would easily stop me. Not that there was much stopping him from catching up to me as it was. I just felt safer somehow running around in a large semicircle and doubling back that way. He could obviously read my mind, so there was no doubt that he knew what I was doing, but somehow I didn't really care. I ran at full speed back to the house, not giving what Edward would be doing now one thought. I didn't want to think about what he would be doing to occupy himself. If there was an earthquake or a flood of some sort, then we would know that he was amusing himself. But I hoped for everyone's sakes he didn't feel the need to do anything like that. I didn't want to think about what he would be doing because somewhere in my mind I already knew. Feeding. That was something I didn't want to think about him doing. I knew that I couldn't stop him. There was no way for me to stop him. He wasn't about to convert to vegetarianism. I knew that must. So the best thing I could do at that point in time, I would block it out. Thinking about him, feeding in forks, made me feel nauseous. Or at least it would if I still could. I didn't want to think of him draining anyone that I know. Even those I didn't like. It was too much to think about. I could only hope that he would go a bit further out and not feed in forks. We'll see tomorrow, won't we? A death in forks doesn't go unnoticed. It will be in the paper if anyone's died unnaturally or gone missing. I approached the big white house I called home and stopped. I didn't know if I could go in there. I knew that Carlyle was there. I could hear his stressful pacing from here, and the others were constantly trying to find out what was wrong. He kept telling them that it wasn't right for him to tell them. I couldn't hate him, could I? He had lied to me for almost a century. But I could also see that he was trying to protect me. If I had known that Edward had created me, I would have gone after him. I was certain of that one. And I guess he was just trying to stop me from doing that. He knew how dangerous Edward was, and I couldn't hold it against him to want to keep me safe. But the question was, could I forgive him? Bells. Jasper walked up to me, silently, stopping beside me. Are you okay? Yeah, I lied, not meeting his eyes. I'm fine. Really? He raised his eyebrows at me, knowing that I was lying. Damn empath, I thought, sighing. Because you seem to be a bit torn at the moment. Something you want to talk about? I nodded. But it's something that everyone needs to hear. It's not something I think I can repeat over again. He nodded and we both walked over to the house, moving at a human pace, just enjoying each other's company. Jasper was easy to be around. Whether or not that was because of his power I didn't know. But I had heard that he was a charmer when he was human, so I doubted that his power was the whole reason behind it. Even though it came in handy quite often. He was easy to talk to. He never ate anything that would instigate an argument. Personally, I think that was because he couldn't cope with all the emotions that were being thrown around when one was underway. He was a true brother. I smiled at him as he opened the door to the house and gestured for me to go in first. Always the gentleman. Something he'd brought from his human days. His southern charm was obviously something that he hadn't forgotten over his years. If she were still alive, I would have had to thank his mother for instilling these charms in him. I guess I could just thank Alice instead. Carlyle looked up at us immediately. Worry and fear etched on his face. Seeing that it was just Jasper and I, he relaxed visibly. He had obviously been fearing Edward's return. Looking at his face, the worry etched there, he relief as he saw me walk through the door. I realized that I could not hate him. He was my father after all. Well, not really, but you know what I mean, and he may have lied to me, but he had only been looking out for me. Could I forgive him? Yes, I could. I walked over to Carlyle and hugged him tightly. He relaxed as he wrapped his arms around me. I'm sorry, he whispered in my ear, low enough so that the others wouldn't hear. No, I pulled back and smiled at him. It's forgotten. Carlyle, Emmett said, clearly getting impatient now. I turned around and looked at him. Everyone was there. The others had returned from their hunting trip while I was with Edward. And they weren't happy with the events of the day. Seriously, what's going on? It's okay, Carlyle, I said softly, and he looked at me, his expression softening. I'll tell them. Bella, you don't have to, he warned, seeming not to trust how the others would take it. You're under no obligation to. Like hell she's not. Rosalie sounded pissed. She and I had never really gotten on, and now I could see that things were going to come to a head. Firstly, this all-powerful, and as Carlyle puts it, the original vampire, comes into our home. Without one word of warning, Alice cleared her throat and stared at Rosalie pointedly. Sorry, Alice, but you have to admit, it wasn't much of a warning. Alice nodded, probably feeling somewhat dejected and let down by her power. It had always worked so well, and the only time that it had let her down before was with the Quilets. She must be feeling even more anxious, knowing that Edward could overrun her power so easily. And then, we have to leave before he's done. And none of us have no idea why. Rosalie, Carlyle breathed, sounding extremely stressed. What was said between Edward and I was not for your ears. No, he held up a hand when she started to protest. He's too powerful for any of us to handle. Take it from me, he isn't known for his patience he is known for his quick temper and tendency to destroy even those that he has made. The fire of London was proof enough of that. His voice had lowered to a mumble, but we could all hear him clearly. Sorry, Fire of London, I asked, not believing what I had just heard. Are you talking about the Great Fire of London? I asked. Was this another mass destruction that Edward had started for his own amusement? Something in the pit of my stomach told me that it was. Call me crazy, but that seemed to be the kind of guy that would do that kind of thing. Yes, Carlyle nodded sadly. The only lapse in judgment that Edward has ever had, I think. He fed on a human, obviously, but didn't completely drain him. He looked at us all, and sighed, seeing the confused expressions on our faces. When Edward feeds, he must completely drain the one he is feeding from. If there is any trace of blood in their system, then they will be turned, no matter how little it is. His venom is that potent. That's what he must have meant when he said he thought I was dead. He must have thought that he had drained me completely, but hadn't. It was mind-boggling to think that a vampire's venom was that powerful. And it was running through my veins. Anyway, the vampires that are created from Edward are more powerful than the rest of us. A result of being created from his venom directly. He was looking at me as he said this. They were also reported to be harder to control and more savage than the ones they themselves created. He sighed and looked away from me. Then why was I so controlled? I had had one rebellious period, yes. But I had never lost control. One such vampire was created in London in 1666. The only one for millennia. He was out of control. He rampaged through London, killing almost half the city before Edward returned and killed him. The stories say that the vampire was feeding off a baker at the time. That's how the fire starting in a bakery theory worked. Edward destroyed the vampire, but also needed to destroy the evidence and reduce the risk of more newborns being created. He knew that half of London being slaughtered by a vampire would be something hard to cover up. So, after killing the vampire, he started the fire. The reason the death toll was so low was that because those caught in the fire were already dead or changing. He sighed. There hasn't been one created by Edward since. Until now. I whispered and everyone's head whipped around to look at me. What do you mean? Emmett looked confused. There's been another vampire created by Edward. I nodded and stepped forward, looking Carlyle directly in the eye. Yep, in Chicago, 1918. The rest of the family looked confused, but Jasper's face quickly morphed into an expression of realization. You mean? I nodded, knowing that he was thinking the right thing. Wow. He ran a hand through his hair. What? Rosalie was looking between the three of us now, clearly not understanding what was going on. What are you talking about, Bella? Me, I whispered. I wasn't created by Carlyle as we all thought I was. He just found me while I was changing and decided to take me under his wing. Then who changed you? Emmett asked, his voice full of concern. I think that he was feeling a bit upset at the fact that I wasn't really his sister. I would always be. The vampire's venom running through my veins didn't change that fact. Edward, I breathed, looking at the floor, not really wanting to meet the gazes of my siblings. Edward changed me. No way. Emmett breathed. How is that possible? You never met him before though, have you, Bells? Obviously I have. I shrugged, looking at him. I just don't remember it. Carlyle, you knew. Esme sounded shocked that Carlyle would keep such a huge thing from her. You knew and you never told us. Yes, I knew, he whispered. I knew that Edward was in Chicago at the time. He had even paid me a visit. Paid you a visit? Rosalie asked, sounding angry, shocked and worried at the same time. How she could muster that I had no idea. Most of the time all Rosalie felt was self-involvement and anger. Nothing much else. So this was a real shock. What does that mean? Quote, Edward and I had met before. Carlyle explained. When I was living in Volterra, I spoke with him on several occasions. I learned much of him then, especially about his temper. He chuckled darkly. I've seen him rip apart many a vampire. He looked around at all of us. Which is why none of you, are to challenge him. At all. Do not aggravate him at all. He looked around at us all, as though he was a parent giving a lecture. Anyway, I knew that he was in Chicago, and I knew that he was the only other vampire in town. Chicago might be a city, but a vampire is still easy to find, and there aren't many vampires that are brave enough to stick around when Edward's in town. I knew that he would be feeding in the area, but I never thought that he would leave a human to change. But he did. He told me that he thought I was dead. I admitted that he thought he had drained me. They all looked at me in shock. He followed me after I ran out of here. You know, after you told me. I trailed off, before refocusing my mind. He obviously hadn't realized that I was still alive, or at least that there was still blood in my system. And I was changed, obviously. I started to pace, feeling my own stress building. It wasn't a good sign. He explained to me that he thought I was dead. That it had been a long time since he hadn't drained a human completely. You know, so that they can't turn. And he also told me in not so many words, that he would destroy me, if needs be. What? Emmett stood up now, visibly angered. Emmett calmed down. Carlyle scolded him, but it didn't have any effect whatsoever. We all knew what Emmett was like when he was like this. There was no way to calm him down. No, he growled. There's no way that anyone speaks to my family like that. Who does he think he is? He is the most powerful vampire in the world and he could rip you to pieces before you could say, vegetarian. Emmett, he is not one to aggravate and you know it. Quote, it was just a warning, Emmett, I told him, forcefully. He was just letting me know that if he had to he would dispose of me the same way he would any other vampire. That because I was made by him I don't have any special rights. Which I think the story about the vampire in London shows us. I don't think he meant that he was going to kill me for no reason, but only if he had to. Just like anyone else. I could see that Emmett was not appeased. He was muttering to himself as he paced up and down. I couldn't make out what he was saying as he wasn't actually making any coherent words. Just noises. It sounded like he was trying to work something out in his head. Emmett, I moaned, rolling my head back. Stop this. There's nothing we can do about it now. Isn't there? He was sounding worried now. I mean, there's got to be some way of getting rid of this guy. There isn't, Carlyle snapped, looking at Emmett. Don't you think that people have tried? Emmett, Edward has been around for more than 10,000 years. Don't you really think that people have tried to destroy him? People have been trying to kill Edward since he was created. People have tried and people have failed. There is no killing him. Emmett thought for a moment, before his eyes rested on me. A smile spread across his face slowly. You say that Bella was created by Edward himself. We both nodded. Maybe she's the one that can finally get rid of Edward. No, Emmett. Carlyle shook his head. That's not how it works. Bella may be stronger than the rest of us because she comes from Edward's venom. But she is still nowhere near Edward's strength. No one is or ever will be. How will we know, if we don't try? Emmett argued, and Carlyle looked at him, a look of complete shock on his face. So you're willing to risk aggravating the most powerful vampire in the world, possibly getting Bella killed and the rest of us probably following along soon after her, because you think that we need to at least try to get rid of Edward? Carlyle was getting angry now. Emmett, you forget, he is the father of our race, and it is because of him that the humans do not know of us other than in legends. It is because of his rules that our race has survived for so long. But, no buts, Emmett, Carlyle snapped. Edward is too strong. You need to understand that, Emmett. I'm sorry, I guess it's just getting to me. He slumped his shoulders, sitting down on the back of the sofa. I don't like thinking of someone as powerful as him this close to my family is all. I know, Emmett, Carlyle said softly, walking over to him and placing a hand on his shoulder. But there's really nothing that we can do until he decides to leave. And I hate that, Emmett growled, his fists clenching at his sides. We know you do, Em. I walked over to him. But we don't know what he wants, and until we do, we're just going to have to resign ourselves to the fact that he's not going anywhere until he wants to. He looked up and nodded slowly. And in the meantime, I'm going to see if I can get as much information out of him as I can. Without getting myself killed, that is. Bells, Emmett started, but I cut him off. I know, bad joke. I sighed. But still, if he's really the one who changed me, and if I'm more powerful than other vampires, like you say, Carlyle, then I want to find out why he didn't make sure that I was completely drained, why he allowed for me to change. There are things that I need to know, and he's the only who can give me some answers. Do you really want to be alone with the guy that started the Great Fire of London? Emmett asked, looking at me, his eyes pleading with me not to go. That's not all he's responsible for, I commented, crossing my arms over my chest. What are you talking about? Jasper sounded concerned now. The look on his face told me that he knew there was something that I wasn't saying. I took a deep breath and looked at them all. Ever heard of the Black Death? They nodded. The Spanish influenza? They nodded again. Well, seems Edward was born in 1666 and in 1918. You mean to saw why that he caused both of those epidemics? Alice looked at Jasper and then back at me. I nodded solemnly. Yup. I started to pace slowly. He told me that as well. I think that his exact words were, "Gotta get my fun from somewhere." Doesn't sound like much fun to be around, does he? That may be very well, but still, it shows that he's not one to play around with. Jasper said, standing up and standing next to Carlyle. From what I've heard of Edward, he's not one to sit around. He turned to face Carlyle suddenly. From what I've heard, he often likes to go looking for trouble. Is that right? Yes, Carlyle nodded. He's not one to sit around and wait for trouble to find him. He's not that patient, you see. We've heard. I rolled my eyes. I looked to Alice. Can you see him at all? I can try. She sounded pessimistic. But he could be using the same technique he was earlier. We won't know unless we try. I smiled at her, showing her that had faith in her. She nodded at me, smiling. I saw her slip into a vision. Or at least try to at least. She came back to us, looking worried. I can't see him. At all. He changing his mind again. Rosalie spoke up. She'd been so unusually quiet through the whole conversation that I'd almost forgotten she was there. No. Alice shook her head. I couldn't see him. At all. At least when he was changing his mind I could see him. He was just making it confusing. Now, it's like, there's nothing. It's gone completely black, as if he doesn't have a future or whatever. And I know from what Carlyle has told us, that's not likely to happen anytime soon. She sighed, obviously frustrated that her power was letting her down. What do you think could have caused that? I shook my head and looked at the others. They seemed at a loss as well. Suddenly it dawned on me. The wolves. What? The others sounded confused. The wolves. I repeated. He's in La Push. We can't go there. Jasper looked at Carlyle, expecting him to make some sort of decision. What do we do? We have no choice, Carlyle replied, looking at us all. We have to go to La Push. They don't understand the power that Edward has. We have to warn them. Right, I agreed, not really realizing what I was agreeing to. They may not like us being on their land, but I guess they can't hold anything against us. I mean, if we go, we will be saving their tribe. We have to go. Carlyle was already making his way out the door. If the tribe wants to survive their encounter with Edward, we must go now. He ran out the door and we all followed. As we followed Carlyle into the woods, it finally dawned on me what we were about to do. We were going to break the treaty. What will the wolves say about the vampires coming on their lands? Not going to be pretty. Cheeky smiley face. Confrontations and questions. Bella, we were doing this, weren't we? We were going to shatter the already tentative truce between our family and the wolves. But we had no choice. Knowing the wolves like we did, we knew that there was very little chance they wouldn't not smell a vampire on their lands. Especially one like Edward. His scent was so individual and overwhelming, they would definitely be drawn to it. Even though it differed from ours, it was unmistakably vampire. As we ran flat out, Carlyle pulled out his phone and dialed a number I recognized to be that is Billy Black, one of the tribal elders. Billy, he said calmly into the receiver. It's Carlyle Cullen. We have a situation. What is it? I could hear Billy from the other end of the phone. There was obvious distaste in his voice. He was the descendant of the Ephraim Black, the man that Carlyle had struck up the treaty with. What do you want? We need to come to La Push. Carlyle stated simply and calmly. I don't think so. If we don't, then you can say goodbye to your tribe. Carlyle was so matter-of-fact at times. Even so, he always remained calm. What are you talking about? Apatonkan. What? I could hear Billy's voice waver slightly. All it took was that one name to strike fear into his heart. He knew exactly who Apatonkan was, seeing as it was a Native American legend. He's here, Carlyle explained calmly. He's come to Forks. Why? We don't know. But at the moment all we know is that he's at La Push. How do you know that someone's there with him? Billy sounded skeptical of the situation and reasons Carlyle was giving him. Because he's disappeared, not just in the physical sense. Alice can't see him, and that means that there are wolves with him. I could tell that Carlyle was becoming as annoyed with Billy as I was at the moment. Even though this conversation was happening quickly, it wasn't happening fast enough. We were approaching the border and all I knew was that I was crossing it. With or without the Quillet's permission. I didn't want death on my hands. Even if it was the deaths of wolves. They were still humans, most of the time, and those that are with him are in incredible danger. We'll deal with it. Quote, I held my hand out, beckoning for the phone. Carlyle looked skeptically at me, but I shook my hand as I ran, insisting he give me the phone. After less than a second he did. Billy, you don't seem to comprehend the danger that those boys are in. I said quickly into the phone. This guy is not like the other vampires the tribe has faced. There is no way out with him. Our only hope is that he will get bored and leave without hurting anyone. But then again, With what we've discovered about him over the last day or so, that is not going to happen. And if I know the wolves as well as I think I do, I know that they are going to severely piss him off. And that is not something you want, is it? I don't think so. Now, we're approaching the border, and we're going to cross. We're only doing this to save your kids, Billy. No other reason. We're not looking for a fight, Billy, so we would appreciate it if no one else did. Tell the others of the tribe to stay away, or it'll cause even more problems. After this, we'll not come onto your lands again, but this time it's necessary. I hung up the phone and slipped it into my pocket before he could say anything. And within a second the whole family had crossed the border. You realize that you've probably just pissed him off even more, right? Jasper asked, keeping level with me as we ran. I know, I replied shortly, taking in a deep breath. Through my nose, I could smell Edward now. There was also the stink of the wolves mixed in there, but that was washed away by the sweet, heavenly scent of Edward. I had no idea why his scent captivated me in such a way. It just did. I followed it as it got stronger, breaking away from the others and pushing myself as fast as I could go. There was something else as well. Even if I hadn't picked up his scent, I would have carried on in this way. It was weird. It was like there was a magnet, buried deep within the depths of my chest, where my unbeating heart lay, cold and still, pulling me in this direction, towards Edward. He had a hold on me. Something I couldn't describe. I put it down to the fact that he had made me. Nothing else. There was no way it could be anything else. There was no way that I could feel anything but disdain and dislike for the creature that made me. Well, made all of us. Not after all that he had done. Could I? I found that Jasper had caught up to me again and was now looking at me with a curious expression on his face. His eyebrow tilted up as he smirked. Why the conflict bells? He asked casually, as though we weren't sprinting to save our instinctual enemies. I don't know. I shook my head. Just thinking, I guess. About? He asked, not pushing as someone like Alice would do. He was just curious as all. Something confusing. I answered cryptically and he decided to drop it. Jasper was never really one to push, but he always made sure that everyone was okay. We were approaching the cliffs now. I knew that this would be where Edward was. I could feel something in my chest swelling as we approached, which earned me another curious look from Jasper. I chose to ignore him. Reaching the cliffs, I saw that he was not there, so I swerved sharply, veering down towards the beach. I knew that Edward would be down there. The feeling in my chest only increased the closer I got to him. I would have to ask Jasper if he knew what it meant later on. Assuming we got out of this alive, I could see them. There were 3 of them standing as a kind of united force against a lone figure. Edward. I could tell from his stance that he was bored. That really didn't surprise me. He always seemed bored. I couldn't hear what was being said, but whatever it was aggravating the wolves. Please let them have some sense. Please, 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 please. I really didn't want any of them to get hurt. Not that they meant anything to me really, but I didn't want to have to deal with the thought of there being deaths that we could have prevented. As I ran, I gathered that Edward had said something that had severely pissed off the wolves as one of them phased then and there, launching himself at Edward, only to be met with Edward's hand, throwing him off course and into the cliff that ran along the back of the beach. I could hear Edward chuckling darkly, turning back to the other wolves, completely unfazed. The large russet wolf that had been thrown, Jacob, stood up shakily, completely caught off guard by Edward's power. He made to launch himself at Edward again, probably thinking that because he wasn't paying attention to him, that he didn't realize what was going on. Stop! I screamed, still running towards the 4, and the 3 wolves turned to face the direction we were running from. They all started to snarl at us, obviously displeased that we were on their land. We came to a stop, standing between Edward and the wolves before the other 2 could think to attack him and get themselves severely hurt. Carlyle was standing directly in front of Sam, as he would be the one to talk with the Alpha, to get him to see reason. Jasper and Emmett were standing in front of the Jacob, who was still in his wolf form. And judging by the scraps of material that were littering the ground, he would be staying that way until someone gave him something to put on. The rest of us were scattered around, making sure that the wolves weren't able to attack Edward. Not for his safety, but for theirs. Carlyle. Sam growled, glaring at the calm and collected vampire that was standing in front of him. "What are you and your family doing here?" "Saving your asses," he replied. I was surprised. Carlyle never swore. To any extent. He saw it as pointless and vulgar use of the English language and didn't like the why it was so easily thrown around nowadays. "What are you implying?" Sam crossed his arms over his chest, squaring up to Carlyle. "You do realize that this is a direct violation of the treaty, don't you?" "What would you prefer?" I shot back, not caring what Carlyle thought at the moment. He had to know the danger he was in. How could he not? A violation of the treaty or death. That seemed to stump him. Which was unfortunate for me because it gave me time to realize the intense magnetic pull that was attempting to draw me backwards. I tried to ignore it, but it wasn't doing any good. It was as though someone had wrapped rope around both Edward and myself and was now tightening it in an attempt at getting us closer together. If I wasn't so shit scared of him, I wouldn't have hesitated. "Why did you have to interrupt?" The Quillette standing next to Sam spoke up. I recognized him as Paul. Figures. He was always diving headfirst into any sort of trouble he could find. He reminded me of Emmett. But Emmett didn't smell bad like Paul did. "Do you have any idea who you're dealing with?" Carlyle spoke softly and calmly. The look in Sam's eyes told me that yes, he did know who he was dealing with. I knew that Sam would not condone any behavior that put his tribe in danger, so Jacob must have acted out without permission from Sam. "Who cares?" Paul spoke up. "Well, you know what? You should." Rosalie spat at him. She was not happy about being here, but she cared about her family too much not to come with us. She knew that if anything happened to the wolves, it would be us that was blamed. Seeing as the tribe wasn't 100% sure that Edward was here. Well, they were now, but that's not the point. And why's that? Paul was glaring at Rosalie now, looking at her as though he intended to rip her to pieces. This earned a low growl from Emmett, and I turned to see him contemplating the same thing that Paul probably was at the moment. Because this one vampire can rip you to pieces in a matter of seconds. If that. Jasper spoke up, his gaze flicking between Paul, Sam and Alice. He wanted to make sure that nothing would harm her, and I could tell that he was weighing up strategies on how to protect her in case a fight did ensue. I heard a chuckle from behind me and I turned to face Edward. He had an amused look on his face, but his eyes told a completely different story. He was pissed. Majorly. "You're no fun." He looked around at all of us, giving us all the once over. He was silently telling us all that he would deal with us all later. I turned back to face the wolves and saw them staring at Edward, hate in Paul's eyes and fear in Sam's. Of the two, Sam was definitely the smarter one. Jacob was still sitting there, growling and glaring at Edward in his wolf form, preparing to attack if needs be. The magnetic pull in my chest alerted me to Edward's disappearance before anything else did. I turned around and he was simply gone. Even though I had not conversed with him or even made any contact with him at all, simply being close to him seemed to affect me in a way that nothing else had in my life. This was something I wasn't comfortable with. I knew he was moving away from us with an incredible speed because the pulling sensation in my chest was both disappearing and intensifying at the same time. Would definitely have to ask Jasper about that when we got home. I didn't know where Edward was going, but I knew I also needed to talk to him. I had many questions I wanted answering. I just hoped that he let me ask them. "What the hell is going on here?" Sam seemed to have found his voice now that Edward had disappeared. "And where the hell did he go?" He waved at the space behind me I knew was now empty. One second he was there, and then the next he's not. "What's going on?" "Sam, calm down." Carlyle breathed in his collected and calming voice. Sam was starting to shake now. Not a good sign. "We can explain everything." "Well, go on then." He waved a hand, indicating for Carlyle to continue. Carlyle explained everything to the wolves. Who Edward was and his standing and power in the vampire world. The strength and powers he possessed. Basically everything that he had told us when Alice had discovered Edward was on his way here. The wolves were less than pleased. "So why is he here?" Sam asked, his voice a little calmer now he was on the level about Edward. "On the level? Did I just think that? Wow, sophisticated Bella." "We don't know," Carlyle admitted. All we know is that he won't be going anywhere until he's got what he came for. What that is, we won't know until he wants us to. My advice is to steer clear of him. Completely. And why should we? Paul snapped, glaring at Carlyle. Because the next time you come across him, we may not be able to help. Carlyle stated calmly. I knew that he was gazing into Paul's eyes, meeting his glare with a cool stare of his own. You have to trust us on this. You know of the Volturi and their power. The two of them nodded, and I heard a growl come from Jacob, showing his distaste for our rulers. Well, Edward created the Volturi. Yes, he is that powerful. Carlyle shook his head. If you do happen to run into him, or even smell him at any point in time, run as fast as you can in the opposite direction. Sam nodded. He knew the danger involved. Thank you, Carlyle. I felt my eyes widening. I hadn't expected that, especially in the calm voice that it was delivered in. But then again, Sam had wisdom beyond his years. He knew when he was in over his head. This was definitely one of those times. We owe you for this one. This meeting will not be considered a violation of the treaty, though the next time, it will be. Hopefully there will be no next time. Carlyle sighed gently. We'll be going now. Remember, you see him again. Run. With that he turned around and we all knew that it was time for us to go. Everything was pretty uneventful, but again that was kind of the best way for everything to be. We didn't want a confrontation to happen. We knew that this was not the best time for that. Even Emmett knew that much, so it must have been obvious. We ran back to the house. But not with the same amount of urgency as the previous journey. Getting back into the house, it was as though everyone let out a breath. Well, that was one crisis averted. Jasper breathed, settling himself on the couch. Alice walked over to him and settled herself down next to him. But what I can't understand is why Edward disappeared. You're right. Carlyle ran his hand through his hair, a puzzled look on his face. It doesn't seem right. It's not like him at all to just take off like that. There must be something else going on in that mind of his. Too bad that one of us isn't a mind reader. Emmett joked, wandering through into the room. Even if one of us was, he would just be able to block them anyway. I reminded him and his face fell slightly. Carlyle, what did you mean, till he got what he came for? What do you think he's after? I was confused to say the least. You don't think? Rosalie started to say before trailing off and stopping. What? We all turned to look at her and she glanced around. Something told me that she didn't even realize she had spoken out loud. You don't think that he came for Bella, do you? She said, in a voice so quiet that it was almost a whisper. I hadn't ever thought of that. But wait, no, he couldn't be after me. He told me that he didn't even realize I wasn't dead. So that couldn't be the reason. No. I shook my head. He thought I was until he saw me here. He's not here for me anymore. Emmett mumbled. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, looking at him. He looked up at me, eyeing away, nothing but concern in his eyes. What if he wasn't here for Bella to begin with, but what if he is now? ? You really think so? I was starting to get a little worried now. Yeah, he nodded, looking around at us all. What if he came out here for another reason completely, but then, comes across Bella, only vampire he's made in like a bagillion years or whatever. Maybe he's looking at her as some sort of trophy. Looking to take her back wherever it is he comes from. Carlyle stood there shaking his head. No, he whispered. That's not his style. He sat down across from Jasper and Alice. He wouldn't come here for one reason and then flick to a completely different one after arriving. Edward doesn't have the same problems with distraction as the rest of us do. I thought to the pull that had sparked back up in my chest when Carlyle mentioned his name. Jasper turned around and looked at me incredulously and I shrugged. I told him with my eyes that I wanted to talk to him outside. He seemed to understand because he kissed Alice on the temple and stood up, following me outside. We walked in silence into the woods until we knew we were far enough away so that we wouldn't be heard. What's going on with you, Bells? He asked quietly, stopping behind me. I walked a few steps and stopped, turning around to face him. He had a curious look on his face, as though he was trying to see through mud. I don't know, I whispered back, looking down at my hands. I really didn't know what was going on. Because every time someone mentions his name, your emotions go haywire. He walked up to me and took my hands in his own. I looked up at him and he smiled at me. What's going on? I don't know, I repeated, shaking my head. And my emotions do not go haywire. Really? He raised an eyebrow and I nodded. Edward. He smirked when I felt my emotions conflicting. I was conflicted. I really didn't know what I felt when it came to Edward. It seemed like my head was telling me to run. To put as much distance between Edward and myself as possible. Telling me that he was dangerous and that he was not good to be around. But it seemed that my body, maybe even my heart, was pulling me towards him. Telling me to go out and find him right now. Was wanting to get into his head and possibly his heart, and I really didn't know what to do. That was one of the reasons I wanted to talk to Jasper about this. I wanted to see if he could make heads or tails of my emotions. You're conflicted. You need to work this out. You don't say. I rolled my eyes at him and he chuckled. What I mean to say is that maybe you need to talk to him. What? I couldn't believe what Jasper was suggesting. Talk to him? Yeah, he nodded, letting go of my hands. I don't think he'll go all psycho on you. Not if you make it clear you just want to talk. I mean, you never know, having someone who's closer to him in that way. In what way? I asked, raising my eyebrows. Not like that, he laughed. Well, with your emotions behaving the way they are, who knows? He smirked at me and I threw a branch at him, which he easily dodged. But, you know, he made you. Having someone that close to him. Vampire-y speaking, I don't know. It's gotta be weird for him. I nodded, thinking over what he was saying. Did you just say, vampire-y speaking? He grinned at me. Yeah, he shrugged his shoulders. I didn't know how else to put it. Wow, I could feel my eyebrows rising. Jasper Whitlock Hale at a loss for words. Now the world is completely out of whack. He shrugged again, grinning slightly. You really think that I should talk to him? I really do. He nodded, placing a caring hand on my shoulder. I mean, what's the worst that could happen with just talking? I opened my mouth to argue. Just talking, Bells. Nothing else. I don't think that he'll wig out on you for just talking. You have been spending too much time with Emmett. I laughed as his brow furrowed in confusion. Wig out on you? He shrugged again. Seriously, Bells. He looked me in the eye. How long do you think it's been since Edward had a real conversation with someone? I mean, you've seen how people react to him. People, humans, vampires and werewolves are terrified of him. That's gotta get kinda lonely. I guess. I nodded. And, judging from earlier, you won't have any trouble finding him. He was talking about that pull that I had felt earlier. I had wanted to ask him about that. You felt it? He nodded. What was that? I mean, I've never felt something like that before. Do you know what it is? I'm gonna let you figure that one out on your own. He replied cryptically, meaning that he did know, but he was going to be an ass and not tell me. Ya spur. I whined and he smirked at me. Sorry, Bells. There are just some things people have to figure out on their own. And this is one of those things. He smiled at me, understanding my frustration. Mostly because he was feeling it as well. You'll figure it out, but you have to do it solo. I nodded, understanding where he was coming from. I guess I'd better get it over and done with. He nodded. No time like the present. How will I find him? I wondered out loud. You don't need me to tell you that. I nodded, feeling that magnetic pull that had calmed slightly, but not gone away, flare into life again. It was pulling me away from Jasper. So I turned around. I looked back over at Jasper and he smiled at me, nodding for me to go and find out what I needed to. I needed answers to my questions. I needed to know. I ran in the direction the pull directed me to, feeling it getting stronger with every step I took, and I couldn't help but wonder if Edward felt it too. He had to write. Something like this couldn't just be a one-sided thing. I didn't know. I completely ignored everything else around me and centered my concentration on the feeling in my chest, feeling it growing stronger and pulling me, urgent. Me to travel faster and faster the closer to him I got. Finally I caught his scent. It was strong. He must have come from a completely different direction for me not to have caught it before now. I ran out into a clearing and he was sitting there, on a boulder, just as he had been the last time I had been alone with him. We were somewhere different now. Somewhere we hadn't come before. Now that I thought about it, I didn't know why. We just hadn't. I approached him slowly, not wanting to give him any reason to attack me. What are you doing? Imitating a snail. He sounded irritated, and that was not a good sign. No, I answered, running over and standing on the rock he was sitting on. He turned and smirked at me. That's more like it. He closed his eyes and leaned back on his hands, tilting his head up to the sky. Now, what can I do for you? Come to scold me for playing with the wolves? Beneath his light-hearted tone, I could hear a sliver of irritation shining through. Somehow, I couldn't bring myself to fear him. The pull in my chest was at its peak, and something was telling me that it wouldn't be satiated until I felt his skin, which was several degrees colder than mine, with my own. I couldn't explain these feelings. They were kind of freaking me out. Can't you just read my mind? I challenged him, sitting down Indian style on the rock. Jasper had been right. It didn't seem that he was after a confrontation. Maybe all he wanted was a real conversation. If I wanted to, then yes, I could. He sighed, not looking at me. But as it so happens, I really can't be bothered. So, why don't you tell me instead? He looked at me, and I saw that there was something stirring beneath his vibrant red eyes. As if something was troubling him. Actually, I didn't come to talk about the wolves. Despite impressions, they're not really my main priority. I smirked at him, and I thought I saw some form of humor in his eyes. I just didn't want them all dead. They can make for some good fun when aggravated. Where did that come from? I wondered. That wasn't like me. Maybe Edward's rubbing off on me. Interesting, he mumbled, looking out in front of him. Really? No, not really. He shook his head. It just seemed like the right thing to say. Maybe he's not as bad as I thought he was. So, if you didn't come to talk about the Oh-So-Smells-A-Lot tribe, then what did you want to talk about? I wanted to ask you some questions. I was nervous now, not scared, just nervous. I wasn't really sure whether I wanted to know the answers I sought, but I knew that it would never leave me alone if I didn't ask them. What about? He seemed okay enough. So far, so good. Us, I whispered, trying to gauge his reaction. He looked at me, his blood-red eyes boring deep into mine as we stared at each other. What the hell was he going to do now? I had no idea. This was a really stupid idea. Stupid Jasper. I shouldn't have listened to him. He's probably going to rip me apart now or something along those lines anyway. I closed my eyes, expecting him to attack me suddenly for being rude and asking him about it. Who knows, maybe it wasn't something he wanted to talk about. What I wasn't expecting was the answer that I got. Okay, he said plainly. What do you want to know? I opened my eyes and stared at him, disbelieving. I tried to find some trace of humor or anger or something in his eyes. But I found nothing like that. All I found was sincerity and honesty. He was on the level about this. What? I think he was anyway. I said, okay. He shrugged, not seeming angry at all. Who are you and what did you do with Edward? I thought, suddenly wondering if this whole thing was a joke. Maybe it was, and this wasn't really Edward. Did he have the power to create an opposite to himself? It's possible. Carlyle did say that he had a lot of powers at his disposal. Maybe that's one of them. I'm sorry. I shook my head, trying to comprehend the idea that H.E. was actually going to talk to me about this. What do you want to know? There's another chappie for you. Sorry it took so long to update. I actually don't have an excuse ready for you, so I hope that the actual posting of the chapter, and the content within it was worthy of forgiveness. Just so you know, I'm not doing the whole Bella and Edward meet and fall in love a day later storylines. I'm not a fan of those storylines at all. The reason Bella feels so drawn to Edward and Edward's feelings on the matter will be explained. Why? A lot of you are a little confused as to why Edward D suddenly vanished when the Cullens appeared on the beach, and I can tell you that the answer to that question will be answered in this chapter. Also, a couple of you don't understand why Jasper won't tell Bella what the sensation in her chest and the pull is all about, but you have to understand, someone can't just tell you what you're feeling and why you're feeling that way. It's something she has to figure out on her own. And she will figure it out. And yes, Jasper does know what's going on. Edward, what the hell is going on with me? 1 minute, I'm standing there, terrorizing some wolves, AC. Truly finding something entertaining for once and the next I can't get off the beach fast enough. And it's because of her. She's managed to reignite that spark from 100 years ago. The first time I had felt anything in my stone-cold heart in my entire existence. Now it was being thawed for a second time, all in the space of a century. And because of one girl, Isabella, she had this effect on me the last time we met. She has no idea what she's doing, but she does it anyway. This magnetic force inside of my chest. I can't stand it, but the thing is, I know how I can stop it, but I can't. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't bring myself to kill her. Every time I think about it, something in my head and my heart screams at me not to. I don't even know what it is. Why she drives me crazy. But she does. Getting away from her was the only thing that I could do. Everything was screaming at me to stop, to turn around and head back to the beach, but I ignored everything my head and heart were telling me. How could this one girl have this effect on my? Thankfully, I had become so good at hiding my emotions, the empath of the group didn't notice any difference. I had to run. I had to get away from her. I knew from tapping into my empathic ability that she was feeling the same way as I was. The uncontrollable pull that was commanding her body to make some form of physical contact with mine. It was overpowering, not something I was accustomed to. I ran until I reached a clearing of rocks and boulders. I hoped I would be able to find some peace, to rid Isabella from my mind. But as it turns out, my body had other ideas. It wasn't going to let me be. Sitting down on the largest boulder there, I tried to relax. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my mind through leveled breathing. Even though I didn't need to breathe, it made sense for some reasons. I had traveled through civilizations that used this technique to sort through their thoughts. It had become worldwide now. Humans called it yoga. Why they thought they needed to steady their thoughts was beyond me. They were all so tedious. Though, how I tried, I couldn't get my thoughts off of Isabella. I cursed myself internally. The last time I had encountered her, I had felt the same way. At first, it seemed to be only bloodlust. My desire for her blood was overbearing. The only thing stopping me from killing her then and there, in that park, was the silence that radiated from her mind. I'll admit I was intrigued. But that wasn't what stopped me from killing her. It was this very same feeling. The feeling she screamed at me when I even thought about harming her. There was something inside of me that was stopping me from doing so. Even at this very moment, I knew she was running towards me. She was coming at such a speed, pulled by the invisible magnetism that connected us. I couldn't smell her yet, but I could feel her approaching me. She stopped behind me in the clearing. I didn't try to access her thoughts. Something inside of me wanted to be considerate and not invade her thoughts. That confused me. Since when had I been considerate? Normally I didn't give any thought to others, acquiring the information I needed and then moving on. Not this time though. This would need investigating. Normally I would have found that Arrow's suspicions were nothing more than his own paranoid musings getting the better of him. Traveled back to Volterra, let him know that he was an insufferable moron, in the most memorable way of course, and then carried on my way. That was how I normally worked. But one thing was keeping me here, not wanting me to leave this place. Isabella. She had the same effect on me as she had back then. And it was aggravating me more than anything had. It wasn't her per se, so I couldn't really blame her. But it was the feelings she ignited within me. She still feared me, but not to the extent that she had, her feelings getting the better of her as well. It seemed they were throwing us both for a loop, neither of us knowing what to do about them. She was walking towards me at an incredibly slow pace. She had to know that I knew she was there. She was just trying to calm herself before she reached me. What are you doing? Imitating a snail. Her slow pace was annoying. She was going slow enough that a human would get annoyed. And that was saying something. No, she answered, sounding confident before appearing at my side, standing on the boulder I was currently perched on. That's more like it. I smirked at her before closing my eyes. Leaning back on my hands, I settled into a more relaxed position, letting her know that she wasn't in danger. Yet, whether or not she got that I didn't know, but I wanted her to tell me that. Something within me was telling me to respect her privacy. If I could just figure out what it was, then everything would be alright. It was evading me for the time being. Now, what can I do for you? Come to scold me for playing with the wolves. Like she'd be brave enough to do that. Can't you just read my mind? She answered in a challenging tone. She sat down Indian style on the rock next to me, her confidence growing slightly as time passed. So he was brave enough to challenge me. Not had that happen before. It was a change, I guess. If I wanted to, then yes I could. I sighed, wondering whether to tell her the reason I wouldn't read her mind. She'd probably get freaked out. Wait, I thought, suddenly. Since when did I care? I decided on not telling her the truth. But as it so happens, I really can't be bothered. So, why don't you tell me instead? I looked at her, into her golden eyes, and I found something there that I hadn't ever seen in another being's eyes. Normally, all I saw was fear, anxiety and terror. But in hers there was something else. Curiosity, maybe. Actually, I didn't come to talk about the wolves. Despite impressions, they're not really my main priority. She gave me a small smirk at that. I knew they weren't. I knew that there was very little other than extreme distaste and animosity between the Cullens and the wolves. It was amusing how she thought she had to explain this to me. I just didn't want them all dead. They can make for some good fun when aggravated. I managed to suppress a snort. That sounded like something I would say. Maybe she was discovering what she would have known all along if I had known about her. Something that happened when she was around others. Something I would have to educate her in, if I told her about it at all, that is. She was discovering it unconsciously though, and that could be dangerous. Interesting, I mumbled, turning my gaze away from Isabella. Maybe I would have to stick around longer than I had thought I would. Really? She thought that I was talking about the wolves. No, not really. They're not. But you are. It just seemed like the right thing to say. What the hell was going on with me? Whatever it is, it has to stop. So, if you didn't come to talk about the Oh-So-Smells-A-Lot tribe, then what did you want to talk about? This was starting to get annoying. Maybe there was more to this whole situation than I had thought there was. I wanted to ask you some questions. I could feel the anxiety coming off of her. She was nervous about speaking to me. Curiously, though, she wasn't afraid. No, all creatures were afraid of me. But not this girl. She was curious about me. No doubt our past has something to do with that. What about? Something told me that she was expecting some form of reaction from me. Why though? I knew the answer to that question. Because something deep down was telling her to be afraid. She wasn't though. That was the interesting part. She whispered softly. I could sense that she was watching me, wanting to know what was going on inside my head. I turned to look at her, gazing into her eyes again. Something was drawing me into them, something I hadn't felt before. In all of my years, I had never had these emotions before, and they were pissing me off. Okay, I stated simply. What do you want to know? I could tell that my answer had taken her by surprise. I could see that she had been expecting some sort of extreme reaction from me, or at least something other than the one she received. I figured she had a right to know where she came from. The circumstances behind her change. I myself had no idea why I became like this, why I was changed. Why I was cursed into living for all eternity, in the same body, stuck at the same age. I knew how confused she was feeling. I had given up long ago, reaching the conclusion that I would never know my reason for being, but that didn't mean I was going to keep it from Isabella. She had the right to know where she came from. I might be a monster, but that's one thing I will not withhold from her. What? I said. Okay, I repeated, shrugging, showing her that it was no big deal. I knew she was confused. I guess I would be as well. I hadn't really given her the impression that I would agree so easily. I'm sorry. She shook her head, trying to process everything. What do you want to know? She thought for a moment, clearly recovering from my agreement to the conversation we were about to have. It was quite amusing actually. I'm not going to ask why you changed me, because you've already told me the answer to that question. I nodded once. But there is one thing I want to know. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, even though it was redundant. How old are you? That's not about us, as you put it. I pointed out, and I saw the panic in her eyes. I know. It's something that I've been wondering since Carlyle told us about you. She recovered quickly. I could see why she was curious. Yet she was the only one in existence that had ever asked me outright about my age. Others just made assumptions. Carlyle told us that you predate language completely. Is that true? I nodded once. Whoa, she was impressed. There's more behind this than simple curiosity, I stated, knowing she was avoiding something. For some reason, I still didn't go into her mind. The thought that I didn't even want to was bugging me. I looked into her eyes and I saw that they were nervous. Busted. So, what else did you want to know my age for? Well, I guess with everything that I've found out today. I just wanted to know, the kind of thing I had to live up to, you know. She said softly, just because I made you, doesn't give you any special privileges. I told her sternly, that much was true, she wouldn't be given special privileges because of that. I know, she answered quickly, but you know, you have a reputation, obviously, and I was just one. Daring how long you've been around to uphold that reputation, as it were. She had guts, I had to give her that. But the chances that this bravery and confidence wasn't her own was high. I looked away from her, and shrugged. Closing my eyes again, tilting my head back slightly. 15,000 years. Give or take a century or two. I looked at her and smirked, seeing the shock on her face. I've stopped counting. Gets a bit pointless keeping track over the millennia. It was true, I had stopped counting. There really was nothing interesting about keeping track of one's age. To me, the years had become like days, passing in an endless vortex of time, in which I had no place. Creatures were supposed to wither and age. I was an oddity of nature, as was every human bind that followed me into eternal damnation. Wow, she breathed. Carlyle was right, sometimes they are. I smirked, looking back at her. Anything else, or was that it? She looked down at the boulder we were both sitting on. When did we first meet? I mean, I feel like I know you from before. And not just through you finding and attacking me. Like, I don't know. Like we've talked before. So she did remember. Well, not explicitly, but her memory was attempting to make itself known, but the memories it was trying to recapture and bring to the surface were human and unclear. She probably wouldn't remember completely what had happened. But the chances that some parts would become no was likely. That's probably because we did. I stated plainly, not putting any emotion into it, although my body was screaming at me to tell her what was really going on in my head and stone-cold heart. I wasn't going to let her know that though. Mainly, because I didn't know yet. After being around for so long, you'd think that there wasn't anything I hadn't experienced. Well, you'd be almost right. I hadn't experienced this until Isabella came along. We did. She sounded confused. Yup. I popped the P on the end. You may think of me as a monster, and hell I am, but there was something about you. Something that told me not to kill you. What? She whispered, not taking her eyes off of me. I didn't. What it was then. I'm still not 100% sure now. I shrugged. You may think that because of my age, I know everything, and in all but one respect I do. There is only one thing that still confuses me. What's that? The way she responded told me that she didn't really want to know, but her curiosity got the better of her. You, I stated simply, and the look on her face changed from one of apprehension to one of confusion. Me, she really didn't know what I was talking about. She didn't remember, so how could she? Yes, I replied, nodding my head once. I attempted to figure you out when we first met, which by the way, was more difficult to do because at that point I couldn't read your mind. Seeing as you were human, how come you didn't just kill me? Because of the way I couldn't get into your mind. I answered truthfully. She deserved the truth for some reason. I knew she wouldn't give this information up to anyone. Something told me that she didn't really want the res T of her coven to know that she was here. The big one and the blonde would have something to say about that. It was intriguing, to some extent. What do you mean? She asked, bringing her knees up over her chest and wrapping her arms around her legs. Normally, this would be seen as something defensive, but I remembered her sitting the same way as a human, even when she didn't realize I was there. Something she carried across into immortal life. In 15,000 years there has only been one creature, human, vampire, whatever, that has been able to keep me out. I turned to look at her again, seeing the confusion in her eyes. You. I shrugged. It intrigued me. Nothing had ever been able to keep me out before. It was like a game. So that's why you didn't kill me, outright. She whispered, talking to herself. Did you discover anything you liked? She smiled a genuine smile at me, no longer afraid or nervous. That wasn't something I was used to. It was always someone being afraid of me when in my presence. Nervous that I was coming. Something like that anyway, but this was different. It was nice to some extent. Why? I don't know. Maybe this was something that I had been missing all these years. Not the situation, but the creature sat across from me. She was the only one who wasn't afraid of me, or so it seemed. You're not afraid of me. It wasn't a question. It was a statement, and one she seemed confused by. She sat there for a moment, thinking over what I had just said. No, she whispered, her expression betraying the realization that she, in fact, wasn't afraid of me. She didn't meet my eyes and I smirked at her sudden shyness. You weren't as a human either. She looked at me, her eyes wide, not believing me. It's true. That was another thing that drew me to you, and kept you alive a little longer. How come? I shrugged. I don't know. After several millennia of civilization fearing your very name, it becomes tedious. Even if it isn't your true name. No one knew my true name. No one had ever even asked me my true name. Not something I cared about. My original name linked me to my humanity. Something I had left behind when I had awoken from the change a bloodthirsty monster. It linked me to a world that was best left forgotten. Idar, she whispered and my head snapped around. How do you know that name? I growled. Okay. Now she was afraid. I don't know. She stuttered, shifting away from me slightly. It just came into my head. I don't know where it came from. Does it mean something? It's the answer to one of the many questions the vampire race has about me. I narrowed my eyes at her, judging her reaction. Your real name, she whispered, so low that it barely registered as a sound. It is, isn't it? Yes, I stated simply and she smiled slightly. She was the only one who knew that. You were the only one with that knowledge. How you knew that, I don't know, but I will find out. If I hear that name on the lips of anyone else in the world, retribution will be swift. No one is to ever find out what you know. Is that clear, Crystal? She replied quickly. But, if I may ask, why don't you want anyone to know your real name? Because it ties me to a humanity I discarded a long time ago. I growled in a tone that unmistakably put an end to that segment of the conversation. She nodded, processing what she had just learned. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Yeah. She was still trying to process the idea that she was the only one, other than myself, that knew my real name. It must be something huge for her. If you were able to not kill me for a certain amount of time, what made you? She shook her head. Did I find out or something? What you were? No. I shook my head. I could tell you were on your way to working it out though. But that wasn't it. You want to know what pushed me into killing you? I turned to look at her and she nodded tentatively. It was that goddamn blush of yours. I saw the confusion on her face and in her eyes. I chuckled at her ignorance. She couldn't even remember how she blushed. You know of La Tua Cantante. It wasn't a question, but she nodded anyway before her eyes widened in realization. I was yours, she asked slowly. Yes, I replied, looking into her eyes again. Vampires have often said that it is impossible to resist the blood of La Tua Cantante. Or roughly translated, your singer. However, I have found that to be untrue. But then again, that could be the result of years of self-restraint. She smiled at that. I knew from my explorations of her mind earlier in the day, sifting through her memories, that she had been perfecting her control for many years now. She was almost there. So what changed? Her voice had become timid, not through fear of me as it were, but fear of hearing what had happened almost a century ago. You tested my restraint without even realizing it. I explained. That blush of yours would make an appearance at the most inconvenient times. One day, it was just too much. I shrugged. She was quiet for a moment. I could see in her eyes that something was working in her mind. I accessed my negation power for a second, to see murky. Unclear images from 1918 flooding through her head. She was remembering. Her memory was unlocking for her. I remember, she mumbled, her attention flicking CK to me as I released the power and looked out in front of me. That's the first thing I've remembered of my human life that was just more than an feeling or a fleeting sense of déjà vu. She blinked a couple of times, her newfound knowledge overwhelming her slightly. Thank you. What for? Helping me to remember. She looked in the direction that I was. You're thanking me for helping you to remember your death. I turned to look at her again. Do you realize that you sound almost as warped as me? She shrugged, smiling and looking down at her hands. If she had been able to blush then she would have done at that moment. That expression gave it away. You're welcome. Though, you said that 15,000 years that I was the only one who could keep you out. She mumbled. Did that me, and that you created a vampire with a gift? No. I shook my head. Telepathy is actually my gift. It was the gift that I entered this life with. The others are just bonuses, I guess. Do you remember what happened to you? She asked tentatively, seeming unsure of whether she should ask this question. She was the first one to ask me outright. Arrow, Marcus and Keys had been hinting for years about if I knew what had happened to me. Well, more Arrow and Keys more than Marcus. Marcus didn't give a stuff about anything in general really. No, I stated simply. Do you wish you did? She didn't know when to let up, did she? She was the same as a human. Something in her mind told her to keep asking questions. She was too inquisitive for her own good. Maybe even more so now she was a vampire. Sometimes. I mumbled. I sighed. I gave up trying to discover my origins a long time ago. Oh, she sighed, looking out over the clearing again. I have too. No. Why did you make Carlyle tell me that he didn't change me? For that very reason. I answered simply. I've seen it before. A vampire stumbles upon one that is changing and they take them under their wing. Occasionally, the truth will be told from the word go. The newborn will know that the vampire they're with didn't change them. But more often than not, the newborn won't be told of their origins. But they always find out, and more often than not, it doesn't tend to end well for either vampire. Oh, she said simply. She looked shocked to say the least. Let me guess, you thought that I was trying to drive a wedge between Carlyle and yourself. Between you and your family, as you call them. She looked me in the eyes, expressing what she wouldn't say. Well, that's not true. Other than the reason I just gave you, IKN. Ow, how it feels not to know where you came from. Why you're here. It's not something anyone should go through. Okay. She shook her head slightly. I don't want to be rude, but was that the great Edward, opening up about something? I shrugged looking at her. Don't get used to it. I won't. She smiled, and I looked out in front of me again. I have one more question though. Which is, I didn't look at her again. Why did you stop? She was quiet again. Why didn't you make sure that I was dead? I mean, from what I've heard, you're careful about changing people. From what Carlyle's told us, you've always been careful about that. Well, aside from the newborn stage we all go through. You did go through that, right? I chuckled at her uncertainty. Yes, I went through the newborn stage. More violently than any other vampire, I might add. Should I be shocked that that doesn't surprise me? She was definitely becoming braver and more confident around me. Surprisingly, it didn't bother her me as it would if it came from any other vampire. I would have to investigate this deeper, as well as testing out her dormant powers. No, I shook my head, still trying to get my head around how natural this all felt. The original of anything is usually more violent or unstable than those that follow. It's just a natural process. As for stopping, I don't know why I did. That was a lie. I knew why I stopped. I knew back then, just as I knew right now. Even though the scent of Isabella's blood was overpoweringly strong, something within me refused to accept that I wanted to feast upon her. Something within me wanted to preserve her life. To allow her to live. But the monster inside had won out that battle and I attacked her. If it hadn't been for that goddamn blush, I would have done it. But then again she tasted so sweet and her blood was so incredible that some part of me regretted not tasting it sooner. It was then, as I was feeding off of her, that a voice screamed inside my head. It wasn't Isabella's but my own. It told me to let her go, too. Release her. It was in that moment that I felt something I had never felt before. Regret. I released her and ran, as fast as I could, away from her body. I had killed her. I had killed the one creature that had stood out in this world, that had drawn me to her, more than others. Now, sitting here, talking to her, I realized why I had been drawn to her back then. Just as I was right now. Why I didn't feel the need to destroy her when she began asking questions. Why I gave her some semblance of privacy when it came to her thoughts. I now knew the reason behind that incredible magnetic force that seemed to pull us together, which was at full strength, urging me to move towards her and make physical contact. I wanted nothing more, but I refrained, resisting my urges just as I had been doing all day. It seemed to hum and vibrate between us. And now I knew why. It seemed so obvious now. I had it worked out, and I mentally chastised myself for not figuring it out all those years ago. She was my mate, so Edward's figured it out, but has Bella? Tune in next time to find out. I know there's a lot of talking in this chapter, but then again, it's needed for the story. Before any of you ask this, yes, Edward is confused and conflicted about his feelings towards Bella, but this does not mean that his behavior towards the rest of the Cullens will be changing. Bella is the only one who confuses and encaptures him enough to warrant that. Next chapter will be BPOV. And no, it won't be a BPOV of this chapter. I told you that was it for the alternate POVs of chapters for now, and that's true. There will be some at some point, but only when they're needed. Anyways, I'm going to stop my rambling now, so please review. You know how I love them so. Realization. Bella. One day, it was just too much. With that sentence, it seemed as though I was physically transported back almost a century in time. I hadn't ever known any specific memories of my human life. Only feelings and thoughts that I'd had, and a major sense of déjà vu when something happened. But this was completely different. Flashback Chicago 1918. I went to the park again. I loved it here. Even though it was overcast and dreary this time of year, it was one of the most peaceful places in the city. I loved coming here to be alone with my thoughts, to read or just to be alone for any given amount of time. I might only live with my father, but he was so overprotective of late and didn't want me going out so much. And I knew that it wasn't because of the influenza threat that could befall the city soon. No, it was because I had come of age and he could soon be asked for permission to court me. I knew that this was his worry. He didn't want to let me go. Especially after the death of my mother. It was hard for him to think about that. Little did he know that there was already a man besides him in my life. Edward. When I had first met him, I was immediately struck with the notion that he was different. He was insanely beautiful. That was the only way I could describe him. He had untamable hair that was an incredible color. A mix between red and brown. I could only describe it as bronze. His features were perfect. His nose perfectly straight, and an incredibly sculpted jawline and cheekbones. He was beautiful, but it was his eyes that were the most captivating. They were a deep coal black. I had never seen eyes that color before. I hadn't even thought that it was possible to have eyes that color. Obviously, it was, or else he wouldn't have them. He always seemed to know when I was in the park. It was the only time I saw him. As I sat there, I looked around and saw that there was no one else around. Normally, the park would be teeming with life at this time. Families would usually be out here, entertaining children. Or couples that were courting would be wandering in and out of the trees that wound their way through the park. But today there was nothing. No one. I really was alone. Maybe it was the ever-growing threat of the influenza that had people staying inside. I didn't really care. In my mind, it wasn't here yet, so there was no real reason to fear it. I always kept an ear out for it though, heeding the time when we would all have to fear it. Hello, Isabella. I heard his soft velvety tones calling me, and I looked behind me to see him wandering slowly towards me. Just looking at him seemed to spark something within my chest. I had known he was there, without him even saying a word. It seemed that when he was around, there was an aching within the depths of my heart, pulling me towards him, begging me to touch him. I never did. It wouldn't be prudent for me to, but the yearning in my chest only increased when he was near. I'd realized from when I arrived home on the first day that I had met him, that it was there. It hadn't left in all the time I'd known him, which by this time was a good 2 months or so. And it only seemed to become stronger the longer I knew him. How many times do I have to tell you, I don't like to be called Isabella? I threw back at him teasingly. Call me Bella, but Isabella is so much more beautiful. He sat down beside me, staring into my eyes as he always did. He always seemed to be concentrating on something when he was around, like there was something else on his mind. I had asked him what he was thinking and he always replied with the same remark. What are you thinking? That would always be his answer, and I would get nowhere with him. Sometimes I wished I was a mind reader, just so I would be able to know what was going on behind those captivating eyes. And someone as beautiful as you deserves to be known by a name that is equally as beautiful. I could feel the heat rising into my cheeks. Godforsaken blush, I though angrily. It always gave me away. There was no hiding anything from anyone with my blush. No one ever made me blush the way he did though. He always seemed to know exactly what to say. Whether it was intentional or not, I didn't know, but still, that wasn't the point. You always know how to embarrass me, I mumbled, looking down at my hands that were clasped in my skirts. I don't mean to embarrass you, he whispered softly in my ear. But in my experience, it's always best to tell the truth. And I'm not going to lie to you, Isabella. He emphasized my name. Truth was, I didn't mind him saying it. It did sound beautiful coming from his lips, but then again, everything sounded beautiful coming from his lips. Well, thank you for being honest with me. I met his eyes again and I felt myself being drawn into them, yet again. He was so close that I could smell him. He smelled incredible, not like any of the other men that I had met with over the years, who all smelled of some artificial substance they had covered themselves with to try to impress others around them. No, he smelled the same way the world did the sun set after a long hot summer's day. His scent was indescribable, it was tantalizing and beautiful. If I could bottle it I would wear it every day, purely to remind myself of him. That is not a problem. He smiled. His smile was also something that drew me to him. It was not an even smile. More of a crooked grin, his mouth lifting up slightly higher on one side. It was individual, his alone, especially when it comes to you. Why is that? I couldn't help but ask. Anything I could learn about him, I lapped up with earnest. Because there is something about you, Isabella. It seems to make me completely incapable of lying. His eyes held mine as he said this, and I could help the blush that crept back up my cheeks. I swear that you could cook a dinner on my cheeks, they were so hot. You captivate me in a way that I have never known. Your beauty is only the tip of the iceberg in that respect. Your insatiable thirst for knowledge and curiosity only spark the same feelings within me when it comes to you. I don't know how it was possible, but I felt even more heat pooling in my cheeks. I closed my eyes and willed it to go away, but I could feel him staring at me in the way. He always did, and I could also feel the heat making its way down my neck. How did he have this effect on me, when no one else could ever make me feel this way? I then heard a sound that made my eyes fly open. It sounded like a feral growl. I looked around quickly, searching for the animal that had made it, and yet saw nothing. The proximity that I had heard it would put it at right next to me. But, as I gazed around, it was clear that Edward and I were the only ones in the park at that time. I looked back to Edward and saw that his eyes had become even darker than they had been before, if that was at all possible. Edward, are you okay? I asked timidly. His eyes were trained on my throat. It was unnerving me, slightly. I lifted up my hand to pull my hair over my shoulder, concealing my neck. But before I could get my hand anywhere close, his fingers were wrapped around my wrist, locking them in an iron grip. Edward, what are you? His fingers tightened on my wrist with every word I spoke, as if the very breath that was coming from me was aggravating him somewhat. Edward, ow, that hurts, you're scaring me. What you are you? Ow. His grip on my wrist had tightened exponentially and it felt as though he was going to snap the bone. How could someone be so strong? It wasn't possible for someone to snap bone with their hands, was it? No, it wasn't. In the next instant, he had pulled me violently towards him and I felt a searing pain in my throat as something broke the skin. I tried struggling, trying to get free, but it was in vain. I was locked in an iron grip. Was he biting me? I whimpered in pain, but he seemed to take no notice. I could feel his lips on my neck as he sucked on my throat, a deep guttural growl releasing from his throat as he fisted a hand in my hair. He was drinking my blood. That's not possible. Why would he be doing that? Unless, he's not human. I tried in vain to get free, but it was absolutely useless. He was too strong and I was getting weaker with every passing second. He was drinking my blood. He was a monster. As I felt my life force leaving me, I lost my vision, although I could still hear and feel everything that was happening around me. I fell, myself going completely limp in his arms, not having the strength left to keep myself composed or to struggle. He was killing me. Father, how could I leave him like this? I hadn't had the chance to tell him that I loved him this morning. I hadn't had the chance to say goodbye at all. He had left early to get to work. There had been a murder last night, something they hadn't seen before. Charlie told me that it looked as though the victim had been bitten by some sort of animal, but the body was completely drained of blood. This wasn't something they had ever seen before. I understood who, or should I say what it was now. It had been Edward. Suddenly, I felt myself make contact with the ground, Edward pushing me away from him. I knew that I was barely alive anymore. I would most definitely die, here in the park. In the same way that poor person had last night. I felt a surge of wind come over me as I succumbed to the blackness that I assumed was death. At least that was until something started burning within my veins. Fire. It spread quickly, and it was excruciating. If this was death, I knew I was in hell. End flashback. Even though it wasn't clear and vivid like the rest of my memories were. It was still clear that it had happened. That was the day that I had died. That was the day Edward attacked and changed me. What had caused him to suddenly attack me though? He had said that it was my blush that did it. Maybe it was that undid him. I was still confused about many things though. Like how he had just dropped me and run off. There was something wrong with this picture. I didn't want to press him on it though. Who knew how far he was willing to take this whole leniency thing? But then again, he hadn't attacked me when I had mumbled his real name. He had been pissed that I knew it, yes. But he had let it go. How I knew his real name, I had no idea. When he mentioned something about a true name, it suddenly popped into my head. I didn't know where it came from. But it was just hanging there in my mind, seeming to float in front of my eyes. I didn't know what it meant. I didn't even realize what it was until he growled at me. I knew then that I had stumbled upon something that he did not wish others to know. I wouldn't tell anyone of my discovery. Not because I feared for my life, but out of courtesy. I knew that if he wanted people to know it, then he would have kept it. Or at least told someone. He wished for it to remain a secret, and I would respect that wish. It still didn't answer the question of how I knew it though. Maybe it had something to do with this pull I felt when thinking of him. This Edward was a different Edward to the one I had met earlier on in the day. It was as though he was the Edward the first had witnessed in my memory. Without the whole attacking me and draining my blood bit, something told me that he wouldn't be like this around the others. That there would be another shift in his behavior. Something within my chest told me that this Edward was reserved for me and me alone. Whether or not that was coming from me or him I didn't know. Something was stirring within my unbeating heart, but it felt foreign. As though it was only a projection of a feeling. Drawing me to him in some unknown way. Could these feelings be coming from him? That was impossible. How could I be feeling what he was? Jasper was the empath, not me. But then again, thinking about Jasper, something seemed to stir in my memory. Of talking with Alice and Rosalie. They were both gushing about Jasper and Emmett who had gone out hunting at the time. I closed my eyes as the memory washed over me, hoping that Edward was telling the truth about not reading my mind at the moment. Flashback. I was sitting with Alice and Rosalie in the living room. We were alone in the house. Emmett and Jasper had gone hunting, Esme was in the backyard and Carlisle was at the hospital. The two of them were going on about Jasper and Emmett. Why they felt the need to go on while I was around was a mystery to me. They made no secret about their musings on how I should find a mate. They didn't seem to get that I was perfectly content on my own. I didn't need a mate to make me complete. They didn't listen to me when I told them this. I think that somehow they knew I was lying. In some respects, it felt like I was. I didn't know what it was, but every time I found myself thinking of how it would be to have a mate, something stirred in my chest. It was a form of longing. Not the longing to actually find a mate, but the longing one feels when they have lost something. I didn't understand how that was possible though, seeing as I had never found a mate to begin with. I can't bear to be away from him. Alice was crooning, bringing me out of my little reverie. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. All this time with Jasper and I still don't know how to describe how it feels to be away from him. She smiled, obviously remembering some of the more obvious aspects of their relationship. It's like there's a cord connecting you, willing you the two of you back together whenever you're apart. Rosalie finished for her, a dreamy look spreading across her face. Exactly, Alice nodded. And when you are back together, it's like you won't be satisfied until you touch them physically. More than just touch, Rose added with a sneaky smile, and I shuddered with disgust. The whole family knew what happened between Emmett and Rose when they were reunited. You see what you're missing, Bells. Alice turned to look at me. I didn't answer, but felt that familiar pang in my chest, telling me that there was something missing. I didn't know what it was, so I just dismissed it. If it happens, it happens. Flashback. I opened my eyes, my mind reeling from the memory. What they had described, what they had told me about how they felt when being away from Jasper and Emmett. It was identical to what I had felt, being away from Edward. That couldn't mean that. He couldn't be. Looking at this perfect creature sitting next to me, it couldn't be possible. Could it? At that moment, my phone began vibrating in my pocket and I didn't need to look at the caller ID to know it was Alice. She had seen my realization. Damned pixie. Yeah, I asked, pressing my phone to my ear. Edward turned his head slightly to look at me. Please don't let him be reading my mind at the moment. He would think I was insane if he was. You might want to come back to the house, she said quickly and quietly into the receiver. I had no doubts that Edward had heard her. His hearing was more advanced than the rest of ours after all. Gotcha. I hung up the phone and stood up quickly. Edward made no movement at all. I'd love to continue this, but I have to go. I hopped off of the boulder so that I was standing in front of him and turned to face him. Can we continue this later? Sure. He shrugged, a smirk on his face. He definitely knew there was something up. I nodded and turned to run in the direction of the house, my mind reeling. He couldn't be. Could he? It was preposterous. How could he be? If I was, did he realize it too? Maybe that as why he had changed his behavior around me. He had said time and time again that he wouldn't treat me any differently because he had made me. But he was treating me differently. Maybe that was because he knew what I now considered. And there was this pull in my chest. This yearning that was screaming at me to turn around and run back to him. I did my best to ignore it, but it was getting harder and harder to do so. Now, with these thoughts running through my head, I made it to the house in record time and ran into the living room where the rest of the family were sitting. The others were looking at me confused, but Alice and Jasper were sitting there with grins on their faces. Alice had obviously seen something to do with my realization, and Jasper, he knew what was going on to begin with. He was right about me having to discover it by myself though. If he had told me outright, there would be no way that I would have believed him. I would have laughed at him, but now I had come to the conclusion on my own. I believed it somewhat. Is it true? I asked the two of them, flicking between their beaming faces. As what true? Rosalie asked, obviously out of the loop on this particular snippet of news. The others in the room seemed to be out of it as well, as they were all constantly looking between me and the grinning couple. They looked at each other and nodded in unison. It was true. As what true? Emmett whined like a child, not liking being left out. You want to say it or shall I? Jasper asked me quietly, looking me in the eye. I shook my head, indicating that I couldn't even speak, let alone admit what I had just had confirmed. He nodded, understanding. It would seem that all of the families pushing Bella to find a maid was united. What do you mean? Rosalie asked, confused and staring at me. She already has one. Jasper smirked. Has had this whole time. Who? Esme rose off of the sofa and walked over to me, wrapping her arms around me. Edward, I whispered, not meeting their gazes. What? Rosalie spat. She wasn't happy about Edward being here in the first place, and she wanted him gone as soon as possible. The realization that He was in fact my mate meant that there was a very good chance he would be around for longer than we had thought he would be. Jazz. I called quietly and he looked at me. Does he feel the same way? I mean, does he? You know what I mean. He does. Jasper nodded, smiling at me. At least I think he does. His emotions are hard to read. But judging by what he was feeling in the split second before he took off earlier, I'd say we have a winner. He felt the same way. That must mean that he knew he was my mate. Maybe that was why he was so open to talking to me earlier. Or maybe it was just because he felt like I should know where I came from. I don't know. This was all so very confusing. Hang on, if he knew he was my mate, that must mean that he felt the same pull I did in my chest. He would feel the same magnetism that drew me to him. He would feel the same hollowness that I felt when I was away from him. All of this was so foreign to me, I didn't know what to do. I shook my head, trying to clear my mind, realizing how I must look to my family. I looked at Alice and I saw that she was still grinning at me. She must have seen something about Edward and myself. And I knew it wasn't just my realization on the matter. What did you see, Alice? You'll see, she answered cryptically. It must be good then. If it was Edward and I confessing our undying love for each other, then I was pretty sure she'd be waiting an eternity. Did he even know how to love? I wasn't sure. Maybe. If he felt the same things I was feeling, then it had to be possible, right? I didn't know if I loved him. I couldn't love him, right? I mean, I had only met him today. Not counting the meetings we had almost a century ago. I wasn't counting those. I was drawn to him, yes, but did I love him? I didn't think so. Could I love him eventually? I guess it was possible. Maybe. So you're saying that Edward is Bella's mate? Emmett repeated, staring at me. That's about it. Jasper nodded, answering for me. He obviously sensed my confusion as I felt a wave of calming energy pass through me. I smiled in appreciation. Whoa, Bells, he laughed. Going straight for the top, aren't ya? When did this happen? Rosalie sounded pissed. She wanted her family safe and she didn't feel it was with Edward around. Oh, about 100 years ago. I choked out. When we first met, I remember feeling some sort of pull towards him. Of course I had no idea what it was, but it was there all the same. Just as it is right now. You've been holding out on us, girl, Emmett guffawed. Emmett, this is serious. Carlyle scolded him and he shut up. Immediately. Are you sure about this, Bella? I nodded and his eyes softened slightly, his face breaking into a small smile. Well, it seems that none of our family is alone anymore. But he's dangerous, Rosalie argued. Can't the same be said for the rest of our species? I retorted, feeling oddly protective all of a sudden. I mean, we're the only things that can destroy each other. So technically we're all dangerous. She's got a point, Rose. Alice agreed before looking back at me, a knowing smirk on her face. Damned pixie. I turned away from my family and walked at a human pace up to my room. I stopped outside my door, feeling the pull in my chest at its peak. He was in my room. I knew he was. What on earth was he doing in there? Only one way to find out, I guess. I slowly opened the door and saw him standing there, leaning against the frame of the floor-to-ceiling window that spanned the half of the wall. He was looking at my music collection and looked at me as I closed the door behind me. He really was entrancing, even more so after my realization. He smiled at me, but it wasn't his usual knowing, cocky smirk. It was the smile I remembered from my memory earlier on. It was that crooked grin I remembered loving as a human. His eyes told me that he knew I had figured it out, remembering, just as he had done. I didn't say anything at all. Not needing words, I walked over to him, stopping directly in front of him, gazing into those deep blood-red eyes of his. I couldn't help but imagine what they would look like gold, even though I knew that would never happen. I slowly lifted up my hand, still looking him in the eye, and placed it on his chest. The feeling in my chest was almost unbearable, and I knew that it wouldn't be satiated until I made contact with his skin. I wasn't going to push that just yet though. He didn't push my hand away or move away from me, so he can't have been irritated or anything at my behavior. Maybe he was feeling the same things I was. In contrast to what I thought he was going to do, he slowly lifted his hand and placed it on my cheek. I felt what felt like a deep electrical current passing through his fingertips into my cheek, enveloping every single molecule of my being. I didn't pull away. I knew that there would be no way that I could. I wanted this too much. But did he? He hadn't disappeared yet, so there must be some part of him that did. The sensation in my chest hadn't subsided. If anything, it was becoming more and more fierce with every passing second. Without really thinking about it, I tilted my head up and leaned up towards his face. I expected him to pull away, so I was extremely surprised when his lips met mine in a soft kiss. It was soft and tender, neither of us wanting to push anything. I felt as though my still heart had exploded as the both of us deepened the kiss slightly. I felt different to how I had over the last century. I felt whole. Everything was so sweet and tender, almost loving in a way. I didn't want this feeling to end. Now this Edward the First could get used to. So there you have it. They've both realized their bond as mates. I will stress this though, they are only drawn to each other. They are not, and I cannot stress this enough, they are not in love. Like I said in a previous chapter, this is not one of those, they meet and fall in love in a day, stories. Remember, they have a past, and were drawn to each other back then. Do not for a second think that they are in love. They need to work up to it. Okay, good. Now with that out of the way, leave me some reviews please. I love them all so much. Laughing face. Unchangeable. Bella. I had never felt so complete as I did right now. With my lips on Edward's, everything felt right. Like everything that I had been waiting and working for over the last century was just falling into place. Like nothing else mattered. Because in that moment, nothing else did. I hated to think of how Jasper was feeling at the moment. If He was feeling even 100th of what I was feeling right now, then he was in trouble. I didn't even understand what I was feeling. I had never felt this way before. I didn't want this to end. But it did. All too soon he pulled away and looked into my eyes. I couldn't help the contented sigh that escaped me. He looked into my eyes with his deep red orbs that were so entrancing and yet so deadly. The color of his eyes was a reminder of how he lived. He was not, and probably would never be, like me. He would feed off of humans for the rest of eternity. And who was I to judge? I had gone through a rebellious stage some years ago, killing humans, and he was older than I was. He had survived off of human blood since he was created. I doubt anything could deter him from that diet. Not even me. Your family think you're insane, by the way, he whispered, not breaking eye contact. I couldn't help but chuckle. I suppose I am. I nodded. I mean, what sane person, even a sane vampire, would be as drawn to someone like you as I am? Someone like me? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I whispered. Well, what? He placed a finger over my lips, effectively silencing me. Not here. He pressed his lips to mine again and disappeared, leaving me standing there, stunned for a moment. I knew what he was leaning towards. He didn't want to have this conversation when it was so obvious to my family could hear everything that was being said. I decided to go downstairs and face them, knowing that the longer I put it off, the worse the reaction would be. I walked into the living room to see 5 grinning faces and a scowling Rosalie. Are you insane, Bella? She practically screeched at me, leaping up off of the couch. I mean, what the hell are you thinking? I'm not thinking. That's the whole point, Rose. I hissed at her through clenched teeth. You think I want to feel this way? I know how dangerous he is. So why are you doing this? She spat, marching around the sofas at a human pace. Why are you putting the whole family in danger? It's not like I have any choice, Rose. I knew that if I could cry, I would have tears streaming down my cheeks at this moment in time. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why I'm feeling this way. But it's like, when he's not here, like right now, it's like something's missing. There's this force in my chest, pulling me towards him, urging me to go and find him, just to be with him. You're saying you're in love with him? She sounded taken aback. No, I don't know, I don't think so. I shook my head. I was thoroughly confused. What do you mean, you don't know? Alice stood up now, walking up behind Rosalie slowly, a look of concern on her face. I don't know. I shook my head. Maybe, when I was human, I was. But right now, I don't think so. How can I love someone like him? I mean, some of the things that he's done, they're just awful. I wrapped my arms around myself, looking away from my sisters. What do you mean? Rosalie asked, sounding curious and yet afraid at the same time. I shook my head, not wanting to answer her. What does that mean? It means, you don't want to know. I whispered, turning away from my family. Where are you going, Bells? Emmett asked, and I could hear him standing up off of the sofa. You're not going to find him, are you? It doesn't matter what's going on between us. If there's anything between us. And honestly, I don't think there ever will be, but none of that matters. I shrugged, turning to look at the group of vampires gathered in front of me. He's still the one that made me. He alone holds the answers that I need. He's the only one I can talk to. If you're sure, Bells. Jasper stood up and wrapped an arm around his wife. He stood there and looked at me, a small smile forming on his lips. I nodded, looking at my family. Gazing over the three couples in front of me, how loving they all were, how much they cared for each other, it really hit home. I had never felt as alone as I did right then. I knew that Jasper could sense the pain that I was feeling at the moment, because his face contorted into a sort of grimace. He didn't want me to hurt, but he didn't try to manipulate my emotions either. Something I was thankful for, because I needed this. In my mind, even though I would like to see it working out between Edward and myself, I knew that it wasn't likely to happen. He was still the master of an entire race, whether or not he was my mate. I didn't think I could leave my family, and he didn't belong tied to one place. He was essentially a nomad. It was the way he had to be. I, on the other hand, needed my family. It would never work. I would have to figure out my feelings and then put them to rest. What was I feeling for Edward? I had never felt this way before. Not that I remembered anyway. It was all foreign to me. Personally, I don't think Edward will harm Bella. The whole family looked at Emmett. He looked at all of us before settling his gaze back onto me. I mean, think about it. Our first instinct. Protect your mate. I mean, if Edward's the father of us all, as you've said before, Carlisle, then wouldn't that instinct be in him too? Even if he doesn't know it. I looked at the rest of my family. All of them but Jasper and Carlisle looked extra confused. I guess so. Carlisle didn't look as worried anymore as he mulled over Emmett's theory. I was still surprised that Emmett could come out with anything as profound as that. He actually made sense for once. It would make sense. He turned to look at Jasper. Jasper, what did you get off him? Nothing. Jasper shook his head, looking apologetically at me. I smiled at him. I didn't expect him to get a reading off of Edward. He was too old to let something like that happen. He's too skilled at hiding his emotions. I haven't gotten a single thing from him. At all. I didn't expect anything else. Carlisle frowned, running a hand through his hair. I just wish I knew what all this means. I turned and walked out of the door at a human pace, strolling out and away from the house, not wanting to rush into anything. I still needed to work everything out in my own head. I was too confused to think straight at the moment, and trust me, that is not an easy feat for a vampire to achieve. You might as well get it over and done with. Who knows? He may be as conflicted in his emotions as you are. You'll never know if you don't try. Damn it, the annoying little voice inside my head was right. There was only one way to work through this. I had to talk to Edward. Now, before it all got out of hand. I turned my walk into a jog and then into a flat-out run. I knew where he was. The tug in my chest was letting me know that I was going in the right direction. He would be at the rock clearing that we were at before. He knew that my family didn't hunt here, and that we wouldn't be disturbed. It was the perfect spot, really. I stopped in the clearing, seeing him sitting on the same rock he had been on before, staring off into the distance. I knew better than to think that he was ignorant of my arrival. He always knew. It was like he knew everything, but then again, being who he is, he probably did. I ran over to the boulder he was sitting on and sat on it, just as I had done earlier on in the day. He didn't move, so I guessed that he wasn't aggravated that I was there. Then again, he was the one that practically suggested we go somewhere else and talk. Someone like me, he said softly, not looking at me. I didn't really know what to say to that. I replied in a not so smooth manner. Yeah, well, everyone knows who you are. And how you are. I guess they're just afraid for me. They're afraid that I'm going to hurt you," he said softly, closing his eyes and sighing. I nodded, knowing that he couldn't see me. Some part of me felt that he'd know what I was doing anyway, so I didn't bother to say anything. "Bella," he said my name so softly that if I were human, I wouldn't have heard it. It's strange, but I don't think that I could hurt you, even if I wanted to. "Really?" I whispered, inching closer to him, ever so slightly. He opened his eyes and nodded. "I don't understand any of this. And you think I do?" He turned to look at me and I saw that he really didn't know what to do. "Of course he doesn't, you idiot," I mentally scolded myself. "A vampire has but one mate for all eternity. And he's practically lived for eternity. Truth is, Bella, I don't understand this any more than you do. All I know is that I feel something for you. And I don't know what it is. Maybe we could figure it out together," I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. I didn't know how he would react to that suggestion. Would he blow it off completely? Revert to the Edward the First had seen earlier on? Or would he remain this Edward? One that I was beginning to think was reserved for me and me alone. He sighed gently, closing his eyes again. "I don't know. Can I be honest with you?" I asked, my voice low and timid. I hated that he was intimidating me again. I could tell that it wasn't intentional this time. It was just something about him that made me nervous, even though he had practically admitted that he wouldn't hurt me. He looked at me and nodded slowly. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. God, how I wished air had some sort of benefit for me. I don't know what I'm feeling right now. I don't know what to make of it. I've never felt this before. This pull. I placed a hand over where my still heart was resting and his eyes immediately flicked to it. "You feel it too, don't you?" He looked back up at me, his eyes telling me the truth. He did feel it. I don't know what it is, but what I do know is that somehow, I feel like I need to be near you. Like something's missing when you're not there. I don't know if it's something that I've carried over from my human life, because honestly, all I remember of that life is when I trailed off, but he nodded, knowing what I was talking about. But in that memory I remember feeling complete when you were there. I don't know. I looked down at my hands, not knowing how to finish. "Bella," he whispered. I looked back up at him. He had his eyes closed and there was an unreadable expression on his face. He looked almost pained. "I know what you're talking about. Why do you think I left the beach earlier on?" I hadn't thought about that. Did he leave because of me? I thought that he was just pissed because we'd stopped him from destroying the wolves. I know what you're thinking. And no, I'm not reading your mind at the moment, but it's obvious, and yes. It was because of you that I left. He took a deep breath, opening his eyes but not looking at me. He was gazing over into the distance, seeming to try to figure out something in his own mind. How I wished that I was the mind reader of the two of us. "I'm going to tell you the truth, Bella. It's something I've never told anyone else. Something that I didn't even want to admit to myself, but I think you need to know. I've felt this before, almost a century ago." Was he saying that he'd felt this connection to someone else? When I was in Chicago almost a century ago, there was someone there. She completely captivated me. I don't know what it was about her, but she seemed to draw me in. It was like I couldn't get enough of her. Like a drug, I offered in a low voice. "Exactly," he mumbled, still staring off into the distance. Maybe Jasper was right. Maybe all he had ever needed was a real conversation with someone. I wasn't afraid of him, like I had been before. I was still nervous around him, and I knew that to some extent I always would be. But I wasn't scared of him, like so many, well, everyone else was. When I first met her, she seemed like every other human. Insignificant. But there was something different about her. I found that no matter how much I wanted to, I couldn't kill her. I couldn't bring myself to harm her. He looked at me, his expression now unreadable. I felt drawn to her, much like the same way I do now. But it wasn't as strong back then. "Do you know who that girl was?" I shook my head, trying to figure out where this was leading. Who he was talking about. Who? You. Me. He had felt this way about me before he had turned me. Of course, I remembered from my one memory, thinking about how I had known him for 2 months or so before he attacked me. Why would he have left me be, not kill? Led me if he hadn't felt something for me? And now? I asked softly. I don't know. He shook his head, turning away from me again. This is the same, only more intense. Maybe it's because you're a vampire now. I don't know. He sighed and a single chuckle escaped his throat. I'm 15,000 years old and all of this is new to me. Who would have thought? Well, my family believe that every vampire has a mate. Just one, I said softly. I'm not too clear on it, seeing as I'm new to this myself, but they say that when a vampire finds their mate, that's it. That's them sorted for eternity. That they would do anything for their mate. That it's physically impossible for them to hurt them or allow any harm to come to them. I took another deep breath, not really believing that I was going to say what was about to come out of my mouth. Maybe that's why you can't hurt me. I sighed. Maybe that's why you feel like you can't hurt me, even if you wanted to. Maybe that's why you didn't kill me outright when you first smelled me. Because some instinct within you was telling you not to. He snorted. It fits. He mumbled gently. I think that maybe we can work this out together. I suggested quietly, watching him carefully, trying to gauge his reaction. I mean, it's pretty obvious that something out there wants us to be together. We sat in silence for a moment, not needing to talk at all. I was all too aware of the pulling, burning sensation in my chest. The part of me that was longing to touch him, to just have some form of physical contact with him. I wouldn't give in to it though. Even though now I knew that he wouldn't hurt me, he was still dangerous. We could, he mumbled, turning to look at me, a small smile on his face. Seeing as I'm stuck with you. Hey, my mouth dropped open. That's not nice. Hey, I never claimed to be nice. He shrugged and I laughed. True, I smiled and found him doing the same. Maybe he wasn't the monster that I had first perceived him to be. Maybe Jasper was right and he was just lonely. He didn't need to be any longer. Whatever higher power there was in the world had ensured that. I didn't know if I could physically be separated from Edward for any length of time. I hadn't noticed it before, but while we had been talking, we had somehow grown closer together. His face was mere inches away from mine and I knew that if I leaned forward even the tiniest amount, my lips would be on his again. Would he want that though? I didn't know. My answer came swiftly though as he tilted his head up and his lips connected with mine gently. That same electric shock was there and I could only wish that he felt it too. The fact that he didn't pull away from me was encouraging. I took it upon myself to be a little elder as I pushed myself slightly harder into the kiss. I felt something within me soar when I felt him doing the same thing. He placed a hand on the back of my neck, seeming to draw me in closer to him. This was a side to Edward that I knew no one else in the world would ever see. But I didn't mind. I kind of liked the idea of there being an Edward that was reserved for me alone. He suddenly pulled back, turning away from me, a feral growl rumbling in his chest. Okay, maybe he didn't feel the same way. Edward, I whispered and he looked back at me, his gaze furious. Are you okay? The fools, he growled, turning away from me and jumping off of the boulder. Edward, what's wrong? My voice was barely audible to me, yet I knew he would hear it. Being the original, everything about him was advanced, right? He looked back to me, before turning and scanning the area again. Two of them. Two of who? The Volturi, he snarled. The idiots. Edward, I called, jumping off of the boulder and joining him. What's going on? What's going on is that Arrow, Marcus and Keys have a lot of explaining to do. It didn't escape my notice that he practically snarled their names. I was guessing he didn't like the brothers all too much. What have they done? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer to that question. They disobeyed me. His voice was little more than a hiss. They were in trouble. I could tell that Edward didn't take disobedience lightly. This was the Edward that scared me. I wanted the Edward that I had been so close to not a minute ago back. This Edward was the Edward that the legends were based on. The monster that humanity perceived him to be. Then he was off. He suddenly took off running. He was running towards the house. I followed as closely as I could, but he was a lot faster than I was. Even though I was the fastest of my family, even I found it hard to keep up with him. Like I said, everything about him was advanced. I stopped in the clearing where my family and I hunted regularly. It was another rocky area, known for its booming mountain lion and elk population. It was our favorite place to hunt. Edward was standing there, 2 vampires with him. One was cowering in front of him and the other wasn't going anywhere. Edward was standing there, as cool as anything with his foot on his head. I knew he wouldn't hesitate to crush him. Now, Edward snarled. Tell me, why does Arrow think that he can disobey my orders? It was made clear that no one from the Volturi was to approach this area unless I gave the order. The vampire standing in front of him, which I now recognized to be Dmitri, didn't answer. If he could scare Dmitri, then I knew that all the stories Carlyle had told us about him were true. Not much scared Dmitri, so if Edward was worthy of his fear, he had to be powerful. Tell me now, or I'll pop his head like a grape. He looked down at the vampire that was being held prisoner by his foot. Hell, I might do it anyway. But you're going to tell me either way. I'm sorry, my lord. Dmitri bowed his head as a sign of respect. We were unaware that you hadn't given the order. Arrow told us that we were needed here, so we followed our orders given. Well, Edward was angry now. It was clear that Arrow had known that Edward had given no such order, and since I had been with him for most of his time here, except the brief hunting trip he had obviously taken, anyway. You can go back to Volterra and deliver Arrow a message from me. Let him know that if I get the slightest inclination that any vampire loyal to the Volturi is in these areas, then I will be flying back to Volterra, destroying every single vampire there and starting over again. He took his foot off of the vampire's head and grabbed the front of his shirt, lifting him up and glaring into his eyes. Understood. The 2 vampires only nodded, seeming too afraid to voice anything coherent. Good. He threw the second vampire, who I notice to be Felix, in the same direction that Dmitri was standing. Now get out of my sight. I walked towards Edward a few steps, which caught the attention of Dmitri. He had been interested in me since he had first met me 50 years ago. He had never interested me, and now I knew why. He must have been thinking some pretty unsavory thoughts, because an extremely feral growl erupted from Edward and he looked back to him in fear. The 2 vampires in front of us started to run and Edward lightly jumped onto a large boulder, so he had a better vantage point. I joined him at his side, standing a little way away from him. Still slightly afraid of this particular side to Edward. He was unpredictable and dangerous. Not like the calm, almost sweet Edward the first had been with not 5 minutes before. His head cocked to the side slightly as we watched them run across the clearing that was spread out beneath us. Bella, he asked, his voice light and wistful again. How many vampires does it take to deliver a message? I gulped slightly, not really knowing how to answer. How many people did it take to deliver a message? Especially with our memory. 1, I asked quietly, not really trusting my voice all too well. I thought so. He smirked, his eyes growing dark. The next thing I knew, the sky had clouded over and there was a great clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning crashing down from the sky, hitting one of the fleeing vampires dead on as they ran. I gasped as the bolt made contact and I heard the vampire, I couldn't tell if it was Felix or Dmitri, scream in agony as they were engulfed in fire. The other vampire sped up, trying to get as far away from the area as possible, before Edward could do the same to him. What was that? I breathed, not wanting to watch the vampire beneath us writhe in agony as he burned, but also unable to tear my eyes away from the scene. Another little message to Arrow. He stated simply, as though it was nothing for him to take the life of a vampire. But then again, it probably was nothing to him. It made me realize that he was still dangerous. Probably not as big of a threat to me, seeing as he had pretty much admitted to me that he wouldn't be able to hurt me even if he wanted to. But still, I was a little more than nervous now that I had seen him take the life of a vampire so easily. Surprisingly though, the pull I felt didn't diminish. It didn't change anything. Now, if any of you can tell me where Edward's last question to Bella was from, then you'll get a sneak peek of the next chapter. I'll reveal where it was from in the next chapter, so you're not left hanging for too long. A bit of an incentive for you. Aren't I cruel? Mwahaha, yes, I am laughing face. Please gimme a review. I love them so. XX. More than meets the eye. For all of you wondering, the movie was in fact Mulan. So many of you got it right, and it sparked an idea in my head. Within each chapter I'm going to hide a line from a movie or book, and the ones who can find it and name where it's from will get a sneak peek of the next chapter. Hee hee. And yes, there is a line from a movie hidden within this chapter. Good luck finding it. Laughing face. Edward. Everything felt so right in that moment. Yes, I may have been confused about the emotions that were coursing through my body at this point in time, but I now knew that she was too. I've never felt something like this before. In all my years, not one creature, vampire, human or anything else, has affected me in the same way that Isabella Swan, now Cullen, has. She was correct in her musings. She was like a drug. I knew now that I couldn't be the same vampire around her. There was something about her that drew out another side of me. Even though I hated to admit it, it was a softer side. One that I would never show the world. With her lips pressed against mine, everything seemed to click. I had never had this before. It was as though Isabella and I were trapped in a cocoon and nothing could disturb us. Or that's what I thought. I knew that my growl had startled her. She probably thought that I was unhappy with what was happening between the two of us. That wasn't the reason behind my anger. I was angry because I had been disobeyed. And by the one vampire that knew never to disobey me. Arrow. If he thought that he could undermine my authority, then he had another thing coming. Shouldn't he know by now that no one undermines me? Hell, he's been around for a couple of thousand years. You would have thought he would learn by now. I was going to have to do some serious clearing up when it came to Arrow and the other two. As I stood on the boulder, sensing the retreating form of the vampire I had left alive to deliver the message. I had taken out one of Arrow's most prized pets because that's all that they were. He held no affection for any of those in the guard. He might give off the impression that he does, but that charade is for everyone that is unable to read his mind. I was angry, not only at Arrow, but at myself. I had been so wrapped up in Isabella that I hadn't been on the lookout for any signs that Arrow would disobey me. Maybe I had fooled myself into thinking that he would actually listen to me. He seemed to be under the impression that he was in fact in charge of the race. A fruitless ideal, and one that will stop. Now, the fact that he sent 2 of the guard and only 1 returns will serve as a reminder of that. Arrow knew that I wouldn't destroy the guard unless I needed to. They were useful for keeping the rest of the race in line. But he had crossed a line. And I was not kidding when I made the threat. If needs be, then I would return to Italy and destroy them. I wouldn't hesitate in trapping them all in that godforsaken castle before setting it on fire. And Arrow knew me well enough to know that I would. Edward. A whisper came from beside me and I turned to find Isabella standing there, looking at me with worried golden eyes. She was nervous, anxious around me. Comple. It changed to how relaxed she had been not a few minutes ago. Some part of me didn't want her to be afraid of me. Wanted to reassure her that everything would be all right. To comfort her. I had never had that urge before. It was strange and foreign. Another part of me wanted her to fear me. She needed to fear me. Even though I wouldn't harm her, I knew that within myself. I couldn't harm the creature standing beside me. It had nearly destroyed me when I thought that I had 90 years ago. I couldn't even comprehend harming her now. Edward, are you okay? I looked away from her and sighed heavily. It surprises me how difficult it is for some people to accept orders. What do you mean? She asked, her voice low. So low that it would have been inaudible to human ears. It was another sign that she was wary of me. With good reason, I thought, bitterly. Before I left Volterra, I left specific orders. I looked at her again. No one from the Volturi was to enter this area unless I gave the order. I couldn't stop the low growl that rumbled from my chest. She backed away from me slightly. Arrow is ridiculous if he thought that he could get away with sending Dimitri and Felix without my finding out. He knew that I would. Maybe there's just some information that he wants quickly. She suggested, shrugging her shoulders slightly. No, I shook my head. He's undermining me. He thinks that if he does it enough, then there's a chance I'll relinquish my power over the race. That he really will be in charge. The only day that'll happen is the day I burn. But you're indestructible, she pointed out, her tone lighter than before. I mean, or so the stories say. From what Carlyle's told us, fire even has no effect on you. I turned to her and smirked. That's the whole idea. Our mouth formed a slight, oh, shape as she realized that what I had just said meant that I would never be relinquishing my rule and power over the race. I had created them. It was my responsibility to keep them all in line. I guess that killing one of his most prized vampires will be proof of that. She sighed. I'm never going to get used to that, she whispered, and I turned to look at her again. Get used to what? I asked her, watching her expression. How easy it is for you to take life. She looked away from me, and gazed over at the slain vampire that was now nothing more than a pile of smoldering ashes. How you can do that and not feel anything? I could never do anything like that. Then I guess it's a good thing no one's asking you to, I retorted, a little more coldly than I had meant to. She looked back at me, hurt shining through in her eyes. It's got to be done. There's no way around it. There has to be. I could hear the hurt in her voice. She probably couldn't believe that the fates had been so cruel as to make her the mate of a monster. Because I was. That was the one thing that the legends got right about me. I was a monster. There isn't, I stated simply. If Arrow believes that he can undermine me, if he has even the slightest inclination that he can, then he has to be prepared to lose something in return. There is nothing else that matters to Arrow more than his force of power. Something that you're all too familiar with, I understand. She nodded quietly by my side. He wants me for my shielding ability. She sighed and I nodded, knowing full well that Arrow wanted her. He had wanted her for over half a century, when he had first met her. He had become interested in her because he couldn't read her mind, as he could with everyone else. Other than mine, of course. Isabella wasn't the first shield in existence, so I had that power from previous. I'd had that power since before I created the brothers actually, so that was a bonus. He had been coveting Isabella for over half a century, and I knew from reading his mind that each and every time she declined, in the politest possible way. Personally, I would have told him to fuck off and not to bother me again. But Isabella was always so kind, so gracious. It was endearing. Wait, did I just think something was endearing? I really didn't know what to make of these emotions that Isabella was stirring within me. So he should, I mumbled, and she looked up at me, confused. With you the guard would be able to shield against any mental attack. You'd be a valued asset. But I don't want to join the Volturi, she argued gently, shaking her head. And you think I want you to? She shrugged, looking down at the ground. The Volturi have become arrogant and egotistical. Especially Arrow. Why did you create them? She asked, and it was my turn to shrug. She scoffed gently and shook her head. Come on, you must have had a reason. Boredom, I guess. I sighed. I sat down on the boulder and she joined me, sitting on her knees. Her hands palm down against the rock. Telling the truth, after you've traveled the world a couple hundred times, tracking rogue vampires and newborns, it kind of becomes tedious. I created the brothers so they could do the job for me. I shrugged. And now it's coming back to bite you in the ass. As soon as the words came out, her hand flew to her mouth. I knew that it was a genuine slip. I turned to look at her and saw that her eyes were wide with fear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for that to. I know, I said, smirking. That sounds like something I would say. Really? She sounded confused. You're not mad. Why would I be? I raised an eyebrow and she shrugged again. Well, in some respects it's true. Worst comes to worst, I'll just have to start again. You would do that? She sounded fearful now. You would really wipe them all out? I nodded. Someone's gotta do it. If the Volturi get too arrogant, then they become dangerous. Not only to my position of power, which will be staying mine by the way. She nodded at me, but to humans as well. I saw her brow crease in confusion. I know. How can someone like him be thinking of human safety, right? Truth is, Arrow, Marcus and Keyes don't like hiding in the shadows. They believe that vampires should be the rulers of the planet and not humans. You don't agree with that? She asked. Bringin' her legs around so she was sitting Indian style facing me. You do. She shook her head, a few loose strands falling over her eyes. I reached over and gently brushed them aside, feeling that familiar electricity flowing between us. She looked down at her hands and I could tell from the expression on her face that if she could blush, she would be doing so right now. Well, there you go. She looked up at me and smiled. In all honesty, I don't believe that vampires should rule the earth. If we were meant to exist naturally, then we would have evolved. Something created me for some reason, a ray. Sun I gave up on discovering a long time ago. I looked over to her and saw something unreadable in her expression. We are oddities of nature, you and I. Nothing more. This, I gestured around at the scenery around us. This is a world for humanity. She nodded, smiling. You know, she reached out and placed a hand on mine. Legends say that you're a monster. She sighed. I don't see that. Well, you should. I scoffed and she shook her head. Well, I don't, she replied defiantly. I turned to look at her and she just stared back at me. I don't think you're a monster, Edward. I see why. Oh, you mean about having to do things because they're necessary. And while I don't agree with most of them, it's up to you what you do. She smiled a little, and besides, I hate Arrow. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped my throat when she said that. I gazed around slowly, taking in the scenery. It wasn't anything special. I turned back to look at Isabella only to find that she had another unrecognizable look on her face. I wanted to reach into her mind to find out what she was thinking, but some part of me urged me not to. It was as though I was at war with myself over this one girl. Well, I laughed dryly. Who doesn't hate Arrow? She smiled at my rhetorical question. Touché, she giggled. I couldn't help but smile at her laugh. It was so girly, so human. I know what you mean though. About this being a world for humans. Everything else around us, all creatures, plants, you name it, everything withers and dies and we don't. We linger. I mumbled. Unchanging. I sighed. For eternity. She nodded slowly, her eyes becoming unfocused. So tell me, what made you choose the Icky brothers anyway? She asked me, her posture becoming suddenly childlike. The Icky brothers. I raised my eyebrows and she shrugged. Grinning at me. Yeah, she nodded. I couldn't be bothered to call them by their names. Too much effort, and they're icky, so there you have it. The Icky brothers. I couldn't help but laugh at her reasoning. She was becoming more confident in my presence. Whether or not that was a good thing I didn't know. I wanted her to fear me, because that was the way I was perceived by the world. I was seen as a monster, and that was what I was. But there was another part of me that didn't want her to be afraid. The part of me that relished the thought of her being there. That enjoyed the feeling of her hand on mine. This was a new development. For me especially. I didn't know what to think. If I'm honest, I don't know. I shook my head. It was a whim. I wanted someone to handle the day-to-day, as it were, maintenance of the race, and they seemed to be suited for the job. I'm beginning to rethink that decision now. It's only taken you, what? A couple of thousand years to work it out. She looked shocked again, but didn't remove her hand from mine. I'm really sorry. I don't know what's up with me today. I do. I whispered and her eyes widened. I looked around, noticing for the first time that the sun had gone down and the stars were littering the night sky, shining against the blanket of deep blue. The smoldering vampire had long since gone out, and all that was left there was a pile of ashes that would be discarded when the next wind decided to pay a visit. What do you mean you do? She sounded shocked. Is there something wrong with me? No. I shook my head again. Not wrong with you. I felt my brow furrowing. I'm wondering why it's only manifesting now. I mumbled softly. Why, what's manifesting? She started to sound worried now. Isabella. She scowled at me, something that no one else would be able to get away with. So why was she? I didn't understand this. Bella. She smiled at me and I shook my head. Better not get used to that. Do you believe that the only power you possess is your shield? Yeah. Her eyes narrowed at me skeptically. Why? Because you are sadly mistaken. I smirked at her. What do you mean? Her eyes became worried now. What she had to be worried about, I had no idea. I have another one. You do. I nodded. How? It comes from the face that you were made from me. Her brow furrowed in on fusion at my words and I couldn't help but chuckle. I'm right in thinking that you know of my abilities. She nodded. Which one? She laughed. There are so many. It's kind of awe-inspiring actually. How you have so many powers. She sighed, looking down at the hand that was still resting atop mine. I mean, I couldn't imagine having access to that many powers. Well, you do. Her head snapped up and her eyes widened. Not to extent that I do, of course. But to some extent you do. What do you mean? Nobody but myself knows this, but when I myself create a vampire they are automatical. Lee created with the power to absorb the powers of those around them. A type of diluted version of the way powers manifest in me as it were. Wow, she breathed. That's weird. But it doesn't just stop with powers. As you've been demonstrating today. She looked confused again. It seems it can also be attributed to personality traits. Your sudden little outbursts today are proof of that. Haven't you wondered why you've become more confident in my presence? Why you've said things you wouldn't normally? She nodded slowly, thinking things over. That's because you unconsciously been channeling aspects of my personality. That's actually quite cool. She whispered, looking back at me, her eyes slightly alight. You mean that if I can learn to control this power that I've got, I can use other vampires' powers? Exactly. I nodded. I'm wondering why it's taken so long to manifest though. It's odd. Maybe it needed something external to make itself known. She mumbled, and I could see her getting lost in thought again. Maybe it needed you around, you know. It's possible. I mused, looking back over at the landscape before us. Can you teach me? She whispered, not looking at me. Can you teach me to use it? If you want. I felt a smile forming on my lips. This girl really was like no one I had ever known before. After that we sat in a comfortable silence. Neither of us moving or speaking at all. We didn't need to. Her hand was still placed on top of mine, which seemed to appease the pulling in my chest somewhat. It hadn't disappeared. It had only dulled slightly. I knew now that it wouldn't disappear completely. Or maybe it hadn't disappeared at all. Maybe it had been there for the last century, but I had pushed it to the back of my mind. I would have to discover what it was all about. I still remembered the first time I felt it. Flashback Chicago 1918. It had been a month since I first laid eyes on Isabella. Somehow I had managed to stop myself from draining her dry. How I had done that I didn't know. She was unlike anything I had ever smelt before. My animal instincts were screaming at me to taste her. And I wanted more than anything to comply. To give in. But due to my extensive years of control I managed to resist. She was there, every single day, sitting in the same spot, reading her book. I noticed that it was always a different book that she was reading. She seemed to have a thirst for knowledge that not many humans had nowadays. They were content with being ignorant, and I could have laughed out loud at their stupidity. They often dismissed things that were so blatantly obvious, so they wouldn't have to put any energy into working something out. Isabella was different though. She seemed to have an unquenchable thirst for the knowledge that other humans pushed aside. It only made me want to get inside her mind more and more. I made my way into the park, hating having to walk at a human pace. It was necessary though. I was the one that placed the secrecy rule into effect. It wouldn't do for me to go breaking my own rules, would it? But then again, rules were there to be broken. As I approached I discovered that there was another scent mingled in with Isabella's. It was a male scent. Jonathan. I said no. I heard Isabella cry earnestly. I don't want to. How many times do I have to tell you that? Come on. Bells. A cocky voice replied smugly. Don't call me that, she snapped. I could see the two of them now. They were both standing up, Isabella's book discarded on the ground. She had been reading and something, namely, this pathetic little human, had disrupted her. I felt a growl rising in my chest. Where it came from I wasn't entirely sure. All I knew was that I was overcome with a powerful desire to protect her. Absurd really. Come on, Bella, he pleaded, but I could still hear the cockiness in his voice. You know you don't want to sit out here. Come on, I know you're waiting for a man. And honestly, I'm so much better for you than anyone else. What makes you so sure? She snapped back. Because I am. He smirked. I could see him now. He was taller than Isabella, but almost a foot. He was largely built as well. He could easily overpower her if he wished, and by the way he had her wrist locked in his hand, I could tell he wished to. You know my lineage. You know my father. And besides, it's not like you'll find anyone else that can look after you the way I can. Or anyone as handsome. Think a lot of yourself, don't you? She snapped, trying to wrench her arm out of his grasp. Let me go, Jonathan. You're hurting me, only because you're making me. He sneered, his smirk faltering somewhat. Isabella. I called, increasing my pace to a human jog. "Edward," she called, seeing me. Her eyes lit up slightly and she smiled at my approach. I walked up to the one holding her, holding his gaze. "I believe she asked you to let her go. What's it to you?" he sneered. Oh, how I would have loved to rip his pathetic little head off, but unfortunately there were witnesses, so that was out of the question. Maybe I could corner him later on. That would work. "Let her go," I repeated quietly, menacingly, whilst taking a step towards him. His expression turned from smug to terrified in less than a second. He dropped her wrist in an instant, backing away from me. "Leave." He continued to back away, his eyes flicking from myself to Isabella, who was sobbing lightly behind me. "I'll see you later, Bella," he called, before his eyes narrowed at me. "No," I said softly, smirking at him. "I don't think you will." He must have heard me because he turned in an instant, practically running towards the edge of the park. I turned around to look at Isabella, who had tears streaming down her face. "Are you okay?" I asked, and she nodded. "Thank you." She stepped towards me and flung her arms around my neck, sending her scent flying up into my nose and overwhelming my senses. I quickly swallowed a mass of venom that had pooled instantaneously at the back of my throat. She stepped back quickly. "I'm sorry." She apologized quickly. Her hands were still clasped around my neck as she looked up at me. "It's just It's okay." I placed a hand on the back of her head, at which she seemed soothed slightly. She rested her head on my chest, sobbing gently. I wasn't overwhelmed with the usual images of wanting to kill and drain her dry like I normally was. Instead, I was filled with an overwhelming desire to protect her, to shield her from the dangers of the world. Ironic, seeing as she was in the arms of the most dangerous creature on the planet. I felt this incredible pull aching in my chest in that moment. Whether it had something to do with Isabella the first wasn't sure, but somehow, her being in my arms, seeking comfort in me, it felt right. Like it was meant to be. End flashback. Anything interesting going on in that mind of yours? Isabella's soft voice broke me out of the memory. I turned to her and smiled. "You were zoned out for a while. Must have been good." I shook my head. "Nothing really." I didn't really want her finding out what was on my mind, but then again, if my theories were correct, it would be only a matter of time before she could. I would have to test her on this one. I knew for a fact that what I had told her was true. I had witnessed it before. Maybe it was a good thing that she was the only one left alive that I had created. Who knows what kind of a mess that could have caused. "Something wrong?" she asked, her voice soft. I looked at her and saw her smiling at me. I couldn't stop the small smile that appeared on my face. "No." I looked down at our hands, noticing that Bella had intertwined her fingers with mine. It seemed right somehow, like that's how they were meant to be. "Everything's perfect." She smiled at me, appearing to think the same thing. And everything was perfect, but I couldn't help thinking that none of this was meant for me. How could a monster feel this way? This chapter might not be up to the standard of some of the other ones. I did have a bit of writer's block with this one. Before you say anything, Bella is not always going to be as understanding when it comes to Edward's capital punishments. You'll find out what I mean later on in the story. I thought I'd put in a little bit of protective Edward in there. Did any of you get the line? If so, let me know. Learning. I am so sorry that I haven't updated in ages. I think I was actually starting to get withdrawal symptoms from lack of updating. Not kidding. I had no internet connection, and while I could read and reply to reviews on my phone, get little piece of technology. Love it. I could not update from it. Anyways, I'm back, and I've got lots in store for you. See now, I'm disappointed in most of you. There is a very obvious and intentional, I might add, flaw in this story. Some of you have worked it out and they know who they are. Kudos to you. Well, at least if they don't know who they are, they'll find out by the end of this chapter. It's in an AN at the bottom of this chap. I bet you're wondering, why old you intentionally put a flaw in your own story? Well, the answer to that is simple, my lovelies. To make sure you're all paying attention to what you read. There are lots of little snippets of information in this story that counteract each other and get the reader thinking. That's part of the story. The flaw I'm talking about is a pretty big one, and going back a couple of chapters you'll probably think, oh yeah, Lastly, I want to tell you that Saving Edward has been nominated for Best Angst over on the Golden Chocolate Awards. I want to say a huge thank you to whoever it was that nominated me. You rock and I love you. Putting the link on my profile, so when you can go vote. Well, on with the story. Oh yeah, find the quote hidden in the chapter. Laughing face. Edward, I don't know what I expected from Isabella. Then again, it seems that no one ever does. From what I've seen in the minds of her family, she always does the opposite of what is expected of her. She was more like me than I gave her credit for. She seemed genuinely pleased and intrigued when I informed her about her dormant power. My only concern was why it had taken so long to manifest. In the others have created, it has made itself known within days or hours. It's never taken almost a century before. Unless it's concerning the Volturi, but then again, that's my little secret. One I plan on keeping. One I don't even plan on telling Isabella. She needn't know. Neither should the world. Everyone is quite happy and content with where they are right now. Apart from Arrow, it seems, but I'll have to deal with him later. She wanted me to teach her. Another sign that she was becoming more confident around me, probably drawing on my personality without realizing it. I could feel the excitement rolling off her in waves. She was the only one in her family with a gift that didn't really have a use. Alice was used to forewarn them of such events, like my coming, which had been thrown off by my extensive knowledge of the gift, and simple things such as weather reports, which would help them maintain the secret. Jasper of course used his gift, most of the time to settle arguments within the house. Something that was very useful when living in a house full of vampires, or so Isabella says anyway. I have no reason to doubt her. But she seemed genuinely happy, and for some reason that made me feel happier. Odd. I had never felt happy on someone else's behalf before. Hell, I don't think I'd even felt happy on my behalf before. I'd never had any reason to feel happy. But now it seems I did. She was a mystery unto herself, was Isabella. She was one I was looking forward to unraveling and spending time with. Where did that come from? I had never thought about anything or anyone like that before. Would I enjoy spending time with Isabella? Something told me that I was going to enjoy spending time with her. But another part of me wondered why. Maybe it's because we're mates. I heard Isabella comment. She'd A.P. paired beside me while I had been lost in thought. Seeing as I had to work to read her mind, she was the only one who could sneak up on me in that respect. What are you talking about? I asked her. Was she tapping into her powers? Into my power of mind reading? That would be the most logical thing, wouldn't it? You were confused about us. About me. She smiled shyly at me, as though she was a human child that had been caught somewhere they shouldn't be. About spending time with me, maybe. I'm not too sure. Are you reading my mind? I asked her, raising an eyebrow, and she shook her head. I don't know what it is. She frowned slightly. I think maybe I'm picking something up from Jasper, the empath. I nodded. Yeah, she nodded alongside me. I mean, he would be able to feel if someone was confused, and when I walked into the room, it was like I was confused, but I didn't know why. And then something in the back of my mind told me that it wasn't me that was confused, but you. Quote, it seems you're growing into your powers quickly, Isabella. I smiled at her. She was definitely going to be strong. I wouldn't let her know that she in herself was actually more powerful than the Volturi. Not yet anyway. Could you call me Bella please? She mumbled, not looking at me, and I smirked. Why? I cocked my head to the side, confusing her. Hell, I was confusing myself. I never behaved this way. It was like when she was around, I was completely a different vampire. It was as though who I was meant nothing. Like it was just the two of us. Nothing else there to stand in the way. I had never felt like that before. Because I prefer Bella, she said a little louder, her eyes going slightly wider. And you're going to say no. How do you know? I asked incredulously. I hadn't truly made up my mind about whether or not to grant her request. Personally, I preferred Isabella to Bella, but if it was what she wanted, I would call her by her requested name. Which was something I would never normally do. This was aggravating. It was as though everything I had been for 15,000 years was changing. And all because of this one woman standing in front of me. And there was nothing I could do to stop it. Because you, she whispered, wringing her hands in front of her. I didn't like her doing that, so I took her hands in my own, feeling that jolt of electricity that I felt whenever we touched. Well, maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do, Bella. She looked up at me and smiled at the use of her preferred name. Thank you, she whispered, pressing her lips to my cheek gently. Anything for you, I whispered back in her ear. Where the hell did that come from? I asked myself, but oddly enough, I found myself not really caring. Before she could move away from me, I turned my head and captured her lips with my own gently. She pressed her lips harder to mine and I felt myself reciprocating. This girl really did bring out an unexpected side to me. That was unexpected, she breathed as we pulled apart. I was just thinking the same thing. I smiled down at her, pressing my forehead to hers gently. You know what makes me smile? She commented gently. I lifted my head and tilted it to the side, silently telling her to continue, and she giggled gently. That I'm the only one that gets to see this side of you. She smiled broadly up at me. It makes me feel special. Special? To you, even. You are special to me, I confirmed, and even though I didn't think it was possible, her smile grew even wider. Really? Yes. I took in a deep breath, finding it steadied me. Even though I didn't need it. I don't know how to explain it, but, for some reason, I find myself feeling incredibly protective of you. I shook my head, chuckling darkly. Even though I know it's not necessary, I can't help but feel it. It's like you have some sort of hold over me. One that I can't break. Is that a good thing? She asked, sounding slightly confused. Possibly as confused as I was feeling at the moment. I haven't quite worked that out yet. I sighed, looking into her deep amber eyes. What do you mean? She asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Come on, let's sit down. Why? I asked her, a small smile spreading across my lips. I don't know. She shrugged and I had to chuckle. It's just less formal. If you get what I mean. I know what you mean. I nodded. Seeing as we were in her bedroom at the moment, we moved over and sat on her bed. I had asked her why she had a bed, and she told me that she liked having some. Where she could relax for a few hours a day, even if she couldn't sleep. Apparently, it was nice for her to just lie down and let everything seep away. I could understand where she was coming from. She sat on the bed, Indian style, in front of me, smiling up at me as I sat down, leaning back on my elbows. What did you mean? You haven't quite worked that out yet? She asked me, running a finger back and forth over my hand. Looking into my eyes, I surmised that it was a subconscious action, seeing as she didn't seem to be aware that she was doing it. Is it a bad thing that we're connected? I don't know. I sighed, not looking away from her. For me, I've never felt this way before. This connected to anyone. I've never actually felt connected to anyone at all before, so all of this is new to me. Which is a bit ironic if you think about it. She smiled at me. Well, you would have thought that someone who's been around for as long as you have, would have felt connected to someone before. I shook my head. Nope. Her smile dropped slightly. I've not felt anything for anyone before. Not like this anyway. I don't know. Maybe the closest thing I got to an actual friend of sorts was W.H. N. Carlyle used to live in Volterra and I would visit. He was the only one that didn't cower and run at the first whispers of my arrival. That's Carlyle for you, she smirked, always believing in the best in people. I know he does. I turned my hand over and grasped hers lightly. Her tiny hand seemed to fit perfectly within my larger one. Like we were two puzzle pieces made for each other. I guess that was one of the reasons he welcomed you back after your little rebellious period. You know about that? She asked, shock passing across her face. I know everything about you, Bella. She smiled at the use of her name. How? She asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. You remember Arrow's power? I raised my eyebrows at her and realization replaced the shocked expression. Oh, she mumbled quietly, going into thought. When did you find that out? The first time I touched you, I admitted, shrugging slightly. When I negated your shield for the first time. Oh, when I thought you were going to kill me. She nodded, her smile forming into a slight frown. You weren't going to kill me then, were you? I chuckled slightly. At that point in time, If you'd pissed me off enough then I might have done. And now, I inhaled deeply. Now, I don't think I could even if I wanted to. I turned to face her again and I saw her eyes filled with an emotion I couldn't really put a name to. Like I said, you have a hold over me that I can't break. Getting back to that, she grasped my hand tighter. Is it really a bad thing that we're connected? Because the way that I feel at the moment, sitting here, with you, I don't really see how it could be. Not from our focal point. No, I don't think it is a bad thing. I nodded my head and she smiled. But you have to comprehend all those outside our little bubble. I mean, take the Volturi for instance. For some reason, Arrow's been really irritating recently, and I can only imagine what news of our relationship, as you'd call it, would mean to him. I looked her sternly in the eye. You have to understand, to those around us, you are a weakness of mine. Probably my only weakness, and I know that Arrow would be only too happy to take full advantage of that. She sighed, shaking her head slightly. Arrow's always got a bug up his butt about something. I chuckled at her choice of words. Interesting way to put it. You have to admit it, it's true. She grinned cheekily at me and I nodded. Yes, I suppose it is true. I couldn't help but smile at her. Maybe it was because of the connection that we had, or maybe it was just because she had an infectious personality, but whatever it was, I couldn't help but feel what she was feeling. So, Arrow would really see me as a way of getting to you? She asked, a slight twinge of fear in her tone. She looked down at our hands sadly. Hey, I placed a finger underneath her chin and lifted her gaze up to meet mine. I could tell that if she could cry, she would have silent tears running down her cheeks. I knew from her memories that she hated feeling like a burden. I won't let it come to that, all right. I won't let you happen upon that kind of danger. What if you can't stop it? Her tone was still laced with fear. Understandably. Honestly, Arrow is the only one stupid enough to try anything against me. Marcus and Keys, yes, one may be extremely irritating and the other incessantly morbid. But they're not stupid enough to try anything. The only way that the guard will do anything is through Arrow's orders. Isn't that enough to worry about? She asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow at me. I shook my head, smiling at her. No, I sighed gently, grasping her hand ever so slightly tighter. Even if Arrow was stupid enough to challenge me, he wouldn't get very far. If he ever did find out about you, then the safest place for you is with me. She still didn't look as though she believed me. You remember the clearing yesterday? With Dimitri and Felix? She asked, sounding even more confused than earlier. Yes, I nodded. I waited for her to get what I was talking about. It took less than a second for her lips to form a perfect little, oh, shape as she really said what would happen if anyone challenged me. You see, I do. She smiled slightly. Why did you destroy whoever it was? It was more of a message to Arrow. For undermining my authority. She didn't look appeased by my answer. Also, they were both thinking pretty unsavory things about. About what? She was curious as to what could have caused that reaction from me. As if it wasn't obvious by now. You, I whispered, looking into her deep amber eyes. She smiled slightly, even though it was a sad smile. She didn't like the fact that I had ended the life of another being, even if it was one of the Volturi. You did that for me. Why else would I? I shrugged. Like I said, you have a hold over me. Does this mean I'm stuck with you? She asked, her tone mocking exasperated. But her eyes were bright with anticipation and excitement. I took a deep breath, weighing my options. Would I stay with her? Some part of me didn't really want to think about not being there with her. It caused my chest to ache in a way I had never felt before. Only if you'll have me. I whispered again, looking into her eyes, some part of me wanting her to tell me to leave. To want me to disappear. It would be safer for her and it would save me a hell of a lot of confusion. Good, she mumbled, leaning forward, pressing her lips to mine gently. Because I don't want you to leave. She mumbled, Ed against my lips before pressing them to mine more firmly. If being confused felt like this, then I would have to be prepared for a lot more confusion in the future. I froze and broke away from Bella, gently easing her away from me as a flash of images passed through my mind. And they were not images that I was best pleased with. They centered around Bella and the Volturi. Arrow had learned of Bella. And the bastard was planning to use her against me. The flash I was getting was showing me her in Italy, chained in the starvation cells. She would be beaten and bitten, knowing that each and every moment of pain that was inflicted on her would aggravate and anger me even more. I was shown flashes of her torture and Arrow's gleeful face as he watched her in pain. Those images would not come to pass. Ever. A low growl escaped my throat. Shit, I cursed, stepping away from her and planning my return to Italy. Arrow would not get away with his insolence. I would make sure of that. Bella, kissin'. Edward was the best thing that ever happened to me. Each and every time my lips met his it was as though the rest of the world melted away and there was nothing left but the two of us. I could kiss him forever. And I would have, had he not stiffened and pulled away from me. I opened my eyes and looked at him, but his posture was stiff and his eyes were glazed over. I had seen this look many times before from Alice. He was having a vision. It was strange seeing him, rather than my sister going through the motions of foresight. From his reaction, I could tell that it wasn't a pleasant vision. I was a little worried when he growled, moving away from me. Shit, he swore under his breath, moving away from me and walking over to the window. What is it? I asked, swinging my legs over the side of the bed, watching him cautiously. What's wrong? His head snapped around to face me, as though he had forgotten I was there. It must have been a disturbing vision if it caused him to lose his focus. I mean, yes, we vampires are easily distracted, but Edward's focus was second to none. After all, he had had a long enough time to perfect it. Edward, I called, slowly getting off the bed and making my way over to him. What's wrong? What did you see? Nothing that concerns you. I couldn't help but flinch at his harsh tone. I'm sorry. He shook his head as though he was trying to clear it. I just don't want you getting involved. Edward, I've had enough experience with Alice's visions to know when there's something wrong. I told him, my voice more confident than I felt. I was sure he'd be able to feel the nervousness radiating from me. Now what did you see? He turned to look at me, his ruby eyes evaluating my stance. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. When he was it was hard to imagine how anyone could be scared of him. But I've seen enough of his violent nature to be wary, and to know why others feared him. Maybe it was because of our bond, the fact that he was my mate. That I couldn't bring myself to fear him. Not in the way I had when I'd first met him. But then again, he'd admitted outright that only a few days ago he would have had no qualms about destroying me. It's Arrow. He sighed and I felt my brow furrow in confusion. He knows about you. What? I whispered, not wanting to believe him. Even though he had said that Arrow shouldn't be a threat to me. Especially with Edward around, I couldn't help but think of him as one. My previous experience has shown me that Arrow is nothing if not persistent. How? It seems I should have destroyed both of them. He growled, turning back to stare out of the window. You couldn't know that. I should have known. He snapped, cutting me off. I should have seen what would happen if I let them both escape. If not for you, then I would have done. So this is my fault. I couldn't help the pang of hurt that spread through my chest. He was blaming me for the decisions of some power-hungry vampire a few thousand miles away. No, he shook his head, looking at me again. No, it's not your fault. It's mine. He sighed, walking over to me and taking my hands in his own. It's just, I've been so wrapped up in us, that I completely bypassed Arrow's way of thinking. He brushed a few strands of hair out of my face. This isn't your fault. Not at all. It feels like it. I sighed, closing the small distance between us and placing my head on his chest, right above where his heart should be beating. Don't blame yourself. He sighed, running a hand through my hair. What are we going to do? I asked, closing my eyes and wrapping my arms around his waist, as his encircled my body. We aren't going to do anything. He told me. I, on the other hand, am going to Italy. I need to put Arrow in his place once and for all. Quote, on your own. I couldn't help the slight panic in my voice as I looked up at him. Yes, he nodded. On my own. I sighed and rested my head back on his chest, never wanting to let him go. What were these feelings I was having towards him? Why would I be so afraid that he wouldn't come back? I wanted to stand here and hold him like this forever. And I knew that I could, if he would stay. Who's to say he would even come back here when he was done in Italy? What reason did he have to come back? You. He mumbled against my hair. What? I asked, confused. You were wondering what reason I would have to come back. I could feel him smile against my hair. I have a reason. A pretty big one. I lifted my head up from his chest again. You. Don't go. I whispered, running a finger down his perfect jawline. I have to. He pressed his lips to my forehead. Then I'm coming with you. I told him, confident and defiant. No, he growled, his grip tightening on me. Yes, I countered, remembering his earlier confession of how he didn't think he could hurt me, even if he wanted to. I was going to put that to the test right now. Not a chance in hell. He mumbled a low growl rumbling in his chest. It was such a feral, wild sound. I hadn't heard a growl like that come from anyone other than him. But for some reason, I wasn't afraid. Why not? I asked, looking up at him. But unable to move, his grip on me wouldn't let me. He was stronger than anyone I'd ever come across. Something told me that he would be able to dispatch a whole army of newborns if he so wished to. Maybe he had in the past. Maybe it wasn't the Volturi that had silenced the vampire wars raging in the south. But Edward, maybe that was why it had taken so long for the wars to start up again. Because the threat wasn't the Volturi, it was Edward. Because I won't have you in that kind of danger. He looked down at me, his vibrant eyes boring into my own. Didn't you say the safest place for me would be with you? I asked him, bringing up one of his previous statements. Was that a lie? No, but, there we go then. His eyes narrowed at me and I knew that if I was any other vampire then I would have been reprimanded for cutting him off. As it was, I had that belief that he wouldn't hurt me running through my mind. I just hoped that he was being truthful about that. And that he wouldn't hurt me for whatever reason. Face it, the safest place for me is with you, and you can't deny it. You said it yourself. I rested my head back on his chest. Besides, I don't think I could handle being away from you. Not that I've found you. What? His voice was filled with confusion and I knew I had caught him off guard. Do you think that I understand anything that's going on between us? I have no clue, just as you don't. I'm playing it by ear, or more appropriately by feel, as much as you are. I kept my head on his chest, but looked up at him, seeing him staring off into space. I don't know what's happening to me, but I do know that the thought of not being near you, for whatever reason, it hurts. I don't want you getting hurt. He whispered, closing his eyes. Not a problem. I smiled against his chest. I just want to know that you're okay. I'll be fine, Bella. He snorted, looking down at me. You're the one that's breakable when it comes to other vampires. So, I'll stay hidden. I smirked up at him. Dimitri can't find me because of my shield. He'll have no idea I'm in the city, or even the continent. Unless he's the one you blew up. My brows furrowed in confusion. He chuckled slightly at my reasoning. Well, I guess that is one less worry. No matter which way you put it. I'm coming with you, I stated firmly, letting him know. That he wasn't going to sway my resolve. What about your family? He asked, playing the one card he knew that would get me to stay. I thought about it for a moment, and then smirked back up at him. It's not like we've not been separated before. I grinned at him. And anyway, I've been away from them as a whole. I can handle being away from them, but being away from you, something inside is telling me that I won't be able to handle that. You don't know what you're asking of me. He mumbled against my hair and I smiled to myself. Maybe it was me, or maybe it was something I was picking up from somewhere else. But I could feel his resolve slipping. I think I do. I tried to keep the smugness out of my voice, and I think I achieved that to a certain extent. Because you're asking same thing of me if you tell me to stay. Would you stay if I told you to? He asked, his voice sounding skeptical. Probably not. No. I shook my head against his chest. I'd probably be on the plane right after yours, following you. That's not a good thing, Bella. His voice turned cold now and I wished I knew what was going on inside his head. Says you. I shot back, smugly. He didn't answer me, but instead he sighed unhappily, knowing that I wasn't going to be relinquishing this fight anytime soon. I looked up at him, thinking about what he had told me only yesterday. Nobody but myself knows this. But when I myself create a vampire, they are automatically created with the power to absorb the powers of those around them. A type of diluted version of the way powers manifest in me, as it were. If that were true, then wouldn't it mean that I could use his power? Would I be able to tap into his power of mind reading? Closing my eyes and resting my head against his chest again, I inhaled a deep breath. Concentrating on the inner workings of Edward's mind. I hoped that he wouldn't catch on to what I was doing, but some part of me knew that he would. I wondered what it would be like to see into Edward's mind for even a moment. There had to be so much happening in there. It would be incredible to hear. Couldn't bear it if she was hurt. My eyes snapped open and I took a quick breath. I had heard him. His mental voice sounded almost as incredible as his spoken voice. "Get out of my head," he mumbled with a slight chuckle. That told me that he wasn't really mad at me. Something I didn't quite believe. "You're not mad, are you?" I asked quietly. "No." I could feel him shake his head. "I'm actually impressed that you managed to do that." "Really?" I asked, sounding slightly smug. Who knew how long it had been since he had been impressed with anything? "Yes." He sighed gently, resting his head on mine. "The fact that you managed to tap into my own power and get into my head is quite an achievement." "Yay." I smiled up at him and he shook his head at me. I sighed gently, looking up at him, before standing up on my tiptoes and pressing a gentle kiss to his jaw. I felt the electricity that flowed with the contact of our skin lingering on my lips as I pulled away. "I'm thirsty," I mumbled against his shirt. "Go eat, then," he chuckled, loosening his grip on me. "Come with me," I asked in a timid voice. Wanting him to come, I could tell from the color of his eyes that he didn't need to feed. Something I was thankful for. I didn't want to see him feed. Not something I had come to terms with yet. "All right," I mumbled, "but don't expect me to eat anything." I chuckled gently, pulling away from him, instantly missing his embrace. "Of course not, only if you want to." We jumped out of my window and I noticed the sounds and smells of my family approaching from the other side of the house. They had been hunting, leaving Edward and I alone in the house, much to the displeasure of Rosalie. She didn't want Edward anywhere near the house, let alone me. She thought that he was too dangerous to have around. To others, yes, maybe he was. But I felt oddly safe with him. We ran towards the clearing we had visited twice in one day. I loved this spot. It was somewhere secluded and beautiful. It also had remnants of the lion population that I so regularly hunted. Edward sat on the largest boulder. The one that we sat on when visited this clearing. I felt slightly self-conscious as he watched me hunt. I knew that he despised feeding from animals. That he didn't even entertain the thought of it. But I had the notion that he had to have fed from them in the past. When humans were scarce, he couldn't have existed this amount of time and not have fed from an animal. That was a little too hard to believe. After I took down a large male lion, I turned around and saw him watching me. But it wasn't that fact that kept my eyes glued on him. It was the fact that the sun was shining on him, full force. I knew that it had hit me, and that I was probably sparkling, but there was nothing in the world that could compare to the beauty of Edward in the sun. He was beautiful anyway, but the way the sun reflected off of his skin, creating a swirl of sparkles and rainbows in the light, made him look ethereal. I had seen many a vampire in the sun, and none, not one, could ever compare to the sight before me. Looking like he did, Edward belonged in the clouds, not sitting on a rock, damned to existence for eternity. He didn't even have the notion that he wouldn't be here in the next 10,000 years or so. He would always be here. But, with him looking the way he did, that wasn't something I was going to complain about. I managed to tear my eyes away from just long enough to take down another unsuspecting animal, before I returned to where he was sitting. He was still shimmering and sparkling, and if I had breath, it would have been stolen away. I sat down next to him, and he ran his fingers down my cheek, gazing into my eyes, which I was sure would now be a liquid gold. "Beautiful," he murmured. I titled my head to the side, confused about what he meant. He smiled slightly. "The way your eyes shimmer. Like the gentle waters of a stream." I scoffed at his notion. "Right." I rolled my eyes slightly, not fearing him anymore. Not when he could come out with something like that, as that meant to be a compliment. I was testing him now, just to see what his reaction will be. "Actually yes." He nodded and I blinked, surprised. Water is powerful. It can wash away earth, put out fire and even destroy iron. When you put it that way. I smiled, leaning in and brushing my lips gently against his. I don't know why, but I just couldn't get enough of him. Maybe I was falling for him. Slowly but surely, I may have been. He pressed his lips against mine, turning my mere brush into a true kiss, and I melted. I didn't just think I was falling for him. I actually was. Oh, help me. He pulled away from me slightly, and I opened my eyes to see his slightly out of focus. He was having another vision. When he snapped out of this one, he didn't seem as upset as the last time. Obviously it wasn't something to do with the Volturi. His eyes focused back on me quickly. You have visitors, he stated simply, and at the same time my phone started to vibrate in my pocket. I knew that it was Alice without even looking at the caller ID. She would have most likely seen the same thing that Edward just had. Alice, I answered, holding the phone to my ear. Bella, where are you? It was Alice, all right. I'm out hunting. I sighed. Or at least I was. I thought you should know. We have visitors. Yes, I know. How did you know? I'm with Edward. I smiled at his name. He chuckled at me and I pouted at him, which only caused him to chuckle even more. This Edward the first liked. It was the other Edward, the authoritative Edward, that I wasn't so keen on. He could stay locked away right where his is right now. Oh, okay then. I would have thought you'd known that. I mumbled, confused. Alice always knew where each of us was. She had never lost one of us. Unless it had something to do with the wolves. The only other one she'd lost was, hang on a sec, Allie. I turned to Edward, moving the mouthpiece away from my face a second. Are you messing with Alice's visions again? I asked, my voice accusing, and he only raised his eyebrows at me in a smug fashion and turned away from me. I put the phone back into position so I could talk to Alice. I think I know why you can't see me at the moment. I think I do, too. She sighed. Nope, I'm trying to see you now, but all I'm getting is a jumble from Edward. I turned back to him. Edward, stop it, I told him, and he smirked at me. Wow, someone's relaxed around the almighty. I heard a snort come from next to me and I scowled at him. Moving on, I said, narrowing my eyes at a still smirking Edward. Who's here? The Denali's. Great. It wasn't that I disliked our cousins, but I didn't get on so well with one of them. A female, Tanya. She got on my nerves a lot. I wasn't sure why, but still, she just did. She was constantly letting me know that she was higher on the pecking order, as it were. Just because she was over 1,000 years old and blonde. Hell, I'd eat to show her who was higher on her bloody pecking order now. With Edward sitting next to me, it was no contest. I know you don't get on with Tanya, and that's why I thought I should warn you. Only Kate, Carmen, Irina and Eliezer are here with us at the house. Tanya's gone looking for you. Perfect, I mumbled, sarcasm thick in my voice as I dropped my head into my hand. Bit of animosity there. Edward chuckled from beside me, taking my hand in his. I felt instantly better with the skin-on-skin connection. He was all I needed to calm down. Have you told him about Tanya? Nope, and I didn't plan to before this. He would probably know by now anyway. I still can't see you. I'll try and get him to stop. I chuckled, rubbing my thumb over the back of his hand. Good luck. And she didn't just mean about getting Edward to quit messing with her visions. I knew that it amused him to do so, but still, it wasn't fair to Alice. So, he mused as I hung up the phone. You've not got a lot of patience for Tanya. It was a statement, not a question. He had seen all of my memories, so he knew that I hadn't got a lot of time for the Russian vampire. Nope, I popped the P on the end. How long before she finds us? He looked at me, and his eyes glassed over for less than a second before he focused again. 2 minutes. Long enough. I pressed my lips back to his and taking a chance. I flicked my tongue across his bottom lip. He opened his mouth slightly and I eased my tongue into his mouth, tasting him properly for the first time. To say he tasted incredible wouldn't be doing it justice. He was divine. He was unlike anything I had ever tasted before. He was so much more than anything I had ever tasted. Even the sweetest human blood could not compare. If I thought that he smelled incredible, it was nothing compared to the way he tasted. It was like honey and lilac and the gentle breeze as the sun sets all rolled into one. And I could have tasted it for the rest of eternity. If I had been allowed to. That is. Well, Bella, it seems you've finally taken the plunge and got yourself a man. The sweet, bell-like voice that had encroached on us broke us apart, earning a low growl from Edward. I took that as a sign that he was enjoying himself as much as I had been. I looked down from the rock to see the beautiful, yet ancient, although, with present company. She couldn't really be considered ancient anymore. Vampire standing there, arms crossed over her chest and a huge smile on her face, eyeing Edward up and down. It obviously hadn't clicked as to who he was yet. Tanya made it her mission to tempt unattainable men. Hell, she had gone after Carlyle, Jasper and Emmett when she had first come into contact with them. I knew that she was going to have one hell of a time with Edward. Literally. And it wouldn't be her doing the manipulating. Bring it on. Thinks for a moment. There was something you probably wanted to know, wasn't there? Now what was it again? Ah, yes, I remember the flaw that I put into the story. Well, the flaw is the mentioning of the three Icky brothers, as Bella likes to call them. I have mentioned that they were in fact created by Edward. And yet in the same chapter I have mentioned that Bella is the only one created by Edward still existing. How does that work? See now, if you'd caught that, then you would have asked. In all honesty, I've only had half a dozen people at the most come to me with the question of what's going on. I would have thought it was more. Don't worry, you'll get your answers in the end. In the ment, Ime. What's the quote hidden in the chapter? I personally think it's a good one this time. Whoever gets it will get a mention in the next chapter. Laughing face. I realized after I posted the previous chapter that I didn't put where the quote was from. The quote from chapter 13 was, "We are oddities of nature, you and I. Nothing more. This is a world for humanity. From underworld evolution. The ones that got it are Chrissy, dark bloody fangs. Beauty comes from the heart, Deacon, and Petya. If I've missed anyone, I'm sorry." The quote from the last chapter, chapter 14, was, "Water is powerful. It can wash away earth, put out fire and even destroy iron." From Memoirs of a Geisha. The ones that got it are Clancy BB, the Miss Smith, Nash's Theory, Beauty comes from the heart, she's good at this game, Samomo 14, Petya also another one who's good at this game. Cheeky smiley face and Blood Sub 09. Again, if I've missed anyone then I'm sorry. I'm hoping that the one in this chapter will be a little harder to get. Cheeky smiley face. There'll be people who get it, but I'm hoping not as many. Edward. Damned succubus. What the hell did she want? Well, in a sense, I knew what she wanted, and I also knew that she wasn't going to get it. I broke apart from Bella, a low growl echoing in my chest. Bella heard it and gave me a worried look. She knew I wouldn't hurt her. But even though she wasn't too fond of this Tanya standing in front of us, she didn't want her to end up like so many others before her. Why Bella wanted me to be merciful on this vampire I don't know. I didn't have much time for succubae. They'd caused me enough problems in the past. I old put an end to the lot of them right now. Well, aren't you a cutie? She eyed me up, thinking of the best ways to get me away from Bella. What's your name, honey? I smirked at her, tilting my head to the side, playing along with her. Now why in the world would you want to know that? Well, she stepped towards the two of us as we sat in front of her on the rock. It makes for being better acquaintances, if you catch my meaning. I could hear the faint hint of a Russian accent in her voice. In my experience, talking isn't a major factor when it comes to that. I answered her, and Ard Bella's mind go into a state of confusion. I pressed into her mind gently, knowing that she would be able to feel me doing so. I'm playing her at her own game. Do you trust me? The look of shock in her face was apparent for less than a second before she placed an emotionless mask over the top. I heard you. How is that possible? I'll explain later. Do you trust me? Yes. Good. I smirked at Tanya, who smiled back. That will make this more fun. Don't blow her up, she pleaded with me, and I turned to look at her, my eyebrows raised. Please. My family and hers are good friends and I don't want to lose that with them. It's not fair on my family. I gave a minute shrug that only Isabella would notice and turned back to look at this Tanya. The one that had flaunted the fact that she had had any man she wanted. That no one had ever been able to say no to her, and her mind was incredibly pleased that Isabella now had someone for her to go after, feeling that she would finally get somewhere with someone with a Cullen. Good luck. I smirked at her and her thoughts. She thought that it was going to be exceedingly simple to get me away from Isabella. Maybe I should make it seem that way. It's been a while since I've had a good game. What are you going to do? Isabella thought, her internal voice worried. Have some fun. I smirked. Well, if that's the kind of fun you're looking for. She gave a patronizing look towards Isabella, and I bit back a growl, not wanting to ruin the game this early. Then Bella isn't really the one you want to be playing with. And why is that? I asked, making myself sound confused and ignorant of Isabella's virtue. I knew that she was a virgin, and that wasn't something I cared about. In fact, it made her all the more desirable to me. Knowing that no one else has held her interest in any way, or at least enough to warrant stripping her of said virtue, made her all the more precious. It's not exactly a secret that Bella's unexperienced in that area. She smirked at Isabella, thinking that she now had the upper hand. I gave Isabella's hand a quick squeeze and hopped off of the rock the two of us were sitting on, casually making my way over to where Tanya was standing. And you think that you... I walked around her slowly, flipping a lock of her strawberry blonde hair over her shoulder. Have what it takes to satisfy me. I looked over at Isabella, grinning at her from behind Tanya. The small smile on her face told me that she was onto my little psych-out plan. Good girl, I thought proudly. She's more like me than I thought. She's enjoying this. I knew that for a fact, as I could feel the excitement and glee coming off of Isabella. She really was enjoying this game of mine. Well, I whispered in Tanya's ear. Do you? I can give you what you need better than she can. She whispered seductively. And how do you know that? I whispered back, my voice filled with the same amount of lust as hers was. The only difference was that whereas hers was genuine, mine was all fake. The only one that those feelings were reserved for was sitting on the rock in front of us, a gleeful smile on her face. Well, the stories about me and my sisters should illustrate that fact. She turned her head, her intention to kiss me clear in my head. I moved away faster than she could move. Want to test them out in person? I pretended to think about it, moving to the side of her. Sorry. I shook my head, giving her a fake regretful expression. But I don't go for succubae. Far too much trouble than they're worth. What? She straightened up and I heard Isabella giggle from where she was sitting. What do you mean? Far too much trouble than they're worth? She was getting pissed now, and that was just the reaction I was looking for. Well, you are. I shrugged nonchalantly, watching her try to come up with a reason for my sudden indifference towards her. She had never been denied, and the only reason she or her sisters hadn't been able to get their claws into Emmett, Carlisle or Jasper was because they had almost been ripped apart by their wives. They quickly learned that the three of them were unattainable. Clearly, you've never had the chance to get to know one of us then, if you get my meaning. She started to twist a lock of her hair in between her fingers. Oh, I know you very well. I crossed my arms over my chest. Been cleaning up after you for nigh on 1,000 years. What? Her expression became confused, and I could feel the pleasure of watching Tanya fall into my games coming off of Isabella. What does that mean? It means that you and your sisters are very messy children. I answered her, openly mocking her and her sisters in my tone and in my words. Children. My sisters and I are over 1,000 years old. I pretended to think for a moment. Yes, I was correct. Children. If you think that we're children, then you should know that Isabella over there has only just cleared a century. She was seething now, more annoyed at the fact that she hadn't been able to get me away from Isabella. And she was facing off with the wrong monster if she wanted to badmouth Isabella. I am fully aware of Bella's age. I acknowledge the fact that Isabella liked being called Bella over her given name. Even though, in my mind, she would always be Isabella, I respected her wishes and called her the name she preferred. Then, wouldn't you prefer someone with more experience? Her voice was low and sultry again, and I could see why no one had been able to refuse her before, but honestly, she just didn't do it for me. It's not all about experience, I replied, tilting my head to the side, pretending to be engaged in what she was doing. I heard Isabella giggle slightly from behind me. I had allowed her full access to my mind. Temporarily, mind you, and she could only access what I allowed her to, but it was enough. She was listening to the running commentary I had going on in my head about Tanya. And from the sounds of it, she was enjoying it too. It took all of my control not to smirk or smile when Isabella added in stripper music in her own mind. Was this what it was like to be fully at ease with someone? No, but I find it helps. She looked up at me through her eyelashes. Isabella had done the same thing many times in this day, and it had taken all of my self-control, of which there was a lot, to just remain where I was, and she had no idea she was doing it, and yet standing in front of me was a 1,000-year-old succubus. Whether she is nowadays is irrelevant, to me that's W. Hat she and her sisters will always be doing exactly the same thing and nothing. Again, I pretended to think. Well then, looks like we're at an impasse. That's something we can work around. He stepped towards me and I stood my ground, keeping my eyes connected with hers. I could hear in her mind that she was starting to wonder about me. Who was I? Where did I come from? Why were my eyes red? Thinking that surely Isabella wouldn't be one to be with a human blood drinker. Well, my dear, she is. She was trying to remain unaffected by my presence, as so many did, but I had learned that it was only Isabella who seemed truly unaffected by my status within the world. Technically, I was on top of it, but that didn't seem to matter to her, whereas creatures like the blonde standing in front of me would be bellowing it out for all of creation to hear. Isabella did nothing of the sort. I don't think so, I replied, shaking my head. You see, I don't really go for succubus, and I doubt Kate and Irina would be too pleased about you going back on your promise, would they? Her face fell slightly at my mention of her sister's name and the promise that she made the Cullen women of leaving their men alone. How do you know about my sisters? And about that? Oh, Tanya, I sighed, smirking at her again. I know everything about you. And it was true. When I had touched her a moment ago, I had used the power I had gained from Arrow and retrieved every memory and every thought that had ever passed through her mind. Most of them were sexually inclined, and that to me screamed whore. But then again, that's what she and her sisters had become legend for, wasn't it? What? Her voice quavered slightly at my revelation. Isabella was getting slightly nervous about where I was taking this now. She could hear in my own thoughts how much trouble I had had over the years, keeping the succubus legend as just that. A legend. The continued exploits of the sisters had done nothing to help my efforts in that respect. I know everything you've ever done in your existence, Tanya. I continued in a low, threatening voice. I know every little thought you've had, are having, and I can see what you're going to do in the future. That last one wasn't 100% true, but hey, it worked as a good threat. And let's just say, over the last 1,000 years or so, you and your sisters have done nothing but piss me off. She took a breath and squared her shoulders, holding her chin up high, defiant. And what does it matter to you? It's not like it's anything to do with you what I have done or will do. She looked me up and down again. You might be cute, but it's not like you can stop me from doing anything. I smirked and heard a quiet, "Uh-oh," come from behind me. Is that so? She nodded and smirked at me. Yes, it is. No one can stop me from doing what I want. Really? I raised my eyebrows at her and heard Isabella let out a breath when she heard what I was going to do. She didn't like it, but she knew that if Tanya was going to get the message, then it was necessary. I reached into the vault of powers I had accumulated over the millennia, accessing the one that I would need, slowly extending it towards Tanya. She stiffened, feeling the effects of the power, not quite understanding. I didn't use the full effects of the power I had gained from Alex's creation, leaving her with her basic senses. But I cut off all the nerves that allowed for movement. What are you doing? She asked, her voice quavering as she tried to fight off the power. Now this was fun. I always had fun with this particular power. In some ways it was merciful, but in others it was completely and utterly debilitating, leaving the victim completely helpless and vulnerable. I wasn't going to kill her, just scare her a little. Well, a lot. So much for nobody being able to stop you from doing what you want, I stated, amused, walking towards her slowly. It seems that you can't do anything at the moment. No matter how much you want to. Stop it, she practically screamed at me, desperately trying to move, to feel her limbs again. To gain some semblance of control over the situation. That was the one thing I had learned about the three sisters. They were always in control. And by the looks of it, they hated it when that control was taken away from them. Why? I asked, tilting my head to the side, acting confused. What do you mean, why? She was scared, and that was exactly what I wanted. Even Isabella was feeling a little fear, fearing that I would go back on my promise not to hurt Tanya, and I'll admit, it was tempting, but I wouldn't do that to Isabella. Well, that was new. I thought, not used to the notion that I would put someone else's wishes before my own amusement. Because I don't like it and I'm scared. The last word came out as a whisper, but I heard it and the smirk made a reappearance again. How I loved hearing those words. I'm scared, made my day no matter what mood I was in. The world is full of things we don't like. The world is full of things that scare us. I would have thought being a vampire, you would know that. And I would have thought that being a vampire, you would know that not everything you hear is just a legend. What do you mean? Things like me, for example. I started to circle her immobile body, slowly reveling in the fear that was rolling off her in waves. Being so old as you are, you should know about me, child. I am not a child. Even by our standards, I am not a child. I and my sisters are older than anyone in the Cullen family. Even Carlisle does not come. Ah, yes, you may be older than those in the Cullen family. But, dear child, you are not older than I. I heard a small vibration coming from where Isabella was sitting. I looked over at Isabella, and found her looking at her cell phone. Edward, she looked up at me. Tanya's sisters and the rest of their family are looking for her. They're coming this way, Alice. She nodded. Oh, dear, it looks like your sisters are coming to play. I told her in a fake innocent, sing-song voice, and the fear in her eyes was evident. She thought that I was going to play with her sisters in the same way I was with her. I heard 11 minds approaching and stepped back towards Isabella, releasing Tanya and smirking as she fell into a heap on the floor. Tanya, a feminine voice appeared as a nothing blonde vampire appeared in the clearing, running towards her fallen sister. She looked very similar to Tanya, the only real difference being that her features were softer and her hair was a dirty blonde in contrast to Tanya's strawberry blonde. Are you okay? You went off to find Bella and didn't come back. I would have thought. She stopped when she saw me leaning on the rock in front of Isabella. Her eyes were the same gold as the others in this area. Kate. I knew her from Tanya's memories and from the thoughts of others as I had passed through towns she and her sisters had passed through, cleaning up their mess. I'm sorry. She apologized, helping up her sister, who had not yet regained full use of her limbs. I don't believe we've met. I'm Kate. She walked towards me and held out her hand. I looked down at it and back up at her, not taking it or giving her a response. Rude. You would have thought someone would have more respect or at least common courtesy. I nearly snorted at this thought, and I looked at Isabella, who was trying to hold back a giggle. What Isabella didn't realize was that by allowing her limited access to my own mind, I was in fact strengthening her own mental skills. If I started with my own power of mind reading, that meant that I could strengthen her ability to control her power and teach her how to extend her reach to other vampires. He's cute. I hope that Tanya didn't go back on her promise and try to bag him like she did with the others. We need the friendship of the Cullens, and going for yet another one of their men would most likely dissolve the allegiance we've had. I hope she didn't try. Kate. Tanya. More voices and footsteps were appearing now. I instantly recognized one of the newcomers. I smiled to myself, knowing that he would recognize me before he even saw me. Another woman stopped next to Kate and Tanya. This woman was different. She had dark hair, alabaster skin, like the majority of my kind, and deep-set golden eyes. She looked between the two sisters and then looked at me, a small smile appearing on her face. Well, it seems someone has finally put Tanya in her place. I could help the growth of my smirk at this thought, which confused and unnerved her. It can't be. What's he doing here? I turned to face where the mental voice had come from, spotting its owner immediately. I pushed off of the rock, slowly walking towards him. Eliezer, old friend. I smiled at him. He, like Carlisle, when Involterra had not been preoccupied with power as many others had been. He ha! D been unhappy and unfulfilled when with the Volturi, and it had been upon my encouragement that he left. It seemed that he was now happy and mated with the dark-haired woman standing with Tanya and Kate. Carmen. I heard her name roll over in his mind a few times, and I had the memories I had acquired from Tanya to confirm it. See, I'm not a monster all of the time. I can be nice-ish when it suits me. It's been a long time. Edward, he whispered, and the minds of the other members of the clan from Denali were immediately silenced. Tanya's was in a state of shock the longest. She now knew what I had meant when I had mentioned legends and stated that compared to me, she was in fact a child. Eliezer managed to compose himself after a moment's shock, and he smiled at me. It has been a long time. He nodded. Without meaning to sound rude, my lord, I rolled my eyes at the term used. Always with the formalities. I am shocked to find you here, of all places. His eyes widened with fear as numerous thoughts ran through his mind. You are not here to harm the Cullens, are you, my lord? For I know for a fact that they mean no harm to you, the Volturi, or anyone in the vampire world. They have been nothing but Eliezer. I held up my hand, cutting him off. Shut up. His mouth closed instantly, and I shook my head. Even though I had spent time with him in Volterra on my many trips, he still feared me. And rightly so. I am not here to harm the Cullens. Yet, I added, hearing the sigh of relief that blew through the minds of those around me. At the addition of that little word they all tensed again, not understanding my meaning. The only mind that seemed relaxed was Isabella's. They have, as of yet, done nothing to warrant that type of punishment. Then, again, begging your pardon, why are you here? His mind was as much a mix of confusion as his question led me to believe. I have my reasons, I replied, and he dropped it, knowing that he wouldn't be getting anywhere with that line of questioning. I looked over at Isabella and saw that she and Tanya were sitting there having some sort of stare down. The only difference was that whereas Tanya had a murderous glare on her face, which I, myself, found amusing, Isabella was sitting there with a smug smile on her face, and it didn't take a genius to work out what they were silently arguing about. Tanya huffed and looked away from Isabella as her sister whispered in her ear about her being stupid enough to go for me, as she put it. I caught Isabella's eye and she grinned back at me. I couldn't help but feel a small amount of pride at seeing her like that. From Tanya's memories I had seen that Isabella had never been too confident in Tanya's presence and had always shied away from any confrontation with the other, much older vampire. But now, standing here, watching her, it was clear that she had confidence. Whether that was because she had something, namely me, to fight for, or whether it was because she was Sue B consciously feeding off of my own sadistic, overconfident personality, I didn't know, but hell, I was going to find out. She looked at me more closely and a wider grin appeared on her face, just as another smirk appeared on mine. That's my girl, Bella. I couldn't help but feel slightly smug when I saw Tanya's reaction to who Edward was. Yes, I might have had a similar reaction myself. But that was beside the point. I didn't shamelessly throw myself at him. But then again, he had kind of cut off all the feeling and nerves to her limbs, making it so that she couldn't move. That must have been Alec's power. I had heard of it, but I had never seen it in action. Until now, that is. I don't know how long it was before anybody moved, and to nobody's surprise, it was Edward who broke the silence. This has been fun, he smirked sarcastically, but I have some errands to run. With that he was gone. I knew that I shouldn't have been, but I felt slightly disappointed about the fact that he hadn't said goodbye in any way at all. Not that I should have expected anything. He had an image to maintain after all. As soon as he was gone, Tanya turned on me. So what did you do, Bella? She asked, standing up straight and walking over to me, stopping in front of the rock I was still sitting on. What are you talking about, Tanya? I asked, my voice sickly sweet with innocence. My family KNEW exactly what Tanya was talking about, and Alice had obviously seen how this was going to go down. It must have some funny results because she was trying to stop giggling as Tanya glared at me. Yes, what are you talking about, Tanya? Carmen asked, her eyes flicking between Tanya, myself and Eliezer, whom she knew something about why Edward was here. Or at least, she must have thought that he knew something. I'm talking about little Isabella here sucking face with the most powerful vampire in existence. She spat at me, disgust lacing her tone. Well, I say lacing, more like overpowering in her tone. Kate, Irina, Carmen and Eleazar all stared at me, while my family stood there, bored, already knowing this information. Alice and Jasper had obviously told them what had happened in my bedroom and here as well. They had obviously been well informed that Edward and I had kissed. I glanced over at my family, noting the looks of joy coming from Carlisle, Esme, Alice and Jasper, probably. At the fact that I had finally found someone, the slight look of boredom coming from Emmett, I knew that he wanted some action to come from this, not just talking. This was Emmett after all, and a look of justification and pride. Coming from Rosalie, she looked at me and nodded. I would have to ask her about that later on. Something had happened with her and I had no idea what it was. I would find out though. It wasn't like Rose to just change her mind about something. Or someone. Maybe something Alice had seen had changed her mind. Is this true, Bella? Eleazar asked, moving to stand next to Tanya. And if it is, I countered with another question, my gaze turning back to Tanya who looked as though she would rip me apart and set me on fire if she had the opportunity. You must know that he's incredibly dangerous. Eleazar sounded worried now, and I looked at him to find his eyes a deep amber color, indicating he needed to feed, filled with worry. You need to be careful, Bella. He's unpredictable and you don't need to worry, Eleazar. I hopped off the rock and stood in front of him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Everything's fine. You don't know that, Bella. He whispered, sounding worried. But I do. I smiled at him, but the worry didn't leave his face. Bella. Irina stepped up behind me. You have heard the legends of Edward, right? Of course I have, Irina. I nodded. And you need to know that none of those matter when it comes to us. It doesn't matter. Of course it does. Carmen came to stand in front of me, effectively completing a circle around me. Kate stood slightly away from me, not really wanting to get involved. Kate always preferred to stay out of any kind of confrontation and I'm guessing that one with Edward at the center was one that she was not willing to get involved in. You don't understand. Jasper spoke up, breaking away from Alice and the rest of the family, and making his way over to me. Bella is probably the only nay in the world that is safe from Edward. What do you mean? Tanya asked, her eyes flicking between Jasper, myself and the direction that Edward had disappeared in. Not even I had any idea of where he was going because he had closed off his mind just after the family appeared. Edward is Bella's mate. Jasper explained and 5 heads turned to look at me, 4 of which adorned grins and one that held the biggest, most murderous glare that I had ever seen. 3 guesses whose expression that way. What is he talking about? Tanya spat at me, and I turned to look at her. Exactly that. I shrugged. Edward is my mate. It's as simple as that. Oh, and the fact that he made me. I crossed my arms over my chest, daring her to confront me now she had that little snippet of information. Edward and I are mates, and as you know, Tanya, that's not something that can be broken. And as you've already seen, your efforts are worthless. She shivered slightly at the memory. So, if all you've come here to do is try to split Edward and I up, you can, and I quote Emmett when I say this, you can make like a Tom and Cruise. Saying that, I broke out of the circle that they had formed around me, ND walked to where my family was standing, turning to face the Denali clan. Now, what did you come down here for? I asked them, looking at all 5 of them. We have some news, Eleazar said confidently, stepping away from the others slightly. From Volterra. Maybe this was what Edward had seen earlier in my bedroom. What he wasn't planning on telling me. What is it that Eleazar and the Denalis know from Volterra? Is it something that Edward already knows? Knowing him, most probably. What did you think? Did you like Edward's little game with Tanya? I found it fun to write actually cheeky smiley face. Just so you know, I'm not abandoning Alive again. It's just come to a very emotional point in the story and I have to be in the right frame of mind to write it. It will be up soon, but it's just getting harder to write. I can't make a guarantee on when it will be up, as it depends on when I can get it flowing the way I want to. It should be up soon. Remember, go vote for what story you want me to write next. All the stories will be written at some point. Each vote will let me know which order you want them to be posted in. So, where's the quote? I've hidden it really well this time. Or at least I think so. Try to find it, hee. Let me know what you think of this chapter by hitting the little green button. It'll make my day. If you don't, I'll have Edward play some games with you. Or maybe, that's something to look forward to. I don't know. Each to their own, I guess. Daydreams drools, okay. Yay. Anyways, go review. Plagiarism. Maybe. Sorry this isn't an update. But there is something that's pissing me off. I know that you all know that plagiarism is against the law, right? Well, this might sound bitchy, but there is someone who doesn't. First of all, I want to thank Rohan65 for initially bringing this to my attention. Because there is a story extremely like Eternally Damned. It's called Vampire King by Team Bedward for Eva. And while there are differences in the story, the similarities are too common to ignore. The link to the story is http://www. Fanfiction. Net s 5,166,205/1 Vampire King. There are even lines that are the same as those in Eternally Damned in some chapters. Normally, I wouldn't say this, but I'm asking you to click on the link and tell me if you see the similarities I do. I was willing to let it go, but after reading some of the chapters she has, I feel that enough is enough. It's too similar for me to ignore now. If it's just me being stupid and paranoid, let me know, but I'm not the only one that has seen these similarities. I know it might seem pathetic, but I really can see similarities, and I've worked really hard on Eternally Damned. No matter how many times people say that writing a sadistic ancient vampire is easy, it's really not something that comes easily. It's quite hard actually, and reading her story, I feel that my hard work in creating such a complex character in Edward is all for nothing. If you could read it and let me know if my paranoia is justified or if I'm being stupid, it would be much appreciated. Thank you, and sorry, but I will be rewarding you with a real chapter soon. The author has apologized and taken down the story. That's all I'm asking for from her. A couple of you have been worried that I'm not going to continue with Eternally Damned, and I can tell you now that it will be written as planned. Don't worry, I will be continuing to update on it. You can expect an update either later tonight or tomorrow at some point. I've got 2 chapters written. One is in Edward's POV and the other is in POV. I'm not tellin' you who's because that will have to be a surprise. Let me know which one you want. They both continue from when Edward left the clearing. Let me know which one you want first, as they will both be posted. P. Thank you for all your support. It's wonderful to know that I have such amazing readers. Love you all XX. What's going on? I know I promised this chapter to you yesterday, but what can I say? Shit happened and it didn't get posted. Here it is now, smiley face. The quote for the last chapter was, "So make like a Tom and Cruise." From Bring It On Again. I'm sad. Don't I know it? I know most of you have been saying you want Edward POV, but I'm feeling mean and giving you the other POV instead. I would like to think that you'd find this one incredibly entertaining. I know that I did, writing it. Laughing face, enjoy. Alice. This has been fun. Edward smirked, his tone absolutely dripping with sarcasm. But I have some errands to run. He looked at me for a split second before I hear his voice in my head. Not a word, Alice. Not until Eliezer comes forward with the information. I watched Edward leave, knowing exactly why. He wouldn't say to anyone, not even Bella, and I knew he wouldn't. Everyone probably knew that he was going to go hunt. That much was a given. But the other reason he had left would remain a mystery until he wanted us to know. Obviously I knew. I had seen it. I would have pondered about his reasoning, but still. It wasn't my place to question him. I was quite attached to my limbs, so I wasn't about to risk losing them. Jasper. I knew that if I did anything to anger Edward, Jasper would get involved and I risked losing him. That wasn't something I wanted. So what did you do, Bella? I heard Tanya ask and I turned my attention back to the scene unfolding in front of me. I wanted to be ready to intervene should I know how, but Bella seemed different to how she normally was when she was with Tanya. Normally, she would be reserved and shy, not really standing up to Tanya. She was different. What are you talking about, Tanya? Bella asked, her voice filled with fake innocence. I got a brief flash of how this was going pan out and I had a hard time stifling the giggles that threatened to erupt. Yes, Bella was definitely different. Yes, what are you talking about, Tanya? Carmen asked, clearly confused. As was the rest of her family. I'm talking about little Isob. Ella here sucking face with the most powerful vampire in existence. The disgust in Tanya's tone was unmissable. As was the jealousy. It was clear that Tanya was seething about the fact that she couldn't get Edward. I had seen what had gone down between Edward, Bella and Tanya, and let's just say, that's some pure gold entertainment. Edward obviously let me see that, wanting me to see Tanya's humiliation. He had seen how Tanya had treated Bella over the years and had not liked it one bit. The Denali clan were staring at Tanya and I saw that my family was bored with what was happening. This was something that we already knew. We knew that Bella and Edward were mates and what would evidently happen. I got a sudden flash of Rosalie and Bella talking, hugging and laughing. They must make up at some point. Rose must have come to some realization about the situation between Bella and Edward. Because I knew that Bella would never relinquish what she had with Edward. She now knew what the rest of us had, and I knew that giving that up wasn't an option for Bella. What I did see though, was Bella and Edward, alone in England. What the hell? I was definitely going to have to ask her about that later. Is this true, Bella? Eliezer asked as he moved to stand next to Tanya. I could hear the fear in his voice. He was scared about something. Maybe about the fact that Bella and Edward were together. About Edward's reputation. About his lack of patience, quick temper and even quicker hand. What he didn't realize was that Edward wouldn't hurt Bella. About the fact that Edward probably couldn't hurt Bella even if he wanted to. That's what the power of the bond between mates does. His need to protect Bella will overpower his wish to harm her at all. And if it is, Bella answered the question with the age-old deflection technique. Ask another question. You must know that he's incredibly dangerous. Even I was getting bored now, but it was laced with an undertone of amusement which I knew was coming from Jasper. He really did find this whole situation amusing. Especially seeing as he knew exactly how Edward and Bella felt about each other. You need to be careful, Bella. He's unpredictable and you don't need to worry, Eliezer. Bella cut him off, jumping off the rock she was sitting on, walking over to him and trying to ease his worry by placing a hand on his shoulder. Yo, you didn't need Jasper's ability to know that it wasn't working. Everything's fine. You don't know that, Bella. He was still scared, and I guess to anyone who didn't know any better about their relationship. It was probably worrying for them. At least for those who cared. Tanya seemed to be reveling in the fact that she though Edward would tear Bella limb from limb. Tanya's jealousy over Bella was obvious, but unclear. Who would have thought that a succubus would be jealous? Not me, but hey, here it was. But I do. Bella was trying to alleviate Eliezer's fear, but I could tell that it wasn't working. I doubted that anything would. Bella, you have heard the legends of Edward, right? This came from Irina, who stood behind Bella. She too sounded worried and the same look was plastered on Kate's face, although she said nothing. Of course I have, Irina. Bella remained calm, smiling at them all, her smile turning sickly sweet when she faced Tanya. Something or someone has affected Bella. Rosalie's feeling awfully smug, Jasper whispered to me, a small smile playing on his lips. I wonder why. Maybe it's because Bella's finally standing up to Tanya after all these years. I whispered back, my lips unmoving. Nobody made any move to show that they had heard mine or Jasper's words. Maybe. He nodded, ever so slightly. She is giving off an extreme amount of confidence. Veer felt something like that coming from Bella before. Maybe someone has taught her to believe in herself a bit more. I smiled up at my husband and he grinned back down at me. Maybe someone has. He looked up slightly. You don't understand, he said a little louder, talking to the Denalis now, and I realized that I had missed some of the conversation. He stepped away from me and walked over to where the group was surrounding Bella. Bella is probably the only one in the world that is safe from Edward. What do you mean? Tanya's eyes narrowed and her gaze began to flick between Bella, Jasper and the direction Edward had taken. Or at least the direction he wanted people to believe he'd taken. Edward, he smiled at Bella who smiled back, is Bella's mate. I couldn't help but smile. The heads of the Denalis flicked towards Bella, who was still smiling. 4 of them had huge shit-eating grins on their faces, whereas the 5th, well, the term, if looks could kill, sprang to mind. Tanya really needs to get over herself, Rosalie whispered, and I turned to smile at her. I hadn't even realized she had moved up next to me. Well, we are all easily distracted, aren't we? And Jasper is as much of a distraction as anything else. Maybe more so. To me at least. Definitely. I nodded. What is he talking about? Tanya spat as Bella lazily turned to look at her, her expression one of pure boredom. Do you think that Belle's seems more confident? I asked Rose quietly, and she turned to look at Bella, a smug smile on her face. Definitely, she replied, crossing her arms over her chest. Exactly that. Bella shrugged, seeming even more bored than a second ago. I could tell that she was reveling in this though. It wasn't every day she got one up on Tanya, and she was going to make every second worth it. Edward is my mate. It's as simple as that. Oh, and the fact that he made me. She crossed her arms over her chest, a silent dare for Tanya to confront her. Edward and I are mates, and as you know, Tanya, that's not something that can be broken. And as you've already seen, your efforts are worthless. I noticed that Tanya shivered slightly at the memory, and I couldn't help but smile. So, if all you've come here to do is try to split Edward and I up, you can, and I quote Emmett when I say this, you can make like a Tom and Cruise. I had to physically stop myself from laughing, as did the rest of the family. Emmett had heard a girl say that at our last school before we had returned to Forks and had spent a year annoying us with it. It worked right now though. Bella left the circle the Denali's had formed around her and walked over to us, standing in between Rosalie and Emmett, who looked exceedingly proud of his little sister. Well, I say little in size seeing as Belle was older than him. Now, what did you come down here for? She asked, her gaze passing over the other family. I had been dreading this. I knew why they were here, and I hadn't wanted them to say. This wasn't for us to sort out. It was for Edward to deal with. It was something above our heads. So why did I keep seeing Bella involved in the situation? We have some news. Eliezer stepped out of the line that his family had made. From Volterra. What kind of news? Carlyle asked, stepping away from our line. Maybe this isn't something that should be discussed out in the open. Eliezer looked around, as if there was something watching us, about to jump out and try to devour us, using the Denali's for information. I scoffed slightly, attention now turning to me. There's no one else out here. I told them confidently. What about Edward? Tanya asked, her gaze lingering on Bella as she said his name. He already knows what it is Eliezer has to say. He's not almighty and powerful for nothing. I shrugged nonchalantly, as if this was an everyday occurrence for the Cullens. It might not have been, but there's no reason for them to know that. Even so, I would prefer if we took this back to the house. He looked at us all again and Carlyle nodded. If it would make you feel more at ease, my friend. He nodded, smiling gently. We all turned and darted back to the house, Bella being the fastest in front. Bells, I called, and she slowed minutely. I have to say, well done. She turned and grinned at me. Well, what can I say? Edward's rubbing off on me. I knew that there was more behind that statement. But I didn't get a chance to ask before she sped up again, bounding over the river that ran close to our home. We all made it back to the house in around about a minute. And waited for the Denali's to get themselves comfortable. What I found amusing was that Tanya was still glaring daggers at Bella. It seemed she really wanted to get her claws into Edward. What? I don't think she realized that her seduction techniques probably wouldn't work on him, even if Bella wasn't in the picture. Still, it was funny to watch her seethe. Bella and Rose obviously found this amusing as well, because they were both smiling smugly at the blonde vampire. What is it that you know, Eliezer? Carlyle asked, gently, sitting on the sofa, facing the visiting family. Esme sat down next to him, her hand on his knee whilst the rest of us stood behind them. A united front, with our 2 leaders, as it were, in front. We know that there is unrest in Italy. He sighed, sitting on one of the other sofas in the room. It seems that Arrow believes that you are a threat too. That's why Edward's here. Bella cut in, earning a scowl from Tanya and nervous looks from the others. He's been here for a few days now. He said to us that Arrow believes we've become too large of a group and that he thinks we're dangerous. Esme filled in, though I do remember Edward stating that he believed Arrow to be an insufferable idiot. Bella smiled, looking at Eliezer. His words, not mine. That is very true. Carlyle nodded. Is there anything else you know, Eliezer? Maybe we should wait for Edward to return before you say anything more. I mean, if it's something to do with Italy, then he'll want to know. He already does. I interrupted their conversation. What do you mean? Carmen asked, looking at me nervously. He already knows what you're about to tell us. I shrugged, looking over them. That's why he left. Does that mean that you know why? Jasper asked, turning to face me. I nodded. I do. Well then. They were all looking at me. Not a word, Alice. Not until Eliezer comes forward with the information. Edward's voice echoed through my mind. Normally, I wouldn't be afraid. But seeing as the order kind of came from the number one, I'm keeping stum. Well, what? I asked, playing the ignorance card. Why did he leave? Rosalie asked, exasperation in her tone. Sorry. I shook my head. Can't tell you. Why not? Irina asked, sounding confused and a little pissed off. Because he told me not to. I shrugged, looking around at them. It was true. He did tell me not to tell them. Why? I shrugged. What does that mean? It means, I don't know why. I rolled my eyes. I thought you were supposed to be Miss All-Seeing Psychic. Tanya sneered at me. Somio. Nay really needs to knock her off her high horse. Actually, Tanya, anyone could play the sneer game, and I spat her name. Not something I normally do. Edward knows my gift as well as I do. He can block me from seeing things. That is why I don't know. Okay, only he knows his reasonings behind what he does. And unless he wants us to know, no one else will. Allie, calm down. Bella had placed a hand on my shoulder, telling that I was stressed. Tanya, I think that if you don't have anything interesting to say, don't say anything at all. Tanya stood there, her mouth opening and closing, looking like a demented fish. If I wasn't so pissed with her at the moment, I would have laughed. But with the situation as it was, I was becoming more and more pissed with Tanya. The fact that I keep getting flashes of her attacking Bella isn't helping matters. Calm down, everyone. Carlyle stood up, ever the peacemaker. Now, Eliezer, would you kindly tell us what you know? Maybe then we can work out some kind of contingency plan. What we know isn't going to please anyone. He looked at Jasper, who now had his arms around me, sort of comforting me, but also preparing to restrain me from launching myself at Tanya, who was still picturing herself and deciding how she was going to attack Bella. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Tanya. I muttered, knowing that she, and the rest of the room, could hear me. You harm her and you won't be seeing tomorrow. I smirked at her. Edward will see to that. That stopped those pesky little visions. With that out of the way, Eliezer, please, if there's something endangering my family. I think we have a right to know. Esme pleaded and Eliezer nodded. We've heard that Arrow is planning on going against the laws Edward set in place. The others looked around confused. He is planning on building an army of newborns, not too large, so that the guard lose control of them, but large enough so that they can wipe you out. Their guard is big enough so that they shouldn't worry. Emmett said, sounding and looking awfully confused. I mean, there's more than enough of them. And they have their gifted little brats. Alec and Jane. I shivered remembering the effects of Jane's gifts. Thankfully, none of us had to experience Alec's gift. Well, except Tanya, to a certain extent today. I hate to say it, Kate said quietly. They could wipe us all out quite easily. No, a smooth, velvety voice said from the corner. They can't. We all turned and saw Edward leaning against the doorway, as he had done a few days ago when we had first met him. He was pissed. Anyone could tell that. His old and wizened eyes were filled with rage, and I knew that it wasn't directed at us. Even so, I knew that that wasn't enough insurance to feel safe. His eyes were a bright red again, signaling that he had just fed, and I was glad that I had closed my mind off to him when he left. I knew that was what he was going to do, but then again, I think we all knew. No one mentioned it though. We were all too smart for that. What do you mean? Irina asked quietly, her voice small and timid. I mean, he pushed himself off of the door and walked towards us slowly. menacingly as he had when he first arrived. That there is one of you in this room, that prevents them from attacking with their gifts. Bella, I thought, and his eyes flicked to me, confirming what I had thought with a small smirk. He looked over my family with the same expression, his eyes softening slightly when he looked at Bella. He loves her. His gaze flicked back to me, his eyes fierce and dangerous. I won't say anything, I swear. No. His voice sounded in my head again, startling me slightly. You won't. I looked at Bella, who was smiling slightly at him. It was lucky that she was facing him. Facing away from the Denali family. As one, they would be able to see her smiling at him, and two, she would probably go insane at the flirting eyes Tanya was sending Edward. The looks he was clearly ignoring. She loves you, too, I thought, knowing he could hear me. That much is clear. Maybe so, he thought, not breaking eye contact with Bella. But that stays with you. No one will know of this. Understood. Jasper will know, I thought. Empath, after all. True. He still didn't look away from Bella. You will speak to him. After the departure of the Denalis. The more anyone knows, the more danger Isabella is in. And you don't want that, do you? No. He was right. With anyone knowing that Bella was Edward's mate, she was in danger. She could be seen as Edward's one and only weakness. And there was a huge chance that someone would think to use her as such. Exactly. I knew that he could hear was thinking, and that unnerved me. I didn't like the idea that someone could get into my head. The fact that he had Arrow's power as well, meaning that he could know everything I've ever thought in my entire existence, scared me a little. Maybe he knew the things that I had forgotten from when I was human. Maybe he knew what had happened to me, who I was, where I was from, and everything when I was human. I looked up at him and saw him smiling slightly, his eyes now trained on me. It wasn't a smirk like I had become used to. It was a small, sad smile. I wondered what would cause him to give me that kind of smile. Maybe there was something that we didn't know. Then it dawned on me. He doesn't know what happened to him, either. I looked at him and he nodded once. Do you know what happened to me? He shook his head and I felt my heart drop. I can find out. I looked up at him and saw the sincerity in his eyes. He really would help me. After we sort this mess out. Who's that? Tanya asked, and I was brought out of the trance that Edward's eyes lulled me into. It seemed to me like an hour or so had gone past when really it was around a second or so. Goes to show how quickly words can be exchanged, even in the mind. I could see why Bella was so taken with him. He was entrancing once you got past the terrifying exterior. If you got past the terrifying exterior, that is. Bella, you idiot, he snarled at her, his eyes narrowing in her direction. I glanced behind me and saw her physically retract into herself, along with the rest of her family. None of them had really experienced Edward before. We had, even if it was for such a short time, but it gave us a good grounding for what he was like. I hoped at least. Her shielding ability stops their gifts from being effective. With her protection, their gifts are useless, and practically none of the Volturi guards are experienced fighters. A lot of them are relatively new. 2, maybe 3 years old. They need the newborns for their strength. He said all of this with a bored tone, lazily looking around. Of course, he wouldn't. She think that any of this was a reason to panic. He was indestructible, whilst all of us, not so much. If that's true, then we're screwed. Rosalie sighed gently, her head dropping into her hands. You'd think so. Edward smirked. Now that was the normal smirk that I was used to. The all-knowing, confident smirk that set the hairs on the back of your neck standing straight up. When do we leave? Bella asked, and all eyes turned to her. Esme's voice was full of worry and fear. Bella was going to have a hell of a time explaining this one. Bella, I heard Esme gasp from behind me. Yes, Esme. I nodded, not looking away from Edward. My chest had been aching the whole time he wasn't with me. Now he was here and it was taking all of my self-control not to throw my arms around him, just so that I would be touching him. Edward and I have already had this discussion. He's leaving for Italy, and I'm going with him. I didn't look at my family. I knew that Alice would already know what was going on. She would have known as soon as Edward made the decision to leave, and I made my decision to go with him. Why, Bella, dear. She was right behind me now, and I know she didn't want me to go. She put her hands on my shoulders, lovingly like a mother would. Why would you want to leave us? Because I can't be without him, I whispered, turning to face her. I saw her face soften and spread into a smile right in front of my eyes. She knew what I meant. She knew how I was feeling because she knew deep down that if Carlisle were to leave right now, she would follow him to the ends of the earth. Granted, they had been together longer, but that didn't matter to me. The pull I had towards him was overpowering. And I want to go, Esme, I told her quietly. Besides, it'll be safer for me if I go. Being with Edward is the safest place for me. How do you figure that one? Emmett asked, having heard what I had said. Because no one is going to attack me, are they? He rolled his eyes and I couldn't help but giggle, moving towards him. I took his hand in mine, knowing that everyone knew they were mates. I didn't care anymore and he smiled down at me. It wasn't a cruel smile like everyone had become accustomed to, or even the small smile he had given Alice a moment ago. I don't know if anyone else caught that smile, but I certainly did. It was one that showed he truly cared about me, just like I cared about him. That I was the one who had his heart. He looked back up at the rest of them, his eyes hardening again. The safest place for her is with me. The Volturi know about her. I've seen some things I don't want to happen. I didn't want to imagine what he was talking about. He hadn't told me what he had seen, only that it was something that he didn't want to come to pass. I hoped that meant that he felt the same way about me that I did about him. He's not forcing you into this, is he, Bells? Emmett asked and I turned to look at him. Of course not. I stared at him as though he was insane. Do you really think that anyone can make me do anything I don't want to? He didn't even want me to go. You didn't want her to go? Rosalie asked, her tone surprised. I looked up at Rose to find a mixture of shock and surprise on her face. I looked back up at Edward to find a bored look on his face. As if I'd find anything else. Bells, can I talk to you? I looked between her and Edward. I looked her in the eye and nodded. We walked outside slowly, not talking until we were out of earshot, even Edward's. What did you want to talk about, Rose? I asked her, my tone more impatient than I wanted it to come out. I saw her visibly wince at my words and I wanted to apologize, before I remembered, I had nothing to apologize for. It wasn't my fault that Edward was my mate. But she was able to control her reaction to that news. Something she didn't do. I'm sorry, Bella, she said, stopping suddenly and looking at me, her golden eyes wide. I'm sorry for the way I acted when I found out Edward was your mate. Really? I asked, turning to face her, finding nothing but sincerity in her expression. Yes, Bella, she nodded, looking down at her feet. She was obviously feeling guilty about her actions. I didn't handle the news well and I'm sorry. Why did you say and do all of that stuff? I asked, stepping closer to her. She looked up at me, her eyes reproachful, and I couldn't bring myself to feel angry at her anymore. She really was guilty. I didn't need Jasper's ability to know that. Why did you act that way? I was scared, I guess. She mumbled quietly. I guess. Knowing who Edward was, what he's capable of and everything, and I just thought. You thought that he'd hurt me. I finished and she nodded. What's changed? Even in tiny amount of time I've seen the two of you together, I can see the way he looks at you. She said softly, and I could tell that if she could, she'd have tears rolling down her cheeks. The way he looks at you is the way that Emmett looks at me, the way Jasper looks at Alice, and the way Carlisle looks at Esme. Even if he doesn't realize it yet, he's yours, Bells. She choked out a laugh. Imagine that. Our little Bells has the heart of the most powerful creature in the world at her beck and call. He has mine as well. I mumbled softly, smiling slightly, and she smiled back. I'm sorry I said all of those things. And that I acted the way I did. She shook her head gently. I just wanted to keep my family safe. I know now that I went about it the wrong way. I should have trusted you when you told us that he was all right. That it was okay, as long as we didn't piss him off. I chuckled slightly. Really, Bells? She looked into my eyes, a small smile on her face. I really am happy for you. I'm glad you have your special someone. Thank you, Rose. I hugged her, sighing. I didn't know what I was missing until a few days ago. Now I feel like I won't be able to survive without him. It's stupid, but that's the same way I felt about Emmett when I found him. She sighed, smiling as she thought about Emmett. I knew that he was the one. Maybe Alice is right. I giggled. When the one comes along, you just know. She nodded. And besides, he's gorgeous, don't you think? I suppose some girls might find him good looking. She shrugged, trying not to smile. If they have eyes. Okay, he's a honey. She grinned at me and I nodded, victorious. Come on, let's go. She held out her arm and I linked mine through it. Bells. I looked at her. Are you really going to Italy? I have to Rose. I sighed, hoping that she would understand. He's going and I don't think I can be away from him. Even now, I want to run back to the house and throw myself into his arms. Whether or not he wants that, I don't know. But still, I do. Who cares what he wants, She giggled and I smiled. Something like that. I looked back at the house, knowing that everyone in there was waiting for us. Listen, Rose. I stopped before we were back in earshot. Edward's right. The safest place for me is with him. He's told me that the Volturi know about me. If I'm left here when he goes, who knows what will happen. He'll protect me. I'll be safe with him that I am here. I know, Bells. She nodded. I'm just going to miss you, that's all. I'll miss you, too, Rosie. I wrapped my arms around her, squeezing her tightly to me. We walked back to the house, splitting off, Rose going to Emmett and me walking over to Edward. There was something in his eyes as he looked at me. I could only hope that he was feeling what I was. I didn't know what it was I was feeling, but it wasn't something I was used to. I wondered if this was anything close to what the others felt. When do we leave? I asked, smiling up at him. Whenever you're ready, he replied, his face passive, and I knew that it was because there were people around us. I had the hope that he would kiss me when we were alone. It was a small hope, but one I was counting on. Let's go then. I smiled up at him before saying goodbye to my family. Each goodbye was short and sweet, none of us being too full on. I knew that I would see them again sometime. For us, time had no meaning. It wasn't like we were bound to it. There was no reason to say a full-fledged goodbye. More of a, see you later, type of thing. After saying a quick goodbye to the Denali's, I found that I was out of the door and running east with Edward without even knowing how I got there. We were running because Edward wanted to work on developing my other abilities before we reached Italy. I hoped that we would be able to strengthen them slightly. I just hoped I knew what I was getting into. This chapter wasn't going to have Bella Pav in it, but it sort of flowed into that. Next one is Edward Pav from when he disappeared when the Denali's arrived. I will warn that it's a bit of a sadistic chapter, as Edward's Pav normally is, but this is more so. Weak stomach. Don't read. Anyways, tell me the quote and give me a review. You know how I love them so. Laughing face. The thing of nightmares. The quote for the last chapter was said by Rosalie. It was, I suppose some girls might find him good looking. If they have eyes. Okay, he's a honey. Those who got it were Sadie 1787, Vampire Phantom aka Black Dawn, Petya I'm going to find one she can't find I will Clayty 1577, Samomo 14 again. I will find one she can't find. Which I think describes Edward very well, because he most definitely is a honey. Don't you agree? With the new story, adding up the votes from the poll and the PMs that were sent through, it was actually a tie between Without a Trace and Under Your Spell. I'm going to put up another poll until tomorrow for you guys to decide which one you want. It's all up to you. Anyways, here's the much asked for EPOV. I warn you, it is a tad sadistic. Let's put it this way, Edward's having some fun. If you don't like anything like that, then skip this chapter. Edward. As I moved away from the gathering of vampires, I made sure to head towards Seattle. The interaction with Tanya had tried my patience. You would have thought that for a creature that has been around for a millennia or so, give or take a decade, I'll admit, would have a higher thought process than that of a 17-year-old boy. Especially since said creature is female. Obviously not. Sometimes I wonder where all the intelligence of the Stone Age has disappeared to. The others in the clan seemed to have a decent intellect, and I knew from experience that Eleazar W. as one of the most brilliant minds I had come across. He had a vat of knowledge that just kept expanding. That could be said for the rest of my kind, but then again, not every vampire in the world paid acute attention to their surroundings like Eliezer did. He drank everything in. So why couldn't this intellect be transferred to the one vampire in that clan that seemed to take an interest in me? Her jealousy towards Isabella was extreme, and I had to control myself when it came to holding myself back. I'd almost lost control when I'd heard some of her thoughts directed at Isabella. It's Ms. that her jealousy of Isabella is as old as Isabella herself. Amusing, I must say. I ran towards Seattle, my patience waning even further. I would have taken my car, but that would have taken longer than running. It wasn't as though I was going to smell after running the distance either, so there was really no reason to worry. I slowed down as I reached the city limits, walking down the busy streets, thankful for the cloudy skies. Because 1. There was no chance of exposure, and 2. It kept the humans inside for fear of rain. No humans means no mindless chatter happening inside my head. No mindless chatter means that I don't go on a killing spree throughout downtown Seattle. There were still humans about, but not as many as there would be if it was a sunny day. How the weather can work in my favor, isn't it? That's one of the reasons the Olympic Peninsula is one of the best places for a vampire to live. I had to applaud the Cullens for making that conscious decision. Well, in my head at least. That thought turns my own thoughts back to Isabella. What she didn't realize was that by allowing her to read a select part of my mind, she was strengthening her own powers. If she was adamant about joining me, which I could see she was, I didn't want to fly to Italy. It wouldn't take long enough. I wanted to train her, teach her how to tap into her power. And who better to practice on than the only indestructible one in the world, and the one who happens to have direct access to any power he wants. That was just a bonus if you ask me. Enhancing Isabella's powers was an important step. She needed to know what she was capable of as well as I did. I knew exactly what she was capable of, and it was something she needed to learn on her own. It wasn't something I could teach her. As I walked down the streets of Seattle, the mindless chit-chatter of the conclusive human mind swarmed in at me, and I knew I needed to eat something soon or I was going to lose it. I walked into a bar that was fairly full, just so that no one would notice someone going missing in the middle of the night. As I walked through, the self-preservation instinct that humans had inbuilt made them move aside. I made my way to the bar, which was the perfect place to scope out any unsuspecting meals. As it turned out, I didn't have to look far. Sitting at the end of the bar were two young girls, 22 years of age, and from what I could read in their drunken stupid minds they had lost their boyfriends when they had gone to the restroom. But at the moment the thoughts "what boyfriend?" seemed to be plastered on each of the girls' faces as they stumbled their way towards me. Of course, the fact that no human could resist me when I looked at them. If I told them to come to me, then they bloody well came to me. They stumbled their way over to me, trying their best to look sexy, as it was put in their deranged little drunken minds. Being honest, it looked as though they were trying to make their way through an obstacle course on stilts. Now Isabella, on the other hand, she was beautiful. That strange magnetic pull I'd had in my chest since meeting Isabella was back full force, and I couldn't help but want to run back to Forks to be with her. I needed to feed though, and it was better that I did so before I went back to meet with Dippy and her Looney Tune pals. I shook my head. Where the hell did that thought come from? I rolled my eyes when I realized Isabella's brother, Emmett. He was always running through stupid little quotes in his mind. It was a good thing that I could block out unwanted thoughts. But then again, his hadn't really bothered me that much. They were just an undercurrent of something strange running through my mind. Honestly, I was far more interested in Isabella's mind. When I negated her shield, the level of intelligence in that beautiful mind of hers was astonishing. She had the same thirst for knowledge that I had only seen in Carlisle and Eliezer before. She wanted to learn, whereas other vampires only learned by default when they traveled. She and her brothers and sisters kept revisiting high school, even though Isabella herself had 2 medical degrees under her belt. They did it to blend in, as I'd gathered. Why they felt the need to blend in I didn't quite know. Well, at least to the extent that they did. Maybe it was something to do with the whole animal blood drinking. That would probably be the only thing to cause a rift between the two of us. I had seen that Isabella and I would argue about the diet choice of the other, and no matter what the decision, that wasn't going to change. I guess I'm going to have to get used to being challenged by her then. That was going to take some time. I can tell you that now. Hello, sweetheart. One of them slurred, leaning on the bar next to me. It took all I had not to snap her neck right then and there. You're cute. The other practically fell onto the bar on the other side of me, spilling most of her drink. Again with the control. These two are not going to be good for my patience. Still, I was thirsty and these two were throwing themselves at me. Who am I to pass up an easy meal? I looked at the two of them suggestively and they both giggled, not even put off or fearful of the deep red of my eyes. Now if they had been sober, they probably would have gotten one look at my eyes and disappeared. Well, technically speaking, they probably wouldn't have approached me if they had been sober. I had done this many times. No words were needed. I'm the world's most dangerous predator. They were drawn in by everything about me. Just being so close to me set their hormones and adrenaline running. I brought out reactions in humans that they didn't understand or couldn't fight. No matter how much they wanted to. I winked at the two of them, sliding off of the stool I was perched on, making my way out of the bar. I walked outside of the bar and leaned against the wall. 3, 2, 1. I looked at the door and saw the two drunkard girls stumble out. There you are, darling. The both of them giggled and I smirked. They walked towards me. Well, I say walked. It was more like watching Bambi take his first steps if I'm completely honest. Only, the deer was more graceful. I walked towards them slowly, keeping up the human pretenses that I would have to until I got the two girls alone. I waved them into a waiting cab, and they clambered in, trying not to lose their shoes, bags or fall head over heels as they did so. That was embarrassing to watch, and I saw the two girls depicted in the cabbie's mind. Pretty much in the same way that they were in mine. Drunk and good for only one thing. But the similarities stopped there. The cabbie was thinking THEY were useful for something different than I was. He was thinking sex. I on the other hand was thinking dinner. I gracefully joined the two girls in the back of the cab, calmly ignoring the two girls pawing at me, whilst also trying to put the cabbie's thoughts out of my head. He was thinking that I was either going to have one of the best nights of my life, or that I was a pimp, making a lot of money. If only he knew. That neither was the right conclusion. I gave him the name of a hotel I had seen in many people's minds. It would be the best place. It was frequently used by drunkards coming back at all hours. But it was one of the nicer hotels in the city. How people could afford the price of these hotels after an expensive night out was beyond me, but whatever worked for them. We stopped. Head outside the apartment block I had chosen and I gave the cabbie a wad of cash. I knew that I had given him too much, but after accumulating as much as I had over the years, there wasn't much about money that bothered me. Except how obsessed with it humans were, that is. Good evening. The receptionist greeted us, her thoughts turning seedy and disgusting as soon as she laid eyes on me. She did. NT seemed to register that I didn't actually live in this building and all she could think about was how good I would look, covered in chocolate. Too bad Isabella's not here. That could have been amusing to share with her. Well, the outcome would have been amusing at least. Is it? I asked her. Being honest, I hadn't even noticed that the sun had gone down. Humans were always drinking these days, so you never know what the time was. There was always somewhere open these days. Well, it is now. She winked at me. Where did these humans pick up their different attempts at seduction? Some of them were downright pathetic. I seemed to find myself preferring the behaviors of women from a century ago. They may have been meek and annoying, but at least they weren't brazen and embarrassing. To themselves, that is. I bet you everything I owned, which was a hell of a lot, if I do say so myself, that if most of them saw how they looked on film, then there was a very good chance they would become nuns. I took the room key she gave me, giving her a smile that was intended to dazzle, as Isabella had put it in her mind more than once. She would forget that she'd even seen me at all in about 5 minutes. I led the two inebriated girls into the elevator, where they immediately started pawing at me again, just as they had in the cab. I let them do it, allowing them one more minute of fun before they met their end. I led them into the room and the two of them immediately stood there open-mouthed at the suite. Whoa, ow. One of them stood there, swaying, propping the other up. I was sure that if I could get drunk, I would just off the fumes that the two of them were giving out. I shook my head, doubting my choice, not for the first time. Had to go for the easy meal, didn't you, Edward? I nod, dead towards the bed, and the two of them giggled, attempting at flicking off their shoes gracefully before they stumbled towards the bed. I allowed them to pull me down onto the bed with them, as they giggled and ran their hands up and down my back and chest, seeming unsure of where to start. That was fine with me. I turned to the one laying on my left side, leaning over her and breathing gently down onto her face, intoxicating her even more while I took the bars of the headboard in my hand, guiding her hands up above her head with my free hand. I bent the bars around her wrists, essentially trapping her there. Ooh, like to play, do we? She giggled, grinning at me, as she pretended to try to wriggle free. I smirked at her, knowing that even if she was really trying to free herself, she wouldn't be able to. I had bound her with the bars so tightly that she was going to lose the feeling to her fingers soon. I would have some fun with her friend in the meantime. I turned away from the girl I had bound to the bed and climbed on top of the second one, who was giggling madly away to herself. Come to play, have we? She smirked at me, narrowing her eyes at me, batting her eyes seductively. She ran her hands up and down my thighs before she reached up and unbuttoned her shirt slowly. I nudged her hands away, popping open each and every button without sending a single one of them flying. Skilled at that, aren't we? She giggled, placing a hand over her mouth and looking at her friend, who was watching on with interest, giggling at her friend. I could smell the arousal coming from the two of them. He's had practice, the other whispered back, laughing. Oh, if only you knew. I ghosted my fingers up and down her sides and she twitched subconsciously at the cold feel of my fingers on her warm skin. I leaned down, placing my lips close to her ear as she sighed, contented and, yup, still drunk. Like that, do we? I whispered and she sighed again. Oh, yeah, she whispered, her arousal growing and her eyes sliding shut. I smirked to myself, slowly, dragging my thumb down her side, drawing a thick line of blood as I went. She twitched and moaned as my thumb made its way down her side. She smiled at me, thinking it was a game, her eyes widening slightly as I pulled my thumb away from her skin and placed it to my lips, licking every drop off. Well, she slurred, blinking a couple of times. That's a bit weird. You think so? I whispered, ghosting my lips down her jawline and throat, lingering a hair's breadth away from her pulse point. She sighed again, and I saw out of the corner of my eye. Her eyes flutter closed as she enjoyed the sensation of my breath on her throat. Her friend had closed her eyes, enjoying the sounds that were coming out of her friend and picturing what I was going to do to her. If only she knew that she was about 1,000 miles off base here. She'd be screaming and pleading for help. Oh well, she'll be screaming and pleading soon enough. I blew gently on the girl's throat and bit down, eliciting a small moan from her. She whimpered slightly as I began to draw her blood out of her body, but soon stopped after the effects of the alcohol and blood loss began to cloud her senses even more. Her friend didn't stir as I drained the blood out of the girl she valued like a sister. That made me chuckle inside. You see someone as family in yet you can't tell when they're dying right next to you. Humans are such moronic creatures. Once I had drained the girl completely, I climbed off of the bed, heading into the bathroom. I looked at my reflection and saw that already my eyes had returned to a bright gleaming red. Not that it bothered me, but I knew it bothered Isabella that I fed off of humans. One reason I didn't feed in that pathetic little town she calls home. It was then that I heard it. The deafening scream as the one still alive looked into the cold, unblinking eyes of the one she used to call her best friend. You monst. She screamed as I walked through the doorway and towards the bed. You killed her, you bastard. I wouldn't make that kind of noise, if I were you. I called quietly in a sing-song voice as I approached her. She started wriggling, beginning to panic as she realized that she couldn't actually get free. She seemed to have sobered up extremely quickly as soon as she realized that her friend was in fact dead. She kept looking at her friend's bloodied neck and then back to my lips as she registered what had happened. What the fuck are you? She screamed as I slid on top of her, straddling her hips. I placed a hand over her lips and she screamed behind it. Like I said, You shouldn't really be making that much noise. I smiled at her. Now, if you're quiet, then I might let you go. But if you're not, then people are going to come and see what's going on, and if they do that, well, I turned her head to look at her friend. Do you really want that to happen to more people? Her eyes widened at the prospect of more people getting hurt, and she tried to shake her head. I smirked down at her and saw that her eyes widened even more when she took in the fierce red color of my eyes. I didn't think so. I drew my hand away, ripping open her top to reveal a bright pink, lacy bra underneath. She whimpered in fear as my fingers ghosted over the soft flesh of her breasts. I dragged the tips of my index fingers in an identical pattern over her breasts, reveling in the sounds that she made as she felt my nails causing a divide in the soft flesh. I brought my finger to my mouth and licked off the blood there. Her eyes widened as she realized that I had actually drunk the blood of her friend and not just made it look like I had. What are you? She whimpered, shaking heavily through fear. I couldn't help but smirk as I saw the immediate fear in her eyes. She knew that she was going to die, even if she hadn't accepted it yet. I moved up so that my face was level with hers. Your worst nightmare, I whispered, and she whimpered again, tears sliding down her cheeks. I trailed the other finger over her body, making a trail with the blood that dripped from it. She whimpered and wriggled with fear as I licked my way along the cut over her left breast, trailing my tongue over to her right one, cleaning up the mess. I would have to act quickly now, seeing as the venom from my tongue have seeped into the cut and would begin to change her soon. I ran my nose to the curve of her breast, just above the wire, and bit down, straight through the flimsy material, drawing blood. She gasped in pain as I drank, her breaths becoming shorter, choppier and shallower. I didn't stop drinking as her heart beat its last, knowing that her body hadn't been fully drained. That was the worst thing about my venom. It was so potent that it caused the heart to restart if there was any blood left in the system of my victim. I drew away once I had drained her of every single drop of blood, leaving her and her friend on the bed. Their faces contorted into identical masks of mixed fear and ecstasy. I made my way into the bathroom, checking that I hadn't spilled any blood down me, because not. Hing draws attention like blood spots on your shirt, and that was something I couldn't be arsed with tonight, especially going back to a group of vegetarian vampires. As soon as I had checked I was clean of any blood, I made my way over to the window, and checking that there were ledges to jump onto, I nimbly launched myself out of the window. It wouldn't have mattered if there weren't any ledges, but dropping several hundred feet when you're made of living marble made 1, a bit of a loud noise, and 2, a crater in the street. Not fun trying to explain that. After making my way to the street below, I began my walk to the city limits, on which I thought over the information I had gathered from Eliezer before I'd left. Arrow was really pushing my patience lately. As I began to run back to the dismal little town, I smirked to myself. Back to the organized chaos that is my life, I guess. This was going to be one chapter, but I hadn't finished it and it was already too long. I know some of you prefer the longer chapters, but the length of it was beyond stupid, so I split it into 2. The second part to this chapter should be up later on today, my internet connection willing. Now, where's the quote? Playing at kindness. A lot of you got the right quote, just the wrong film. Most of you guessed either Mulan or Rambo, but neither of them are correct. The quote was in fact, "Your worst nightmare," from Android Apocalypse. Shrugs. I was watching it with a friend the other day and it seemed like a good line for Edward to say. Speaking of Edward, you'll want to read the AN at the bottom of the page. Anyways, on with the story. Sorry to say, but this chapter will overlap with the previous one from Bella Alice Pav. Just so you know, Edward, running back to Forks, I thought about the one thing in my life I didn't think I would be able to let go anymore. Isabella. Normally, to me, everything, even living creatures, were expendable, easily replaced. But her, I knew that there was not, never had been and never would be another Isabella Marie Cullen in the world. There might be someone with the same name, but another vampire like Isabella. Never. There was something about her, I couldn't really put my finger on it, that made her special. It wasn't the fact that my chest ached when I was away from her, that magnetic pull that the two of us seemed to share, guiding us towards each other above everything else, or that jolt of electricity that passed through us when we touched. No, This was something else. I couldn't put my finger on it. And that pissed me off. So, I'm a control freak T. Hat needs to know what's going on all the time. I'm old, so sue me. As I neared the house, I could hear everyone's minds going into a frenzy. Eliezer had delivered the message of Arrow's treachery to them, and it had shocked them all. Even though Eliezer had told them of what was occurring, or about to occur, in Italy, Alice had kept to her promise and kept her mouth shut. Good little pixie. They had heard the news and weren't taking it well. They were doing something I hated. They were doubting themselves. Leave it to Arrow to bring out this kind of reaction from a very capable group of vampires. That little prick was going to get what was coming to him. What's been coming to him and his vile brothers since they were created? I questioned why they had been created in the first place. It was obvious what they were like when they were human. They would be worse as vampires. I hate to say it, I heard Kate say quietly as I entered the house. They could wipe us all out quite easily. No, I disagreed with her and all eyes turned to where I was standing. They can't. I could see the flickers of fear run across the faces and through the minds of everyone present. Everyone except my Isabella, that is. She knew that she wouldn't be harmed. I couldn't harm her, not even if I wanted to. The others, well, they were scared. Just as they should be. What do you mean? One of the Denali clan, Irina asked, her voice small, timid. Quiet and afraid. She might be a 1,000-year-old succubi, but she was no fool. I mean, I pushed myself off the door and made my way towards the group in front of me. Enjoying the waves of fear and apprehension that rolled off of them. Jasper, the empath in the group, could feel it too, and it was overwhelming him somewhat. That there is one of you in this room. That prevents them from attacking with their gifts. Bella. The thought had come from Alice, the little pixie vampire, and I looked at her with a smirk. I gazed over the group in front of me, looking over the Cullens. More than the Denalis, for they were essentially the ones in danger here. I looked at Bella, and judging from the look on her face, if she could blush then she would be an incredible shade of pink by now. He loves her. I looked back over to Alice, and I knew that she could feel the intensity of my gaze and what it meant because she quickly backtracked in her mind. I won't say anything. I swear. No. I voiced my answers inside her head and her thoughts stopped for a moment, clearly slightly confused at another of my gifts. You won't. I could see her looking at Isabella. I had to smirk at the thoughts running through her head. She was worried about what the succubus that had challenged me earlier was doing. She might have lured in many human men with that smile and her charms, but me, not so much. There was only one vampire that I was interested in. Now that wasn't something I was used to. Seems Isabella is bringing out a side to me that I didn't know I had. She loves you too, she thought, her gaze returning to me. That much is clear. I didn't look away from Isabella. I couldn't bring myself to. One glance into that liquid gold and I was lost to her, as she seemed to be with regards to me. Maybe so, but that stays with you. No one else will know of this. Understood. Jasper will know, she replied, not in an all-knowing way, because I think she knew what would happen if she came the smart-ass with me. Empath, after all. True. Even though I was having a conversation with Alice, my eyes were on Isabella. I didn't notice anything around me. You will speak to him. I told her, using my authority. After the departure of the Denalis. The more anyone knows, the more danger Isabella is in. And you don't want that, do you? I wasn't threatening her, just illuminating something I knew she didn't want to happen. No, I could hear her going through everything in her mind. She was weighing up how much she wanted to squeal that Isabella had finally found someone and was in love. Against the fact that the more people who knew about my relationship with Isabella and how I felt about her, the more people were a threat to her sister. She didn't want anything to happen to her. Neither did I. Exactly. She shivered minutely. Nobody other than myself noticed. She didn't like the fact that I was inside her head. She quickly went through the idea that seeing as I also had the power that Arrow possessed. I could hear everything that someone has ever thought. Well done, I thought to myself dryly, but what caught my attention was the fact that her thoughts immediately went to the fact that I might know who she was, what happened to her. I couldn't help but turn to look at her, smiling slightly. She was confused by my smile, seeing as it wasn't the smirk that she was used to. No, the smirk had no place in this moment in time. He doesn't know what happened to him, either. She realized, her mind reeling from the sudden realization as she looked up at me. I nod, dead once, and her expression grew ever so slightly hopeful. Do you know what happened to me? I shook my head, minutely, such a tiny movement that nobody else in the room saw it. Her heart fell, as did her expression. But I can find out. I found myself actually wanting to help her. I knew how it was to live in this half-life for an eternity with no answers. The least I could do was provide Alice with some. Even if she didn't remember who she was before she was changed, the memories were still inside her mind somewhere, locked away, where she could not reach them. But I could. With a momentary touch of her hand, I would be able to see everything that had happened to her in her life. Both human and vampire. After we sort this mess out. Who's that? I heard Tanya ask. Was she really that dense? It appeared so. The minds of everyone else in the room knew exactly who I was talking about, though none of them had realized so readily as Alice. She was lulled out of the momentary trance that she had succumbed into whilst we had our internal conversation. Isabella was right. I did dazzle people. Well, I already knew that, but then again, you would have thought Alice would see that coming. I wasn't messing with her gift at the moment. Her thoughts were interesting. She found me entrancing and yet terrifying at the same time. I wondered if Jasper knew what she was thinking. That could be interesting. Bella, you idiot. I turned to face her, my eyes narrowing, pleased when she recoiled into herself, not trusting that I wouldn't hurt her. The rest of the Denali's followed suit, but the Ullans were ever so slightly more at ease, having been around me for a little while longer. I wasn't sure what I was feeling when it came to that. Her shielding ability stops their gifts from being effective. With her protection, their gifts are useless, and practically none of the Volturi guards are experienced fighters. A lot of them are relatively new. 2, maybe 3 years old. They need the newborns for their strength. Having to tell all of them this was highly boring, and I knew that it was coming across in my tone. Alice's thoughts were amusing. Of course I wouldn't panic. They were going to though, because in her view, whilst I was indestructible, giving me no reason to panic, they were not. Ensue, panic. If that's true, then we're screwed. Rosalie sighed gently. I glanced over to her and saw that her posture showed she had completely given up, which from the memories of others, was not like her at all. From the memories I had ascertained from Isabella, she was always fiery and tenacious. What I saw in front of me was a vampire that had lost all hope. Something that only happened when they were faced with one of two threats, the Volturi and me. You'd think that since I was on their side, she would have a bit more hope. You'd think so. I couldn't help but feel smug, smirking around the room. I knew that everyone would be fine, but they didn't know that. When do we leave? Isabella turned and asked me. Everyone looked at her while she gazed into my flaming red eyes with her golden brown orbs. Esme's voice was that of a worried mother. But then again, she saw all of the Cullens, other than Carlyle, as her children. She had a natural mother's instincts. Protect your children. Yes, Esme. Isabella nodded, keeping her eyes fixed upon mine. Edward and I have already had this discussion. He's leaving for Italy, and I'm going with him. She didn't look around at her family. Her mind betrayed that she didn't want to look at her family right now. She'd see their worry and fear. That wasn't something she was interested in right now. I couldn't blame her. When I was on your side, well, as close to being on anyone's side as I would get. Ultimately, I was on my own side. Fear and worry had no place here. It was unwarranted. Why, Bella, dear. Esme cautiously walked towards the two of us, probably worried at what I would do at her trying to convince Isabella to stay with them. Before I knew that Arrow and his vile brothers knew about Isabella, I would have told Isabella to stay here with her family, but now that they knew, I couldn't risk that chance. Why would you want to leave us? Because I can't be without him. She said it with such certainty and conviction that I knew I felt the same way about her. Could I dare to love someone? Could I dare to love Isabella? Told you so. Alice's thoughts came through loud and clear, and I saw her standing there, a slight smile on her face. She knew what she was talking about, and she knew that I knew that she knew what she was talking about. Wow, I think for the first time in millennia, I just confused myself. Odd. Now you just have to admit it to yourself. Watch it, shrimp. I warned her and she didn't know whether or not to be offended, amused or slightly stunned that I was being even somewhat tolerant, maybe even leaning towards playful. That was up to her to decide. You're still going to help me, right? She asked with her mind, her mental voice smaller and slightly more timid than it had been a moment ago. I nodded slightly and I felt her relax a little. I wouldn't forego on a promise. That wasn't my style. Not knowing where she came from had a huge effect on Alice, not that she let anyone see it. Not even Jasper, who was now looking slightly apprehensive, glancing between Alice and myself every so often. Obviously wanting to know what was going on between us. I just gave him a slightly smug yet bored look and he stared straight back, intimidated and anxious about what was passing between myself and his wife. He had a right to be worried. I was inside his wife's mind after all. And I want to go, Esme. Isabella was talking to her mother quietly, not wanting to cause a scene. Unaware that all eyes were on her anyway. Besides, it'll be safer for me if I go. Being with Edward is the safest place for me. How do you figure that one? Her obnoxious brother, Emmett asked, sounding infuriated and confused at the same time. I could feel the animosity towards me and I really didn't care. He could think what he liked about me. It didn't make any difference to me. It wasn't like I'm an elected official here. Because no one is going to attack me, are they? I rolled my eyes, pointing out the obvious. I heard Isabella giggle slightly, and was a little taken aback at how much I liked the sound as I was aware of her moving towards me. I wanted to hear her make that sound more often. I felt her fingers lace through mine gently, and I looked down at her, a smile playing on my lips. She was right. Everyone here knew that we were mates, so it wasn't like anyone was finding out for the first time. She was showing me how much she cared, and she knew from the smile that I gave her that I cared, I dare say, possibly loved, about her too. She was the one who held my unbeating heart in her hands and she knew it. I didn't care that she knew it. I wanted her to know. I looked back up at the rest of the vampires in the room, the moment between Isabella and I broken for now. The safest place for her is with me. I told them all, my gaze raking over them one by one. They didn't argue. The Volturi know about her. I've seen some things I don't want to happen. I tried not to acknowledge Isabella's momentary and fleeting doubt about the way I felt about her. She had me, for now and forever. He's not forcing you into this, is he, Bells? The large oaf, Emmett asked and Isabella whipped around, placing a hand on my arm as she did so, silently telling me that she had this one. I had to fight to keep my control. It was tough, but I managed it. I couldn't really say the same about Isabella though. Of course not. She was pissed and she thought that her brother was insane. I was inclined to agree. Do you really think that anyone can make me do anything I don't want to? I'd like to challenge you on that one. He didn't even want me to go. You didn't want her to go. Rosalie's head popped up from where it had been resting on her hands. She looked surprised at that revelation. He didn't want her to go. Maybe he really does care about her. What am I talking about? I can see them together in front of my goddamn eyes. Of course he cares about her. I didn't react to her thoughts, plastering a bored look on my face. It seemed that not everyone and the Cullen family was as ready to admit that Isabella and I were together as Alice was. Bells, can I talk to you? Bella looked up at me, but I didn't really pay attention to what was going on as a vision flashed in front of my eyes. Isabella and Rosalie walking at human pace through the woods, stopping and talking for a few minutes. They would be out of everyone's earshot, including mine. Rosa, apologizing and Isabella being mildly surprised. Apparently, that wasn't something Rosalie did very often, if ever. Rosalie accepting that I was Isabella's mate and that she was leaving. Accepting that maybe Alice was right about the mate's theory. I felt a particular smug mess radiating from Alice. Apparently she was having the same vision I was. The two of them making their way back to the house, talking. And besides, he's gorgeous, don't you think? Isabella asked Rosalie, looking at her sideways. I suppose some girls might find him good looking. Rosalie shrugged, attempting not to smile and failing miserably. If they have eyes, okay, he's a honey. the two of them returning to the house having settled their differences. As the vision ended, Isabella looked at Rosalie and nodded. The two of them walking off in the direction I had seen them go. Seems Rose thinks you're a honey. Alice raised an eyebrow at me, smirking slightly. Who doesn't? I replied cockily. You want to find out about your past? She nodded once. Just a tiny movement on her head. Do you want anyone else to know? She thought for a moment. Not at the moment, she decided finally, which was a little surprising. I would have thought she'd at least want her husband to know. Then you need to walk past me, and brush my hand with your own. She looked apprehensive and confused. It only works with skin-on-skin contact. If you want to find out where you came from, then that's what you need to do. She confirmed what she needed to do in her head, and turned to peck Jasper on the treat, murmuring about something she needed to do quickly. Before she walked cautiously towards me, moving around me but allowing her skin to come into contact with mine briefly. Instantly, I saw everything. And I mean everything. Everything she'd said and done since she had woken up in the woods after enduring 3 days of burning on her own. Every thought, every whim, every movement was now inside my head. And not only that, I knew who she was. I knew where she'd come from. Who she'd been before she was turned. And I also knew who turned her, and let's just say that he was dispatched a little less than a century ago for a less than conspicuous killing spree through a mental hospital, leaving one abandoned to turn. Enter Alice. I knew that I didn't have enough time to tell her all of the things that I now knew about her, even through our minds. Writing it down was a lot faster. I left the main room of the house, moving into the kitchen, gaining a little privacy from the rest of the vampires in the house. I walked into the kitchen to see a piece of paper and a pad sitting on the island waiting for me. Alice had seen that I was going to ask for it and had gotten what I wanted for me, saving me the wait. My hand flew across the paper and I was done writing down her history in around a minute or so. I knew that I had written down everything she had craved to know with her entire being on these little pieces of paper, and some part of me wished that there was someone to write down my past for me. I wouldn't use my bitterness to take what Alice wanted, what Alice needed, because she did need it, away from her. Alice, I thought, folding the paper up so that she couldn't read it without opening it. She appeared in less than a second. Take these and keep them out of sight. Do not open them until Isabella and I have left, understood? She nodded, taking the papers from me cautiously, not believing that what was happening was true or that the answers she had been looking for were right in front of her, in her hand. Making our way back into the main room to wait for Isabella and Rosalie to make their way back in, the others hadn't moved an inch, probably wondering what I would do if they did. Honestly, I didn't really care. It wasn't up to me, but then again, I knew why they were so tense. Isabella and Rosalie walked into the house a moment later, having worked out their differences on their little walk. Both looking happier than when they left. Their thoughts were happier as well, both more understanding of the other's actions. When do we leave? Isabella asked, smiling up at me, her eyes filled with emotion. Whenever you're ready. Fighting the urge to lean down and take her mouth with mine, I answered her swiftly. She was hoping that I would kiss her when we were alone. That was something I would be willing to oblige to. I had been planning it myself actually. Let's go then. She smiled, saying a short goodbye to each family member. They had been separate before, and they all knew that the family meant home. Even though they would be apart, they knew that they were never really separated. Not when they were as closely knit as this family. When we left, we headed in the direction of Seattle. We wouldn't be passing through the city, more like running around it, keeping a wide berth as we did so. The city would slow us down more than I wanted it to. We would stop as the stops I had seen, and none others. Unless it really called for it. It wasn't like we needed the rest or anything. When we were about 2 travel hours away from Isabella's family, I stopped, not letting go her hand as I did so. Not expecting this, she flew forwards and I swung her around, meeting her lips with my own as she flew back towards me. She immediately relaxed after the shock of my sudden halt, smiling against smile lips as they most in perfect synchronicity with mine. I flicked my tongue against Isabella's bottom lip and she opened her mouth, so that I could ease my tongue inside. She tasted incredible, strawberries and freesia mixed in with something that was purely just Bella. In that moment, I was so glad she had maneuvered her way into coming with me. Wouldn't have had it any other way. She just didn't know what she was getting into. What do you think? I know it's basically what happened in the last BPOV but in Edward's view, but you needed to know his opinions on the whole situation and what happened with Alice and stuff, so it had to be done. If not, you would all be asking me what happened between Edward and Alice. Speaking of Edward, I have his high and mighty with me until this story is done. He'd read about it in one of your minds and has decided to take an interest in the one writing it, me. I'm not sure whether I should be happy or scared, even though he has promised me that I'm safe. Seeing as he wants to see how the rest of the story turns out. He has asked me to tell you all that he is willing to take part in a little QA. You ask him anything you want to know and he'll answer your questions. Edward growls impatiently within reason. TWIX light gulps eep within reason. So send in your questions and I'll pass them on. This will be going on through the story. So if you ever have a question, ask Edward. Haha, sounds like a chat show, doesn't it? Looks at Edward, who is not amused. Okay. Moving on. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask Edward, send them in. I'll ask him and the answers will be posted at the end of the following chapter. I will try and put them all up, but it probably won't be all at once. Each and every question will be answered, as long as it's within reason, as Edward says, whatever that means. So anyways, leave me a review and let me know what you think. Laughing face. On the run. I completely forgot. There is a quote in the previous chapter. And because I'm a spaz and got distracted by Edward. Edward smirks in triumph. It's not as though it's my fault. TWIX light is too and you know it. Anyway, seeing as I forgot about it, I'm going to give you until the chapter after this one to work it out. And there'll be a new quote challenge in this chapter, but it's easier than the last one to find. 'Cause I'm nice like that. Anyways, I wanted to let you know that Alive Again has been nominated for Best Incomplete All-Human over on the Twilight All-Human Fanfiction Awards. Voting started on the 1st, so if you could all head over there and gimme a vote, then I'll love you all forever. Not that I don't already, but still. Edward. Isn't that the me you? TWIX light. Yes, it is. Let's not spoil it for those wishing to but haven't read it yet, shall we? Edward shrugs. TWIX light. Anyway, moving on. I also want to say a huge thank you to everyone who voted for saving Edward at the Golden Chocolate Awards. Because of you, saving Edward won Best Angst. So thank you, and don't you say anything. Points at Edward. Edward growls. TWIX light. Eep Bella Bella. Yeah. TWIX light. Help. Sighs gratefully as Bella's presence calms Edward down. Let's hope he's a little calmer when it comes to the QA at the end of the chapter. Yes. Anyways, glances at Edward worryingly on with the story. Yes, Edward. Isabella and I had been running for about a day or so. At a fairly comfortable speed, neither rushing nor lagging. It suited us fine. We'd have moments where either one of us would surge ahead, wanting to outrun the other, but they never lasted for long. At the moment we were on the edge of Montana and I had decided that we would stay here for a night before we set off across South Dakota on the way to New York, where we would be meeting my private jet, which, in turn, would be taking us to Glasgow in Scotland. I wanted to travel on foot through the separate countries, giving me more time to train Isabella, as it were, should he need to know how to fend off any unwanted attention in Volterra. I can't do it. I'm useless, she moaned, close to giving up on the training exercise I was giving her. Now, how do you expect to get anywhere with that attitude? I asked her, crossing my arms over my chest, staring her down. What attitude? She asked, sitting up straight and looking me straight in the eye. She may have only known me for a few days, but she had more courage than others that had known me for centuries. I'm guessing that the added cockiness of being my mate gave her that added confidence. That defeatist attitude, I told her, walking up to her. Why do you think that all of the great empires fell? Because someone new and more powerful pushed them out of the way. She made it sound like a question and I sighed, shaking my head as I walked over to her. No, I said shortly, because the leaders of said empires, you know, guys like Caesar, who by the way, she looked at me expectantly, was an asshole. Really? She sounded shocked at my revelation. Yup, I nodded as I reached her. She reached forward and laced her fingers around the back of my neck, pulling me closer to her. He was a complete and utter moron. If I do say so myself. Well, I'm guessing that everyone seems like a complete and utter moron to you, she said, mocking the way I had just spoken, trying not to giggle. You were already like, what, 11,000 years old by that point? 13, I replied shortly. But who's counting? Me, she sighed gently, turning to look at me. You know so much more than I do. She brushed her fingers against my forehead, her eyes following the trail her fingers had made on my skin. How does everything fit in that head of yours? Infinite memory, remember. I smirked at her and she narrowed her eyes at me. Oh, ha ha. Her tone was dripping with sarcasm and I couldn't help but laugh. I mean, there's so much that you've seen and done. She sighed again, looking at me. How do you keep track of it all? I shrugged lightly, not really knowing how to answer. She was too inquisitive for her own good. The fact that I don't have to remember it all of the time makes it easier. I explained and she relaced her fingers behind my neck. And besides, it's not like I've got to worry about lack of space in there, do I? True, she nodded, smiling slightly as she looked at me. What? I asked her and she giggled slightly. What's with the smile? I was just thinking, she murmured cryptically. About? I asked her, narrowing my eyes at her as she leaned towards me slowly. You, she whispered, gently pressing her lips to mine in a sweet, soft kiss. What about me? I asked her and she pouted at me for both ending the kiss and not letting that train of thought go. I was just thinking about how you were when I first met you. First met you the few days ago. First met you, not the whole century while I was human. First met you, and how much you've changed in just a few days. It's incredible. She smiled softly at me and I chuckled, shaking my head. You are an impossible creature to understand. I murmured softly and she sat back from me. What do you mean? She asked, confused, her brow crinkling slightly. I chuckled and rested my forehead against hers gently, looking into her beautiful amber eyes, that were slightly darker than before. I say that because when I cannot hear what is going through your mind, like right now, everything that comes out of that pretty little mouth of yours is unexpected. Nothing you'd ever think of comes out of it. Is that a good thing? She asked, tilted her head, her nose crinkling slightly. It is, I sighed, closing my eyes for a moment. It makes everything that much more interesting. Well, that's good to hear, she whispered, pressing her lips to mine again. I leaned back and looked at her for a few moments. She really was something to behold. If she wasn't, in reality, a vampire, one could easily mistake her for some ethereal being. She was that beautiful, but then again, that was one of our many trappings. Our beauty. I gently ran my thumb underneath her eyes, which were slightly duller than yesterday. I wasn't entirely sure what her feeding schedule was, but I could tell that it would be completely different to mine. I won't need to feed for another week or so, she whispered as though she had read my mind. Don't look at me that way. She shrugged. Something told me you were wondering, so I answered you. Something told you? I asked her and she nodded, wondering what she meant. Well, it's like there was this voice in my head, wondering what my feeding schedule was. She shrugged and I grinned at her. What? That was me, Bella. I whispered and she leaned back from me. What do you mean? She sounded wary of what I was saying. Obviously what we've been working on has been working. You were partially able to disable my shield. I smiled at her and she grinned, still slightly unsure. You mean, you weren't letting me in at all? She asked, looking into my eyes for any form of deceit. Not that she would find it, even if I was lying to her. I hadn't taken down my shield and from the sounds of it, she had managed to work her way through without even realizing it. The fact that she herself was a shield, allowed her to do it undetected. Probably because I was concentrating on her lips on mine, rather than the task at hand, but there we go. Not even a little bit. Bella, what would that achieve? I asked her, in a tone that sounded as though I was reprimanding a child for something, not my mate. I don't know, she shrugged, looking away from me. Look at me, she did, reluctantly. It wouldn't achieve anything, therefore I wouldn't do it. Understand? She nodded. It doesn't help you in any way, if I just let you in. The point of these exercises is to help you improve your power. Which I don't even understand. She huffed, slightly angry. Her tone told me that much. I know you don't. I looked at her and she sighed gently. Your power is a diluted form of mine. Whereas I gain a new power every time a vampire is born, you have the ability to absorb the powers of a vampire when they are within a certain range. She nodded. Say, there was a vampire like Jasper, standing over on that ridge there. They would be in range for you to absorb their power. But I don't get why I have to practice on you, she murmured, resting her head on my shoulder. I don't like it. Well, who better to practice on than the unlimited vault of vampiric gifts, who happens to be indestructible? I looked at her and she smiled. I still worry though, she sighed and I pressed my lips to the top of her forehead, just in her hairline. I know, I murmured against her hair. I know, I did know. When we had set off, I had found myself worrying more and more about Isabella's safety. Granted, it had only been a day or so, but I still worried. I wondered if that was normal for someone to do. The constant worry. You're not used to worry about anyone, are you? She asked and I shook my head. She'd known the answer to that before she'd even asked the question. Yet she felt that it needed to be voiced rather than just assumed. I am. She sighed gently, resting her head back on my chest. I remember worrying about my father in my human life. I don't remember the exacts of it. But I remember the worry that I would feel whenever he or I would leave the house. Especially right before. She trailed off and I knew what she meant. You worried because of the Spanish influenza epidemic that was spreading towards Chicago. I explained and she looked up at me, her eyes filled with questions. I thought that hit after I was changed. She whispered.